Hello, welcome to this training course, which is a prepping course for the CompTIA PenTest Plus exam. This is probably an exam that is very different from other exams that you may have taken. So the goal of this initial video here, this first video, is to present to you how this exam is structured and also the topics that will be covered and which you have to prepare for. Now, as I mentioned, this is a course that is probably different from, an exam that is probably different from other exams that you've taken. Now, the reason for that is because this exam is, the goal of this exam is to test whether you are prepared for real-world situations or not. So the idea here is to measure whether you are capable of actually performing a pen test in a real-world situation. So it is different because there are many tests or exams that will measure whether you know a few tools or some commands or some concepts, for example, involving a protocol. So very conceptual based, very theoretical. Whereas there are other exams that they put you in a lab and ask you to perform a few tasks. And it doesn't matter how you perform those tasks as long as you achieve the ultimate goal, as long as you, for example, solve that problem. The CompTIA PenTest exam is a bit different from that. So you do need to know a bunch of concepts, but those concepts are supposed to be applied to a real-world situation following some standards. And this is the the major challenge that you have in the CompTIA PenTest Plus exam, because you have to not only be technically prepared, but you also have to know a bunch of acronyms, a bunch of regulations, and usually they're based on the United States regulations. So all these steps that you have to follow, they go along with a well-structured and strict sequence of steps. So the idea of this course is to get you prepared to follow those strict steps and also get to know the tools and protocols, standards, patterns that you have to know in order to pass the exam. So let's go through very briefly the major topics, and each of these major topics can be broken down in many other subtopics. The first one is planning and scope, which covers about 15% of the exam. So this is more, and we're going to, as we go along the course, we're going to discuss each of these topics. So the first one, planning and scoping, which in summary is being able to define what you are going to do and what you're not going to do. Then you have information gathering and vulnerability identification, which represents 22% of the exam. This is a step where you're going to collect information about your target. Then you have attacks and exploits. It represents 30% of the exam. This is where you actually deploy the attacks. You also have 17% of the exam associated with penetration testing tools. So you have to know a bunch of tools. And finally, you have reporting and communication. So the pen tester, and we're going to talk about this, the pen tester is supposed to not only discover if there are vulnerabilities, for example, but also generate a report and communicate with the employer or the client about those issues and how to solve those issues. That represents 16% of the exam. Now, you have to keep in mind that the CompTIA PenTest Plus exam requires you to know or at least understand what a bunch of tools do. You don't have to know how to use those tools in depth, but you have to know what they do. And it covers more than 50 different tools. And all these tools are listed in the CompTIA website. So as you can see, it is a very well-structured and strict exam. You have to follow their pattern, otherwise you won't be able to pass. What I mean by that is, just to give an example, let's say that you know how to use Burp Suite. But then, so that's not the case, but let's say that the exam doesn't cover Burp Suite. It requires you to know a different tool to analyze the HTTP protocol, or to perform a bunch of attacks that you can do using Burp Suite. Well, if you know Burp Suite, but you don't know the tool that that CompTIA wants you to know, well, you're not going to score. So it's not only a matter of knowing how to solve a problem, but you have to know how to solve a problem following what they expect you to do, performing the tasks that they expect you to do, which includes knowing the tools that they expect you to know. With that being said, that means that you have to practice, practice, practice. To make this exam even more difficult, it's not an exam, as I previously mentioned, it's not an exam where you'll be put in a lab and you have to solve a problem. No, you're going to perform some simulated steps. So at some moments, the exam will show you a situation that is simulating a real-world scenario. If you don't know how to solve according to that specific strict environment, you won't be able to answer that question. Just to give you another example, you have to know a tool called Nmap. But not only know how to use Nmap, but you have to know a bunch of switches that you have, or options that you have available when using Nmap. So you have to know those specific options. Now, breaking those major topics into other subtopics, the CompTIA PenTest Plus exam can be represented by these subtopics. The first one is reconnaissance. That is where you're going to make a recognition of the environment, of the target environment. Then you have enumeration, where you try to define get some more specific information about that environment, such as the operating systems that are running, the specific firmware versions and software versions that are running. Then you have the vulnerability scanning step, credential attacks, where you're going to perform attacks in order to break to find out the combination of user and password. Then you're going to move to persistence, configuration compliance, evasion, where the goal is to evade without getting noticed, or getting past without getting noticed. Then you have decompilate. Then you have forensics, debugging. So keep in mind, once again, that we're going to go through each of these topics here throughout the course, so there is no need to discuss in depth these subtopics at the moment. And finally, software assurance. So keep in mind that you have to practice in order to be able to take the CompTIA PenTest Plus exam, and all this training, all these labs that we're going to perform, try to do them as many times as you possible, obviously changing that environment a little bit, and do it again and again and again. This is the way that you have, the pattern that you have to follow in order to get ready for this exam, because of the, let's say, awkward or maybe odd type of environment that will be presented to you. Thank you very much. Hello, welcome to our introduction to pen testing. The goal in this video today is to show you what are the duties and requirements for a pen tester. We have to understand what a pen tester do, what pen testing is about, and also understand that the CompTIA PenTest Plus exam is structured based on regulations, on standards, and we have to follow those standards as pen testers. That is a requirement. Without understanding that, you won't be able to pass the CompTIA PenTest Plus exam. So initially, before we actually discuss pen testing, we have to understand the difference between a cybersecurity defender and a cybersecurity attacker, or a, let's say, security specialist and, in general, a hacker. So first of all, if you've studied cybersecurity or information security more specifically, you know that information security is based on a triad called the CIA triad. CIA stands for confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Just to remember, the idea of having this triad is to remind you that the information security depends on guaranteeing confidentiality, which means that the information is supposed to be confidential. Only the parts that are supposed to get access to a specific information should have access to that specific information, not other parties. Whereas integrity means that the information should remain unaltered. The information cannot be changed unless it's the desire of the interested parties to change that information. Other parties, third parties, cannot change that information or data. And also we have availability, which means that the information should be available when necessary. Well, it doesn't help at all if you have a system that guarantees confidentiality and integrity, but the system is not available. The information that is held by that system is not available. So that's the CIA triad. On the other hand, hackers are trying to disclose that information. They're also trying to alter information. And maybe they're even trying to cause denial of access to that information. So as you can see, hackers are trying to implement the DAD triad, whereas information security tells you that you have to guarantee the CIA triad. Basically, what the hackers are trying to do is to overcome those concepts. Now, a pen tester also called ethical hacker or white hatter, performs penetration tests. So basically what they are doing is testing a system, a network, an entire solution of a client or of its employer. The idea is to use techniques that hackers use in order to check whether that system can be compromised or not, whether there are vulnerabilities in that system, in that solution, in that network, in those devices or not. So, we have to keep in mind that the pen tester is not a hacker itself. It's a person that has the skills, the skill set that a hacker does. It's a person that can think as a hacker in order to find holes, find vulnerabilities, but the pen tester is not going to explore those issues. For example, if the pen tester is capable of getting a hold of information that he or she was not supposed to get, he's just going to let the employer or the client know that that vulnerability is there. That person is not going to sell that data, that information to someone else. So as you can see, there are boundaries that limit a pen tester. So the pen tester makes use of legal resources and techniques to search for vulnerabilities or weakness, which means that the company is not only fully aware, but there has been an agreement established between the parties. So the pen tester and the client, or the pen tester and the employer, actually wrote a contract. They came up with an agreement, and they have a contract that establishes what is supposed to be done and what cannot be done. So the boundaries are established by that contract. Now, it's also very important to know that the CompTIA PenTest Plus exam will require you to know a bunch of acronyms, which include acronyms to determine types of contracts. So from time to time, we're going to talk about SLA, we're going to talk about NDA, we're going to talk about SOW, and so many other types of documents that must be known if you want to take the CompTIA PenTest exam. Obviously, there is a reason why they demand that. That's because, once again, this exam requires you to follow some standards, mostly defined by NIST. So there is a contract involved. The pen testers are not hackers, although they can think like hackers. They have the same skill sets, and they must generate reports. That is the ultimate goal. Why? Because a company is actually hiring the pen tester in order to know if there are holes. And if there are holes, if there are vulnerabilities, the company wants to fix those holes. How can they know what holes or vulnerabilities are supposed to be fixed if the pen tester doesn't generate a report explaining what was found? Also, keep in mind, pen testers are not problem solvers. There is a very high probability that you're going to see in your CompTIA PenTest Plus exam, in case you take it, you're going to see questions regarding this specific bullet here. It's going to say something like, these are tasks to be performed by a pen tester. And it's going to say, you're going to see a bunch of options there. One of those options is going to be solve problems when they are found. Nope, that's not the case. And we also have to keep in mind that pen testers are not threat hunters. Pen testers are not looking for specific threats. Threat hunters are people that are looking for specific threats, specific vulnerabilities, because they're getting paid in order to do that. For example, let's say that Google is releasing a new product. They want to test their new product. Obviously, they have their internal pen testers, but they also want to hire an external company, which they will do. But they also want to see if other people, not from that external company, is capable of finding some specific threats. So they're going to hire threat hunters. They're going to say, okay, we want you to see if you can find a threat in this specific module or in this specific software, in this specific solution. That's not the case of a pen tester. The pen tester is there in order to find vulnerabilities, try to find vulnerabilities if they exist in an entire solution, in an entire structure. Now, why do companies hire pen testers? Well, first of all, as everything else, to avoid or mitigate financial loss. So there are nowadays a wide range of cybercrimes, all flavors, different types, coming from all places. We can enumerate fraud, espionage, extortion, just to list a few. Malware dissemination, intellectual property theft, unauthorized activity, software piracy, and so many others. In this graph here, we can see cybercrime annual revenues. This is from 2018, so considering that usually these statistics analysis are done every 2 years, every other year, this is a very recent graph. So as you can see here, this is how much people are making based on cybercrime. It's a whole bunch of money. So almost $1 trillion being made out of illegal online markets, $500 billion being made based on trade secret. So you can see here that you have probably almost $2 trillion being made of cybercrime. So this is a very lucrative environment or business. This is the amount of monetary damage caused by reported cybercrime to the IC3 from 2001 to 2016. Now, only in 2016, the monetary damage, the monetary loss caused by cybercrime was above $1 billion. That is a lot of money for just one single year. So as you can see, this keeps increasing, growing and growing and growing. Obviously, companies don't want that to keep happening. They want to mitigate their loss. So that's why, one of the reasons why they are hiring pen testers. Another reason is because the companies want to have a broader view of their infrastructure. So they don't want to simply find if there is an issue in a specific software, in a specific device, in a specific department, but they want to have a broader view of their entire infrastructure. Also, they want to fix specific, which can be a single problem or multiple problems, but specific ones. They also want to implement complementary solutions to their existing solutions. They may also want to remediate problems that they may have. And here you must observe that there is a difference between fix and remediation. Fix is when you're still using that solution, but fixing the problem. When you're when you're remediating a problem, that means that you may change the solution that you have. And most importantly, most companies have to. Now, obviously, it depends on the country. Each country have their own regulation or sets of regulations. But in general, most countries have regulations that demand companies to perform pen testing. So, for example, in the United States, we have regulations that determine that all companies that take payment by credit card or debit card, doesn't matter, they follow their regulations and their standards. For example, in the US, we have the Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard, PCI DSS. Now, for example, they demand that companies that do take credit card as payments, companies that do credit card transactions or accept credit card transactions, they perform annual external pen tests, annual internal pen tests, now not precisely in the same order. Usually what you're going to have is the annual internal pen test and then the annual external pen test. But that's not a determination, that's not a requirement. In case once pen tests are performed and vulnerabilities are found, after those vulnerabilities are fixed, those holes are fixed, then you have to perform pen test again, once again. Now, what are the legal limits? As we know, laws change from country to country and even from state to state. So it is very, very important for pen testers to understand the regulations, the laws that are involved in the environment that person sits within. They're in constant change. They must follow up. They must follow up. They must follow up. Now, keep in mind, and we discussed this a few slides ago, but keep in mind, do not perform unauthorized access. What is unauthorized access? If the contract does not specifically say that the pen tester can go further than a specific limit, don't. If the contract doesn't explicitly say that the pen tester can, if the pen tester finds a hole, he or she can actually exploit that hole, can actually continue moving into that system, can continue breaking into that system. If the contract doesn't explicitly mention that, then don't. Unauthorized installation, unauthorized attacks, in general, unauthorized actions. Now, what does it take in order to successfully perform pen tests? You have to get knowledge of the infrastructure. We are going to discuss, not now, but we're going to discuss the different types of boxes, black box, white box, gray box, different types of access that are given to the pen tester by the employer or by the client. But it doesn't matter which one it is, the pen tester must get knowledge of the infrastructure. Must also get knowledge of the human resources, and usually this is done by performing social engineering. Must understand the laws, obviously have technical skills, which can be enumerated here. First of all, understand operating systems. This is an area, becoming a pen test requires some very deep, high-level understanding of operating systems, networking, and programming. Also, creativity is critical. For example, not only when using the tools that you have available, but also, and most importantly, when performing social engineering. The pen tester must be very, very creative in order to extract information from employees. That is going to be one of the tasks that the pen tester will have to perform. Try to extract information from human resources that belong to that company, to that specific client. Now, in order to extract that data or that information, creativity is fundamental. Also, social interaction and knowing the tools that you have available. Now, there are a bunch of tools, and as I previously mentioned, the CompTIA PenTest Plus exam will require you to at least know what they do. It will require you to know 50 tools, approximately 50 different tools. Now, these tools, they can be classified in their objective. For example, we have the part scanners, we have sniffers. So the part scanners will, in summary, try to see the services, protocols that are actually open, running in that network or device. The sniffers are used to collect data from the network. Vulnerability scanners that will try to find vulnerabilities. The attacking tools that will actually perform attacks. It can be vulnerability attacking tool. It can be a credential cracking, which will try to find the user and password. And not a specific tool, but an operating system, more specifically a Linux distribution called Kali Linux. There are different types of pen testing Linux distributions, but Kali Linux is the most well-known. It's the major one that probably comes with more resources than the others. Now, the CompTIA PenTest Plus stages. You have to know how to follow these stages that are the stages that the CompTIA PenTest exam requires you to understand, to follow. When performing a pen test, they want you to follow these stages. 1. Planning and scoping. This is the stage where you're going to basically define the scope of your tests. What are the boundaries? What do we want to find? Information gathering and vulnerability identification. In this stage, the pen tester will try to gather information of that system, network, devices. For example, how many devices are there? How is the network structured? Attacking and exploiting, this is a step where the pen tester will actually see if he or she can attack the system based on the information that's been gathered in the previous stage, and report and communicate those issues. Now, you also have another stage which is called enumeration. You could define enumeration as a stage between information gathering and attacking, although in general, enumeration is listed as a subtopic of information gathering. Now, the report and communication stage is the stage where the pen tester will have to generate a report showing the client, presenting to the client the results found. Did I find any vulnerability? Did I find any just informational problems? And also what is supposed to be done. So not only mention, okay, this is what I found, but also propose solutions. Keep in mind the pen tester will not execute solutions, but he or she will propose. It must be said in that report, this is what you can do in order to fix those problems. It would not be helpful if the pen tester would only say, okay, I found some issues, here are the issues. Now go find the solutions. That's not the case. The pen tester is also supposed to propose solutions. So we discussed in this video what is required from a pen tester, what a pen tester is, and why do companies actually hire pen testers, why pen testing is so important. Also, we saw the stages that a pen tester is supposed to perform or follow when executing pen tests. Keep that information in mind. Remember the difference between pen tester, hacker, threat hunter, and also the stages. Also keep in mind that the companies are required to perform pen tests by law. See you in our next video. Thank you. Hello. Welcome to our Module 2 of our PenTest Plus Prep Exam course. Here, we're going to discuss some very important theories and concepts that are required in order to pass the CompTIA PenTest Plus exam. These are very important concepts. As previously mentioned, as we mentioned in the previous module, it's very important for the CompTIA PenTest Plus exam to demand from the students to prove that person not only knows how to use tools, but also how to prepare and plan for a pen testing. Also, it requires from you some knowledge on legalities, on some laws and regulations. So that's going to be our focus in this module. So this module here will be focused on scoping and planning for engagement. And in order to do that, we must know some regulations according to the location where you're at and also where your client is at. Most importantly, usually you must know the regulations in your client's location. So, first of all, we have to understand some stuff regarding scoping and planning. Now, what is this about? Before a pen tester or a white hatter starts a pen testing, there are some steps that are required as anything else, right? So when it comes to pen testing, you must first prepare for that task or those set of tasks. Well, basically, you're gathering some information, trying to develop a plan, trying to gather some data before you actually do what you're supposed to do. Now, this involves a bunch of steps, and this is a more theoretical step actually, because there is not a specific set of steps that must be taken before you actually execute a pen test. There is a broad set of steps that must be taken, and you may follow all those steps. You may execute just a few of them. So basically, it depends on what you're trying to do. It depends on the scenario. It depends on the reality of your client or your employer. So there is a bunch of variables here. That is why, in order to prepare for that pen test or those pen tests, you must scope. You must define a scope. So basically, scoping is a step or phase where you're going to sit down with your client, for example, and there is a lot of metrics, parameters, constraints, limits that must be established. It's very, very important to know where you're stepping into. You have to know your limitations. You have to know your scope, what you can and what you cannot do, before you can actually plan for that execution, for that pen test. Now, talking a little bit more about scoping, as I mentioned, the goal here is to determine a bunch of metrics. For example, you have to determine the why. Why are you going to perform that pen test? And this is a question that must be answered by your client mostly, or your employer. The employer must know why that pen test is going to happen. Why is that client actually hiring someone to execute a pen test? There is a plural number of reasons that may happen. Now, why is this so important? Why is the why so important? Because basically, this is going to define the scope of the pen test. Let's say that the client wants to make sure that a new system that just arrived is safe, is secure. Okay, so the scope is very limited. It's not the entire network. It's not all systems, all applications, all devices that are going to be pen tested. It's a specific system. So the scope must be well determined, and you can determine that by answering why the pen test is going to happen. And then you evolve. And now it's important to realize that it doesn't have the pen tester doesn't have to answer these questions in this sequence. It may vary. Some questions may be answered. Some questions may not be answered. So you don't have to determine all these questions here. Maybe you have to determine more metrics. So it's very subjective. But what is important to understand here is that determining as many facts as you can is critical. So, for example, you also have to determine what to pen test. What are you going to pen test? What are you going to test? What are you going to try to hack, for example? Just as I previously mentioned, just a specific system, a set of systems, the entire infrastructure. Are you going to try to pen test human resources as well? So there is, it must be very precisely determined what to pen test. Now, it's different from what to access, and sometimes this may be kind of confusing, but because when you ask this question, what to access, you may think about, once again, systems, networks. Well, that as well, but not only that, but then you also have the physical environment. What are you going to try to access? Are you going to try to get physical access to that company? Maybe it's a large company that has a headquarters and also its branches. Will you have access to those branches? Will you have access to the headquarters? Maybe they won't give you access, but they will allow you to try to get access to those locations if you can manage to use social engineering, for example, and then get access to those locations. Also, the networks. What are the networks that are you going to access or try to access? Only their private network, the public network, wireless, Wi-Fi network. So not only physical, but digital as well. But again, it must be precisely determined. One good example here is, let's say that you see that you could get access to a client's network, but to do that, you have to first access a branch or another ISP, and then you can try to get access to the headquarters. Okay, but before you try to get access to one of those branches, to then get access to the headquarters, are you allowed to get access to those branches? Because if the contract determines, and we're going to discuss all those types of contracts and documents that must be signed and specified. But let's say that the contract just say, okay, the pen tester can try to get access or can get access to our headquarters. It doesn't mention the branches. Well, if you do that, if you do get access to the branch before getting access to the headquarters, you may get in trouble. So you may get prosecuted. It's very serious. And that is why scoping is such a critical step. Now, you also have to determine, and usually this is once again determined by the client or the employer, whether it's a pen test that is being executed to adjust to some regulations. So basically, is it compliance pen test or is it business pen test? What's the difference? In a business pen test, that's where the employer or the client wants to know, okay, for my own safety, my company's safety, and my client's safety, we want to make sure that our systems, networks, devices are safe, are not vulnerable. And if they are, we just want to fix that. Now, it's more of a ideological thought. It's a concern between business and clients. Now, compliance is when the company is actually required to perform that pen test or those pen tests in order to be compliant with a specific regulation or some set of regulations. We are also going to discuss that soon enough, but just to give you a heads up, let's say that you have a health insurance company. A health insurance company has some critical data about its clients, for example, social security number. So there is the so-called HIPAA, which is a set of regulations that define a bunch of stuff, including the type of security that must be guaranteed for the health insurance company's clients. So the health insurance company must guarantee that, for example, its clients' social security numbers are secure. They are not going to go public, for example. So there is a set of regulations that determine what has to be done. So health insurance companies, they must be compliant with HIPAA, for example. And also, during the scoping phase, we're going to have the rules of engagement. Now, the rules of engagement are determined in the scoping phase, but they're very important for the planning phase as well. Now, what are the rules of engagement? Oh, and obviously, you have to also determine to whom you're going to report. So it doesn't matter whether you're going to just write a final report or partial reports, but you have to know to whom you are going to report, how many people, what did they do. You have to specifically know about those people. Why? Because, for example, you want to prevent giving information to someone that says, okay, I'm this person. For example, I am a director. I'm the IT director. I'm the IT manager, or whatever that person says that he or she is. And then you give some private information that you're not supposed to give. So during the scoping phase, you must be told by your employer or your client who you must ask this question: who are the people that I'm supposed to give information about the pen tests? Who can I talk to? Who can I communicate with? Now, before we discuss rules of engagement, we have to understand there are some concepts that must be understood as well. First of all, the major types of assessment. The assessment is, well, what you're going to assess, right? So, for example, you have the goals-based or objectives-based assessment. Basically here, it means that the pen test will be executed focusing on some well-determined objectives, well-determined goals. You can also, as previously mentioned, execute the compliance-based assessment. So whether it's based on HIPAA or PCI DSS or anyone, well, so the assessment could be compliance-based. Now, a different one that I haven't mentioned yet is the red team assessment. The red team assessment is very interesting, and you have to pay attention to this type of assessment here, mostly because although it's common, it's also you're going to see many questions in your CompTIA PenTest Plus exam regarding red teams. It's very common. So they really work on this type of assessment. And the reason is because the CompTIA PenTest Plus exam is focused on real world scenarios. And in a realistic scenario, this is very common, as I mentioned. Now, what is the red team assessment? It's an assessment where the client or the employer will hire a red team. It's called a red team to actually perform attacks. So the goal of a red team is not to try to find failures, not to try to find vulnerabilities, and then write a report to the client saying, okay, this is what we found, this is how you fix it. There is a big difference. And the difference is, when you have a goals-based or objectives-based assessment or compliance-based assessment, it's critical to, at the end of the assessment, the pen tester must write a report. And in that report, the pen tester must not only say, okay, this is what we found, but you must also say, this is how you fix it, or at least that's how I would fix it, I as a pen tester. In a red team assessment, that's not the case. Basically, you're hiring a team, usually it's a team, to try to find vulnerabilities. Now, it's also very common to see red teams when it comes to new softwares or new software versions. For example, a database. Let's say that a specific database management system company, a company that designs database management systems, they want to show proof that their product is safe. So what do? They go public and say, hey, this is our new product. Come in, try to find vulnerabilities. And if you do, well, in this case, you get a prize. You tell us how you did it. You don't actually have to tell us how we can fix it, but you have to tell us what you did. Okay. And based on that, we're going to fix that problem and you're going to get some cash. Basically, that's what it is. Well, so that is a type of red team assessment. Although it's public, that's not what is generally done, and that is not what the CompTIA PenTest Plus exam is looking for. But it's a very similar idea. It's the idea of hiring a team that will try to find vulnerabilities and let the client know when they do. Similarly, we have what is called the blue team. The blue team are the security specialists. Those are the people that are trying to defend. They're the ones that are deploying security measures. And if the red team finds flaws, vulnerabilities, the blue team will try to fix those flaws. Now, once the assessment has been defined, you also have to determine with your client what kind of methodology is going to be used. Is it going to be a white box environment? Is it going to be a gray box environment or a black box environment? Now, what's the difference? As you can see here, a white box methodology or a white box environment is an environment where the pen tester has access to infrastructure data or infrastructure information. For example, the client will tell you as a pen tester, the client will tell you, okay, this is our public IP or public IPs. These are our domain names. That's our private network IP. These are the systems that we use. This is the number of devices that we have. They can even give you a diagram showing their topology, documentation describing what they have. They can even give you credentials to access some systems, depending on the type of test that they want to be done. Now, this is the type of environment, or at least a pen testing environment, where you're going to have a bunch of information before you actually start pen testing. Now, you have quite the opposite of that methodology. That's the black box, where you're giving no info at all. So they may, worst case scenario, the company will simply say, okay, this is our company. That's our name. We're not even going to give you our website URL. We're not even going to give you our public IP address. You have to figure it out all by yourself. Okay, this is what we do. That's our name, and that's it. Then you're going to have to find everything by yourself. So as you can see, this is a type of methodology that will take longer because you're going to need to gather much more data, much more information. And obviously, since it's going to take longer, at least in theory, this is the most expensive methodology. And you also have the middle ground. So you have the gray box methodology, where you have a mix of white and black boxes. So the client may give you some information and may hide some information from you. Again, scoping. This must be determined. This must be, there must be an agreement between the client and you, pen tester. Now, another question that must be answered, and we have to have very clear in our mind, all this that we've been discussing here, that I've been talking about here, is during the determination phase, the scoping phase, and the scoping phase must be performed between you as a pen tester and the client. Nothing here is going to be determined by yourself and yourself only. Everything here must be an agreement between you and the client. Now, which leads us to the types of attackers. The type of attacker must be determined according to what the client wants to test. So let's say that the client wants to simply say, okay, what if I want to see if my system is vulnerable to very simple attacking tools. Let's say that a kid, a 15 years old kid, a 13 years old kid, just to have fun or just out of curiosity wants to try to attack my system. Okay, so those are the script kiddies. Those are called script kiddies. Script kiddies are usually people that are using some pre-existing tools. So it's not a focused attack. They're just running those tools and trying those tools against a bunch of IPs. If it works, okay, so that's a plus for them, but it's not a specific type of attack, which means that only very vulnerable systems may be susceptible to it. So the type of information that the company wants to protect from will be associated with the type of attacker, right? So, for example, we've seen lately, and this is 2020, we've seen lately that Facebook and Google are losing some advertisement contracts because these big companies are saying, okay, we're not going to advertise with these two companies, specifically Facebook and Google. We're not going to advertise with them anymore because they are not taking precaution. They are not preventing some types of posts that are basically racists, prejudice posts, or political posts. These are called activists. Now, there are some activists that they have knowledge and they have IT knowledge and they use that IT knowledge to hack systems. So those are called hacktivists. Basically, the hacktivists are hackers that they only hack systems to make a, let's say, political stand. We also have the black hats and organized crimes. Now, black hats and organized crime is not the same. They're not in the same bucket, but at the end, they're looking at the same, they have the same goal, which is profit, financial profit, right? Black hats are people that are trying to steal information and sell that information, make some kind of gain. And we have the organized crime that many times may use black hats to execute the crimes that they're willing to execute. And we also have the advanced persistent threats. As you can see here, we can see the word persistent. This type of attacker will not only gain access to a system or a network or a device, but will make sure that he or she will be able to get back. So some kind of, for example, some kind of Trojan horse will be installed, a backdoor that will guarantee that person can get back to that network. Or maybe that attacker doesn't actually want to get back, but wants to install a Trojan horse that will keep sending data, keep sending information to that attacker. So it's going to install a backdoor Trojan horse, whatever it is, that will collect data and send to that person. So different types of APTs, but what you have to understand here is that the APT is the most dangerous one, because this is a type of attacker that will guarantee that once the system is compromised, it will remain compromised for a long time. At least that's the goal. Maybe it's not successful, but that's the goal. Now, why is it so important to know the types of attackers? Well, because the client must know what type of pen tester that company is going to hire, right? And obviously it will be associated with the type of attacks that the pen tester will perform. Well, if that pen tester will try to execute some specific attacks, look for some specific vulnerabilities, then the client must know what kind of professional it's looking for. Now, as previously mentioned, rules of engagement or ROE is also a critical step or phase in scoping and planning. Why? Because the rules of engagement will determine a bunch of stuff, and it must be as broad as possible. So, for example, in the rules of engagement, which is basically a document, describing the rules of engagement is not the document, but you have a document which will see the types of documents that we have to know. But one of these documents or contracts must explicitly determine the rules of engagement, which means how this pen test is going to be executed. For example, how long is it going to take? For how long is it going to happen? So we need a timeline. Obviously, this timeline may not be as precise, as accurate as desired, but at least it must be as close to that perfection as possible. Also, the rules of engagement must include what's included, must describe what's included, and also what's excluded. And you can see here excluded in red because this is very, very, very important. Why is it so important? Well, included. What are the devices that the pen tester can try to attack, can try to find vulnerabilities? What are the systems? What are the applications? What are the devices? What are the networks? What are the physical environments, the physical locations? What are the paths? But if the client wants to make sure that the pen tester doesn't do something specific, that must be described as well. Let's see an example. If the client is hiring the pen tester to pen test a new system that the company has just purchased, well, it must be very clear that the pen tester will not at any moment also try to get access to other systems. That pen tester will only try to get access to that system, unless the company also wants to see or wants to answer the question, is it possible to get access to this new system if the attacker get access to another system before reaching to that newly purchased system? So this must be very well described. If that's the case, where the company wants to allow the pen tester to get access to one system before getting access to the final product, okay, so the rules of engagement must describe, okay, all of our systems are allowed to be pen tested. Or let's say that the attacker cannot pen test that other system, but they want to give access to the pen tester. So it's going to describe that the pen tester will get credentials to that specific system. Using those specific credentials, then the pen tester can jump into the newly purchased system. So there may be a bunch of constraints, a bunch of limitations, and that must be described in the rules of engagement. Data. What to do with data before, during, and after pen testing. So, for example, okay, before pen testing, is the client going to give any data, making any data available to the pen tester? Yes, no. So that must be asked. The pen tester must ask that to the client. What about during the pen test? What to do during the pen test? The data that is going to be transmitted between the pen tester as an attacker and the client systems, networks, devices. How is it going to be transmitted? Is the client going to, is the pen tester going to just execute those attacks as a red teamer? Or is it some kind of gray box where the pen tester will have a VPN connection to that network, and therefore the data that is being transmitted through that VPN must be ciphered, for example? So during the transmission, what can happen? And after the pen test is done, once it's done, what to do with the data collected by the pen tester? Okay, so the pen tester must destroy that data, must deliver a copy of all the data that was acquired. Now, once again, there are different situations, different possibilities, but it must be settled between the client and the pen tester. Another rule of engagement to be established: what the active response is going to be from the clients. Or from the client. Let's say that the pen tester tries to get access to a specific system. If there is a firewall and that firewall detects that attempt is happening, what is the firewall going to do? Is it going to block it? Is it going to identify the source? And if it comes from the pen tester, the firewall is going to allow that traffic. If that traffic is blocked, for how long that client, in this case, the pen tester, will be blocked away from the system. So the action and reaction must be determined. Are the resources required to successfully conduct the pen test? So in case the pen tester needs any kind of resource to successfully execute the pen test, then the client must make those resources available. Now, successfully conduct the pen test doesn't mean that the client has to give enough data to the pen tester to make sure that the pen tester can actually find vulnerabilities or get access to the system or to the network. It's not to guarantee that the hacking activities will be successful, but the tasks of conducting the pen tests. Also, in the rules of engagement, the laws and regulations involved must be identified and determined. Now, this is something that usually once again involves the client. It's the pen tester's responsibility to know or look into the laws and regulations that are involved. So if the pen tester has a client that resides in the US and in a specific state, let's say the state of New York, so the pen tester must know the regulations involved in those tasks, the tasks that are to be performed, pen testing tasks. If that pen tester resides in, let's say, Australia, well, then we have a combination of two countries. We may also have international laws. So the pen tester must be aware of that. But also, there must be some regulations, at least internal regulations, by the determined by the company, the client's company. So that is another situation to look into. Ask the client what are the regulations that they have, what are the limits that they have, what are the policies that they have regarding pen testing. A company may perfectly determine some policies regarding, okay, when we run a pen test, this is what may happen, this is what we allow, this is what we don't allow. So this must be determined and covered in the rules of engagement. The pen tester must know the rules of engagement. Also, another rule of engagement is frequency of communication. How frequent is the pen tester going to communicate with those that he or she is supposed to communicate with? So, for example, if the pen tester is running a pen test that will take only 1 or 2 days, well, most likely the communication will be done just once it's done, once it's finished. Oh, well, obviously before the tasks are initiated, but then after that, only at the end. That's most common. But if the pen tests are taking longer, let's say a week, 2 weeks, a month, maybe even semesters or years. So the frequency must be determined, the frequency of communication. Every week, every 2 weeks, every time a new vulnerability is found. So it doesn't matter as long as it's determined between the pen tester and the employer or client. And once again, the contacts, which means to whom the pen tester is communicating and from whom it's accepting requests or accepting information. We want to make sure that we as pen testers are not communicating with the wrong people. This is sensitive data. You must be very, very careful. So in your CompTIA PenTest Plus exam, you may see a question that will say, okay, so the IT director just got in touch with you and said, hey, I want to see what you have so far on the pen tests that you've been running. What are you going to do? Give that person the information, verify if that is actually the IT director, or even if it is the IT director, you are going to contact your first contact, the person that actually hired you, and ask whether that person can get access to the information, or you're going to write another contract, another statement of work, or whatever that is, or non-disclosure agreement, contract, some documents that we're going to discuss soon enough in our next video. Now, once again, scoping. Scoping is severely critical. So what if you as a pen tester find data or resource that is not covered by the scope agreement of rules, scope agreement or rules of engagement? So, well, again, these are not documents. So it must be very clear that scope agreement or rules of engagement are not documents. That's because I use these terms in this question here because we haven't discussed the documents and document names yet. But if the pen tester find data or any resource that is not covered by the scope or the rules of engagement that's been determined, well, what could happen? So, for example, if we look at the possibility to get access to an original target, a specific target, from a specific subnet. However, this subnet is not covered in the agreement, or the opposite, the possibility to get access from that target to a specific subnet. And again, that subnet is not covered. So you see a situation where, as I previously mentioned, this possibility, you are focusing on a specific target, but to get access to that target, you see another possible route, another possible path. And that path is jump into another subnetwork. Or differently, you do get access to a target, and then from that target, you have the possibility to jump into another subnetwork. But either way, if that subnet is not covered in the agreement, if the pentester didn't discuss with the client whether he or she is allowed to get access to other resources, other devices, other networks, well, the problem is the client can actually sue you as a pen tester. Also, you as a pen tester make it very, very clear that downtime may occur. Devices that are being, that you're attempting, trying to hack, trying to find vulnerabilities, they may fail. So, for example, one tool that we're going to see is called Nessus. Nessus is a tool that performs passive attacks, but also active attacks. And there is a very high probability that active attacks, if the system that you're testing, pen testing, is vulnerable to a specific active attack, that system can crash. So it must be very clear. The pen tester must make it clear to the client, hey, if this is what you want me to do, you must know that there is a chance that if there is a vulnerability there, that system may crash. Now, what is acceptable? What are the systems that can crash? If they do, for how long can they go down? Maybe the client says, hey, only for 10 minutes. Okay, that's not possible, because if that system crashes, it may take more than 10 minutes. So all this must be very clear. All the possible scenarios must be detailed, must be precisely described. Now, for you as a pen tester, there is a bunch of resources that are taken for granted, that a bunch of pen testers, they don't care much, specifically because we tend to be very technical, very hands-on, and we want to sit down and start testing, start pen testing, trying to find vulnerabilities. But before we do that, we have to observe, drag our attentions to some resources that are very, very important and usually are taken for granted. First of all, documentation. So the company may have some XML-based systems. For example, it's using web services. Well, web services usually are XML-based. Nowadays, a bunch of systems are XML-based. Also, those systems may use some APIs. APIs usually are documented, just like XML files. They are documented. So that documentation may give you, as a pen tester, a bunch of information. Not only flaws, such as saying, okay, these are the input boxes, the text fields, the possible values. Not only that, but just describing how the API works, describing how that web service works will give you more information. And that's what a pen tester needs. A pen tester needs a lot of information. Same thing for SDK systems, internal systems. If there are internal systems, probably there's going to be documentation describing those systems. The internal employees that designed those systems or that system, they documented that system for sure, or at least they should have. The company will certainly have diagrams and configuration files. So all those documents are very, very useful. Access. So user accounts, whether even guest accounts, are important. Networks, physical environments, all these resources that are accessible or can be accessible is going to be very important. So gathering information about all that. What are the user accounts that I can find or that I have? What can they get access to? What are the networks? What are the physical environments? Is there just one single location? How can I get into that single location? If there are branches, how is the headquarters connected to those branches? And finally, budget. That's why I mentioned up here limited resources taken for granted. Budget is a very, very important resource that most of the times is limited and it must be analyzed. So the pen tester and the client, they must come into an agreement about their budget, what can be done, not only, but also in regards to how many hours at most we're going to have to spend here, but also, okay, if I find something, or if I see the possibility of finding something and we have to purchase a new software, we have to purchase a new product, a new device, or whatever that is, if this pen test, once again, causes a crash, for how long can your system stay down? Because it's going to generate some loss of revenue. So budget is very, very important, and this is the most limited resource that is taken for granted most of the times. So keep in mind that before actually executing any type of pen test, you have to first scope and plan. And the CompTIA PenTest Plus exam is very, very focused on that because they are focused on real world scenarios, realistic scenarios. Remember that you have to determine the rules of engagement. You have to sit down with your client and answer a bunch of questions, determine the limits, determine what is included, what is not included, what is going to be given to you, and very, very important, budget. I hope you enjoyed this video. Thank you very much. Hello, welcome to the continuation of our scoping and planning module. And another very important matter that we have to be aware of and we have to pay attention to when it comes to planning and scoping is the legalities, the laws, the regulations that involve pen testing. Now, it's common to work in countries where we don't have specific, actually most of the countries don't have specific laws or regulations for pen testing. However, there are some regulations that apply to pen testing. Although they are not specific, they apply to pen testing. And we have to be aware of those. Also, the CompTIA PenTest Plus exam is really concerned about the contracts or the documentation, the documents that involve a pen testing contract, a pen testing project. And that's what we're going to discuss here in this video. So basically, our focus is going to be the legal letter soup Actually, you're going to see a bunch of acronyms, three-letter acronyms most of the times. Well, first of all, we have what we know as the contract. So the contract, as you all know, it's just a document where the involved parties are describing what is supposed to be done, how it's supposed to be done. However, and also it may also have a timeline. However, it's not a very detailed document. So that is why we have the statement of work. SOW. So the statement of work is very similar to a contract. However, it has more details. It describes what is supposed to be done in details, when it's supposed to start, when it's supposed to end, if that's the case. How much it's going to cost. Each phase, the cost of each phase. So let's say that, and we're going to see one example here. So let's say that in this case, the pen tester is supposed to execute 5 or 6 different tasks. Each of those tasks will have a cost associated with it, or maybe not a cost, but a certain amount of hours that will be required in order to execute it. So basically, it's a contract with some more in-depth, detailed information. Now, we may also have, and that's not a requirement, we may also have the MSA, Master Services Agreement. And you may pay attention to this word here, master. Why is it called Master Services Agreement? And observe that this is not something specific to pen testing projects. But going back to the MSA, why is it called Master Services Agreement? Because usually the MSA is a document that describes services in general or specific services, but the description is broader. It's not very specific. For example, usually you're not going to see timeline being described in the MSA. So the MSA is basically, you can see it as a services template. It's a template document where usually the SO is going to make some references to the MSA. So for example, to make the statement of work simpler or shorter or easier to write and to agree upon, it will many times in many situations reference the MSA document. So to give you an example, let's say that we have an MSA that describes that when a pen test is performed, only a specific part of the network and only a set of devices can be tested, can be pen tested. Well, that's a generic statement or a generic rule of engagement, because it's valid to any pen test that is supposed to be performed. It doesn't matter whether this pen test is being executed in the year of 2015 or 2020 or 2025. If it's just a the semester, the pen test that is done in a semester, or whether it's the annual pen test, it doesn't matter. Those general rules are valid to any pen test. Obviously, if there is any kind of change, let's say, okay, now the company wants to allow another subnet to be pen tested as well. Okay, so if that's, once again, if that's general, if the company wants to include that subnet to be pen tested in any new pen test that occurs, then the MSA would be updated. If it's a subnet that is supposed to be tested by a specific pen test, then that should be mentioned in the statement of work. And we also have the non-disclosure agreement or confidentiality agreement. Usually it's treated as NDA, non-disclosure agreement, but you may also see confidentiality agreement. Especially in IT, it's more common to use NDA because we don't want to make any confusion with certificate authority. Well, the NDA is the document that describes what basically it says that the pen tester cannot publish or make any type of information public. If the pen tester can make anything public, the non-disclosure agreement must specify what can and what cannot be published or made public. And we also have so these are the main documents, more precisely the documents that the CompTIA PenTest Plus exam is going to demand. Now, the other one is the non-compete agreement. Personally, I didn't see any questions regarding the non-compete agreement. However, it may be covered in the CompTIA PenTest Plus exam. So the non-compete agreement is an agreement that an employee may have to sign, required by the employer, where the employee agrees with some metrics to avoid competition, to avoid the competition of, let's say, stealing the knowledge that employee acquired while working for the company that is currently employing this employee. So let's say that you work for company A, and that company A wants to make sure that you're not just going to go to another company based on salary or anything else. They want to make sure that whatever is the knowledge that you acquired while working for this company A for a certain period of time won't go to that other company. So they may make the employee sign a document that basically says, okay, counting from this date, and there must be a specific date, until this other specific date, which could be a time window of, let's say, 3 years, 5 years, whatever that is, then that employee cannot go to another company that works in the same field, in the same area, that is directly the same area, is directly a competitor. So, for example, we cannot have, if a Google's employee signs a non-compete agreement, that non-compete agreement would prevent this employee from moving from Google to Microsoft's Bing. So they're directly competitors, and that document prevents that from happening. Okay, so here's an example of a contract. So very simple, as you've probably seen before. So we have the description of services, then you have the date, and there is a description what is going to happen. But you can see here that although I illustrate this document as a contract, it's not just a simple contract. This is a statement of work. That's a SOW. How can I tell that? Well, basically, you can tell that because there is a detailed description here. There is a timeline. That's when it starts, that's when it's supposed to end. These are the tasks to be executed. That's how much each task is going to cost. And it will require this amount of hours to be done. In this case, this is not just a short-term contract. It's a long-term contract, but it's still a statement of work. Now, In this case, I can assure, because this is my contract, I signed it. So for this company, for this client, we didn't have a separate contract and a separate statement of work. And that is very common to see. Companies that they only do one document, just one SO. There are other companies that they do a contract, a generic contract, and a SO. And here is, for the same company, we have the non-disclosure agreement here. So you can see user agreement for non-disclosure or use of proprietary and confidential information. So this user agreement for non-disclosure or use of proprietary and confidential information agreement is entered into and is effective as of then. We have the date and the parts involved, and basically it says that the person that is being hired, which is the freelancer in this case, cannot disclose information that is acquired from their infrastructure or from their systems. Basically, that's what we see here. So we just saw two examples. One was a statement of work. The other one was a non-disclosure agreement. Now, pen testers must have some legal concerns. And the first question that must be answered, and that's just a question that you have to ask yourself as a pen tester: where are you all? And when I say you all, I mean the pen tester and the client, or maybe even you have to consider that the client may be in not only one single country or in one single state. So you can have a situation where you as a pen tester is located in Australia, the client's headquarters is in New York, and that company has branches all over the US in different states. And we may remember that the states of the United States are independent. They have their own laws, which means that in that case, if the pen test project involves the branches, involves the whole infrastructure, then it's going to be a very complex project, because the pen tester will have to know the laws and regulations involved and required, implemented by all those states, plus the pen tester's country, Australia. So you have to get to know the local and remote laws and regulations. Where are you? Where is the client? And the contract must also specify the jurisdiction, which means if something bad happens, if something goes not accordingly to what was specified in the contract, then we may have a lawsuit, for example. Okay, and to settle that problem, what is the jurisdiction? Usually it's the client's location, but again, it may get complex. You may have maybe the client has a headquarter, but the pen tester was hired to pen test not the headquarter, but some branches. So one branch is, let's say, in Illinois, another branch is in Florida. Okay, what's gonna happen in this case? Well, usually it's common to have separate contracts, because we have different laws for those states. So it's very, very important for the pen tester to be aware of the regulations of the locations involved in that project or projects. We also, in the previous video, we mentioned the types of assessment. And one of those types, at least the three most important types, and the three types that are required by the CompTIA PenTest Plus exam, which are the objectives or goals-based assessment, we also discussed the red team assessment and compliance-based assessment. That's an assessment that is supposed to be done to make sure that the company, the client, follows some requirements according to a specific institution. So, for example, I mentioned in the previous video that if it's a company that deals with healthcare, for example, a health insurance company, they must be HIPAA compliant. So they must follow a set of rules or requirements defined by HIPAA. Another one that is very common to most companies is the PCI, and it's spelled wrong here. It's not PIC, it's PCI. PCI DSS. So the PCI DSS standardized or defined some patterns that are supposed to follow for companies that perform credit card transactions. So that transaction, since it's happening online, what kind of encryption it's supposed to follow, or at least what's the encryption standard that is supposed to follow. How is that information, the client's information, going to be stored? Where is it going to be stored? If a client is not a client anymore, what is supposed to be done with that client's information? It's supposed to be destroyed. How is it supposed to be destroyed? If there is a database that is now going to be migrated to another location, what's supposed to be done with the former location or the former storage location? So all those definitions are set by PCI. So any company that makes credit card transaction must follow the PCI DSS standard. And here's a link to a document that actually defines how penetration testing must be performed when testing this kind of infrastructures. So actually, locations that do credit card transactions, they are obliged, they have to perform pen testing with a certain regularity. There is a frequency that they have to do it. There is some tests, pen tests that are supposed to be done. And this is a guidance that will tell you as a pen tester what is supposed to be done in order to make sure that company is PCI compliant. So, for example, some stuff that are defined there: password policies, data isolation, as I previously mentioned, and key management. These are just some of the criterias that are supposed to be defined in a company that perform credit card transactions, and also that is supposed to be tested by the pen tester when testing these type of companies to make sure that client is is PCI compliant. So we discussed here the legalities, the legal aspects for pen testers, what a pen tester is supposed to pay attention to before, during, and after a pen test project. So we saw that it's very important to know how to execute a pen test, specifically when you're executing a pen test that is focused in compliance-based assessment. And we also saw some documents, agreement documents, that are very important, especially when taking the CompTIA PenTest Plus exam. So I hope you enjoyed this class.
Hello, welcome to our third module in the CompTIA PenTest Plus exam. And in this module, we're going to discuss information gathering and enumeration. At least we're going to start discussing enumeration and the concepts involved in these two. We can say that these are two different steps. However, they seem a lot like each other because one actually completes the other. We can say that one is more generic, whereas the other one is more technical. So information gathering is more of a generic step, whereas enumeration is a more technical step, or at least you use more resources to try to find some more specific data, some more specific information. Okay, so first of all, we have to understand passive information gathering. Actually, we have two different types of information gathering. We have passive and active. Now, what is actually passive information gathering? Passive information gathering is also called open source intelligence information gathering, or OSINT. And what does that mean? The idea of open source here is not the same idea of open source as in software development. It's a different definition. Open source here stands for the idea of gathering information that is open, information that is not enclosed within that company's infrastructure. So, for example, if you can gather information from Google, for example, from a Google search, that is actually passive information gathering. That type of information is being gathered using open resources, not specifically open source, but open resources, because that information is publicly available. So that's where the idea of open comes from. So the idea of performing passive information gathering is to avoid direct contact with the organization's infrastructure. Now, why is that so important? You have to keep in mind that when you're performing active information gathering, and in many situations enumeration, there is a very high probability that the acts that you're performing, the activity that you're executing, can be detected by that target company, for example, or by that target person. And you want to avoid that. You don't want to maintain direct contact because you want to avoid being detected. You don't want your target to know that you are targeting that target, obviously. So where can you gather that type of information from? Well, public sources, for example, such as I mentioned, Google, Bing, any type of search engine. There are some cybersecurity search engines that are focused on cybersecurity and flaws. You can gather information from social media. There are so different types of locations where you can gather that information, that type of information from. And we're going to discuss that. Another type of resource that you can use in order to gather information passively is doing some search on public computer emergency response teams. Now, first, we have to understand, also because the exam demands you to know that concept. So first, you have to understand what a CERT is, a computer emergency response team is. So imagine a situation where you are the cybersecurity analyst or cybersecurity engineer of a company. And although you deploy with your team, you deploy all different types of cybersecurity resources in order to avoid your system from being hacked. Even with that, it happens. It could happen. So let's assume that your infrastructure has been compromised. What are you going to do now? Now, ideally, each company should have a CERT, should have a Computer Emergency Response Team. What is that all about? The idea of a CERT is to, once is a system or an infrastructure is compromised, that must be detected. Once it's detected, what are we going to do? So the CERT team is responsible for doing a bunch of stuff, but mainly on documenting what just happened. So a CERT team is a team that is responsible for writing procedures to define, okay, in case this happens, what are we going to do? So these are the steps. Well, if it's a new situation and we don't have any procedure to treat that specific situation, we're going to analyze what happened, and then we're going to document what happened so we can gather people together and say, hey, so next time that this happens, if it does, this is what we're going to do, because this is what we're going to do now. Okay, so that's what a CERT is. Now, there are some public CERT teams. What does that mean? That means that there are some public data about situations that actually happened and how to respond to those occurrences. The thing is, there are some CERTs that they actually make available information about companies. So that is another type of resource that you can use. Now, what kind of information can you gather from a passive information gathering? Domain, public IP range. So even just doing a Google search, it's possible to figure out what is the IPs that a company is using. There's also another resource, which is Whois, that will check for a domain, and it can actually tell you the IP addresses that company uses, at least the public ones. Email accounts, as you know, physical location, and that is very important. A lot of people take it for granted, but knowing the physical location and also the physical environment of a target is very important. Gather information about staff. Metadata. First of all, you have to understand what a metadata is, but it's not difficult to understand. Basically, a file has data. Now, you also have information of a file, data of a data. That is the metadata. For example, let's say that you created a file 7 days ago, and you created that file using your personal computer. So if you look at the metadata of that file, it's going to say the creation date, the date it's been modified for the last time, who created that file, what computer was used to create that file. So there is a bunch of information that is available about data. Now, what about the active information gathering or active reconnaissance, or simply reconnaissance? So reconnaissance is a step where you're still trying to gather information, but if it's active, you're actually deploying some tools that will maintain direct contact with that target's infrastructure or that target's information. But this information is hosted by that client in such a way that the client, not the client, but the target can actually know that you are performing that type of reconnaissance. So, for example, hosts, similarly to the passive information gathering phase, where you can also gather information about hosts, this type of information here is being gathered from the target's infrastructure. So you're actually connecting to their infrastructure to see What are the hosts that we have available within their infrastructure? And it can be desktops, it can be laptops, it can be servers, it can be devices such as routers, switches, hotspots, Wi-Fi hotspots. What are the services that are running? What are the versions of those services? What are the ports that are open, which usually is associated with services, but usually not necessarily. Back in the day, you could establish a relation between service and port. So if a specific port is open, that means there's that specific correlated service, and vice versa. That's not necessarily true nowadays. You can have services running in different ports. You actually have services that they use random ports. Operating system. What are the operating systems running in those devices? And also the topology. Now, how can all of this be done? There are different tools that will help you to do this. So let me just give you, and we're going to take a look at some of those tools, but let me just give you an example, a very famous and common tool, Nmap. Nmap is basically capable of identifying all these information that we can see here. Services, versions, software version, open ports, operating system, and actually building the topology for you. Zenmap is a tool that will help you a lot to do that. So, but what is the difference here? The difference is that Nmap, for example, is actually going to directly connect to, let's say, the router, the gateway, the company's gateway, in order to gather all that information. And then you have enumeration. Now, how does enumeration differ from information gathering? Well, actually, enumeration is also part of information gathering, but it's different from reconnaissance. Reconnaissance is a phase that we're just trying to recognize the resources available to that company. Now, in the enumeration phase, you are actually trying to find some more specific information, such as user accounts, group accounts available in their system. Well, because if you're trying to, for example, if you are willing to brute force in a system, if you're trying to use you will try to use a software that will use user and password in order to, for example, establish a SSH connection. Well, if you already have the user accounts, the valid user accounts in their systems, that's going to help you a lot, because now your tool will only have to guess the password but not the user. Same thing for groups. Same thing for email accounts. Yes, that's true. You can gather some email accounts, for example, from the company's website, but you can gather even more information, more email accounts, if you can extract that information from their system. So here we're looking into more specific, detailed information. Same thing for social data. So let's say that a company, they have their own Facebook profile. Okay, but that Facebook profile is the company's Facebook profile. And you can also gather some information about the CEO, about the president, that kind of stuff. But from social media, you can also gather information about the staff. Okay, who is the director assistant? That type of information maybe is not available in their website, but if you can find that person's name, then you can probably gather some information from that person's social media or social medias. And also fingerprinting. Now, again, fingerprinting can be performed during the reconnaissance phase, but if it's a more specific fingerprint, then it's done during the enumeration phase. Let me give an example. Going back to using Nmap. If you're using Nmap to, let's say, figure out the ports that are open, okay, that's during the reconnaissance phase. But if you're trying to figure out some more detailed information about that router, for example, what's the operating system that is running, what kind of firmware that is running, what are the software versions, these type of and what is the MAC address of that specific node. So when you gather some specific information, specific device information, that's called fingerprinting. And fingerprinting is done during the enumeration phase. So it's similar to having some of these different data, such as versions, ports, operating systems, but putting them together, then you're having the fingerprint, because you can have different devices with the same ports and the same services running, but you're not going to have, at least ideally, you won't have different devices with the same ports, same services, and same MAC address, for example, from the same vendor. So that combination of information will give you a fingerprint, will uniquely identify that device. So understanding the difference between enumeration, reconnaissance, or active information gathering and passive information gathering is very important. Why? Because this is going to actually be the very first step that you're going to execute before targeting or actually deploying an attack. Before you deploy an attack, you have to gather as much information as you can, because this is going to filter your options. This will actually give you the options that you have. Like I mentioned, if you have user accounts, then you can filter the types of attacks that you're going to run. You can actually reduce the attack attempt, for example, in a brute force attack. If you know the services, you can avoid, hey, I have this, let's say that I have this list of tools that I can use in order to perform an attack. But hey, if I don't have the information that I need in order to send emails, because I don't have enough email accounts, I'm not going to do this. So that's why it's very important to perform these steps. So I hope you like this, and I'll see you in our next video. And our next video is going to be the video where we will see different tools in order to perform tools or resources in order to perform passive information gathering, active information gathering, and enumeration. Thank you very much.
Hello, welcome to our second video in Module 3, and our focus, just to remind you, our focus in this module is to learn how to perform information gathering, both passive and active information gathering, as well as enumeration. It's difficult to perform each of these tasks separately. Most of the times they walk together, they hold hands, because it's a continuation. You're not actually going to differentiate whether you're performing passive information gathering, active information gathering, or enumeration. Basically, what you want to do is to gather information. Now, you have to know the techniques, the proper techniques that you should use in order to achieve that goal. So we discussed in our previous video, we discussed the meaning of each of these techniques, what you are actually doing. Here, we're going to actually see some resources that we have available in order to achieve this goal. So first of all, we want to take a look at the EDGAR website. So, and this is the URL, sec.gov/edgar/search/edgar/company search. Now, what is EDGAR? EDGAR is a project from the US Securities and Exchange Commission that will allow you to search for information about people and mostly companies, as you can see over here. So you can either search for someone's name or a company's name. Most of the times, you're going to be looking for a company's name. Now, what kind of information can you find here? Mostly financial information, although not only that, but mostly financial information. And you may tend to think, why would I want to gather some financial information? Well, because that can give you an idea of how well that company is doing, what types of clients they're dealing with, how big that company is, this kind of stuff. So as you already know, all types of information that you can gather will help you. So let me give you an example. If you take a look at the financials of a company, and obviously this is not a detailed financial description, but at least it can give you an idea of, for example, how big that company is. Well, if your target is a company that is very large, there is a very high probability that their staff is also large. They have many employees, which means that performing some social engineering may be easier. And why would that be? Well, because you can try, for example, to call the company saying, hey, I'm John from IT. Well, since the company has so many employees, that person that you are calling may not know John. And that person may think, okay, I don't know John from IT, but that's because we have so many employees and I can't remember, I don't know everybody. Whereas in a small company, the chances of doing that reduces a lot. Okay, so let's take a look at how EDGAR works. Actually, it's pretty simple, as all of the tools that we have here are simple as well. So let's just pick a company name. And let's say Netflix, okay? When you type a company name, it will search on the fly for all companies that have that string. Okay, so probably this one, Netflix Inc. Let me click there and let's see what we have. Oh, okay, so we have here Netflix Inc., right? What this company does, so it's a services videotape rental company. It's located in California, and that's the company name. You have the business address. So just by looking at this here, you can already gather some information. Now, we have to remember that we have the white box methodology, the gray box methodology, and the black box methodology. If your client is allowing you to have access to a bunch of information. So if the methodology here or the pen test that is being performed is a white box, obviously you don't need EDGAR. Now, if it's a black box, you have almost no information about that company. So just by doing this type of search here, you can already gather some information. And down here, you have a bunch of documents that were filed by that company to EDGAR, to the US Securities and Exchange Commission. So you can go through some of these documents and they will help you get an idea of about that company. It will give you more information. Okay, another very, very resourceful, very useful website, and this is just one of those websites, but what matters is the protocol. And this protocol is called WHOIS. And this is just one example of a whois website. There are so many, and it may vary according to the country as well. So for example, in the United States, you have several websites that perform whois. But if you're in, let's say, Australia, probably there is another company that is, or a government institution that takes care of the whois protocol. Now, what is whois? Whois search, domain name, website, and IP tools. What does it actually do? And you can see it right here. See website information. So once again, let's search for the same company, Netflix.com. Okay, let's do it a little bit different this time. Let's search for Microsoft.com. And I'll perform the search here. Okay, so here we see Microsoft.com. We have some register info, which usually is not that helpful, but if we scroll down, then we can gather some more information here. So name servers, these are the domain name servers that are responsible for that domain, Microsoft.com. So they have 4 domain name servers. And here, this is what is actually even more important, although this is important as well, because from here you can know how many DNS servers that domain has and what their domain servers are. But down here, down below, here is where you have the most important information. Okay, now I know the company's name, I know where it's located, I have the phone number, I have an email that I can try to contact, or I can even use this account here to perform. This is an example of enumeration, right? Now you have some specific information about that domain. Now, this is the registrant contact information. What about the administrative contact information? In this case, they're all the same, but there are situations where you have different people or different companies. For example, someone is responsible to admin the domain registration, the domain name registration, up here, registrant contact information, but the company has a separate administration. And also, regarding technical issues, this is the person that should be contacted. Let's say a website is offline. Okay, so I should have the contact of the technical person responsible for that. So again, you're just gathering information and filtering the type of information that is actually going to be helpful for you. Okay, now observe that here we were also able to gather some technical information, right? So these are the domain name servers, and these are their IP addresses. From here, I can either start performing some active information gathering or reconnaissance. We're not going to do this now, but this is an important information that we may use in the future during the reconnaissance phase and even during enumeration. Now, since we're still in the passive information gathering phase, we have to remember that the passive information gathering phase is done by executing techniques and resources that will not directly connect that domain servers, machines, active devices. So if I try, for example, to actively scan this IP address, I will be moving to the reconnaissance phase. That's not what I want to do so far. So far, the only thing that I want to do is to still work on the passive information gathering. But there are some tools that I can use according to this information that I have here. For example, we have some tools here, such as host. Let's say host www.microsoft.com, and we could do this on this IP here as well, or this name here. But let's just take a look at Microsoft.com, the web server. Now, what can I see when I use the host command? Okay, I can see that the machine called www that resides in the Microsoft.com domain is actually an alias for another machine that is in the edgekey.net domain. Now, it's a subdomain. Microsoft is a subdomain residing within that other infrastructure there. And actually this edge domain www.microsoft.com-c-3.edgekey.net is an alias for another machine. So now here I can follow their structure of names to the end, to the very end, where I can see that machine actually has this IP address here. Oh, and this is also another very important information. That server actually has IPv6 address as well. Something that we'll talk about later on. Now, still working on domain names, another command that I have available, and actually we have many, but another one is dig. So, for example, the same result that I could gather here, I searched for Microsoft.com and it showed me, okay, these are their domain name servers. I can actually use dig whenever I want to work with domain names. So here I'm using Google's domain name server, at least one of those. So you use the @ to specify the domain name server that you want to use, to consult, to talk to. And I want to ask Google's domain name server about this other domain here, Microsoft.com. And what I want to ask is, what are the DNS servers of this domain right here? And I perform this search and we can actually see that this information here match with this information right here. It's just another DNS search. Now, something very interesting about dig is that you can perform any type of search when it's related to domain names. For example, instead of using NS, I can use MX, which stands for Mail Exchange. And when I do that, I am actually going to see that this domain's Mail Exchange or SMTP server is this one right here. Microsoft-com.mail.protection.outlook.com. I can see generic information about this domain, which is going to be very similar to performing a whois. There it is. So there are several tools that are very helpful. Now, I saw here, right here, for example, that Microsoft.com has this IP address right here, at least the web server, 104.115.148.63. And let's say that I want to know where this is. There are ways of searching for a geographical location, but this is not the moment, especially because when we used Edgar, for example, or even the whois, I was told that this company is in Redmond. Okay, now I don't want to know the geographical location, but I want to know the digital path to where this website resides. For that, I have the traceroute command. So here, I can see that from my machine to the location of that destination, this is where I'm going through, right? And in many situations, you may have some asterisk, as you can see here. That means that it's taking too long. It could time out. That was not the case here. But if it works, you're going to see step by step from your machine to that destination what are the servers or routers that are being used to establish that path. Now, most important thing here is to realize it's not actually the initial steps, leaving from my machine to the destination, but the last steps. Based on the last steps, I will be able to gather more information about their infrastructure, such as what is the ISP they're using. And once it enters their domain, their infrastructure domain, how many steps do I have to go through until I reach that server? But what is important here is msn.net. Starting from here, I can see that I enter the Microsoft network, which is a very, very complex infrastructure. So if this was my target, from here I would know, hey, okay, I'm gonna have a lot of work to do, but at least I also have many resources because I have many devices. It's a complex infrastructure. It gives you more options. So let me hit Ctrl+C here. Now, we've seen some tools that are very useful when performing passive information gathering. And another very helpful tool that we have available is the harvester. Now you can see here that I have my Kali Linux instance running here. It's very important that you have a Linux operating system running while doing this course, while training for the CompTIA PenTest Plus exam. And I would advise you to use Kali Linux. If you want to use, let's say, Slackware, if you want to use Debian, if you want to use CentOS, that's perfectly fine. The problem is you're going to have some additional steps while installing those tools. Kali Linux is a Linux operating system that already brings you many pen testing tools. Okay, so regarding the harvester is a tool that will help you search for information on different types of sources. For example, if I want to search for information about people that work at LinkedIn or that did some courses using LinkedIn, any type of association with LinkedIn. For example, I want to try to gather information of people that work at Netflix. Well, if people that work at Netflix, professionally speaking, they should have a profile in LinkedIn. So what could I do? I could perform that type of search. But first, let's take a look at the harvester's help. Observe here that you have a bunch of information. So this is how the syntax goes, okay? And we first have an introduction here. Table results already exists. That's because I already performed a search. But okay, some information about the harvester here. Then I have a bunch of options, and what we want to take a look at here is, let's say right here. I use -d to specify the domain name that I want to search for. Well, if you want to, it doesn't have to be a domain name. It can just be a string, let's say Netflix without .com. And I want to perform that search in this database here, this company's database, LinkedIn. These are the databases where I can perform that search. You even have all here that will actually run that search in all these databases right here. Obviously, it's going to take a very long time. So if I perform this type of search here, what is it going to do? It will search for people in LinkedIn that are at some point associated with Netflix. They mention Netflix in their profile at some point. So that's how you can use the harvester. Also a very resourceful tool. Also a tool that you should use to perform passive reconnaissance. So I hope you enjoyed this video. Please go back and take a look at those websites, the resources that you have available in order to perform passive information gathering. See you in our next video. Thank you. Welcome to our third video of Module 3, where we're studying passive and active information gathering. Now, the focus of this video is going to see some additional tools that we can use in order to perform active information gathering or reconnaissance. Now, keep in mind that these tools, they're supposed to directly contact the infrastructure used by that specific target. This means that there are some steps here that can be detected. Although there are some techniques, and we're going to discuss that throughout the course, there are some techniques that you can use in order to avoid that detection. But keep in mind that there is a possibility that you get detected during this phase. So you have to try to avoid that. You don't want to be detected. Okay, now, what is the first tool that we have to take a look at? And this is a very famous tool. If you've ever watched any film, any movie that has at some point is involved with IT, specifically cybersecurity, there is a very high probability that you saw this tool in that movie. If you saw a hacker in a movie, there's a very high probability that the tool that was being displayed there was this tool called Network Mapper or Nmap. Now, what does this tool do? Let's take a look here at the most important options. Okay, so Nmap, that's the version that I'm using here. Oh, by the way, once again, you have to have a Linux instance running. I advise you to use Kali Linux. And Nmap comes natively in any Kali Linux distribution. Okay, so usage, Nmap, and then the scan type. This tells you a lot. So that's what this tool does, or at least that's what this tool was designed for. This tool was designed to perform network mapping, specifically host scanning, port scanning, and network scanning. What does that mean? That means that this tool was designed to allow you to say whether a host is alive, and if it's alive, what are the ports that are running. And you can also perform these tasks, these analysis against entire networks, actually entire different networks. It doesn't have to be a specific host, a specific IP address. So as you can see here, you can pass host names, IP addresses, networks, etc. So some examples here, a domain name with a CIDR notation, one specific IP address, or a range of IP addresses, just to name a few examples. Now, I mentioned that initially this tool was designed with this goal, but it changed, it evolved a lot during a period of time throughout the years. So for example, you can do stuff such as trace route. You can use Nmap to trace route the path between you, the source, and that destination. And you can just keep enhancing and enhancing and enhancing this reconnaissance to a phase where you can run scripts. So Nmap allows you to run a script, invoke a script,
and that script can do a bunch of stuff. Well, it's up to you. You are developing that script. Okay, there are some scripts that are available, so you can just tell Nmap, hey Nmap, I have this script here. It's been written in Lua, so you can use this script. This is a very powerful, but at the same time, very dangerous resource. Why? Because you can use Nmap not only to run scans, but also to check for vulnerabilities. And the problem about checking for vulnerabilities is that there are some vulnerability analysis that will actually execute an attack. And if that target is susceptible to that attack, well, it's going to work. So you may even crash that target. So you have to be very, very careful in that sense. Now, a very important information here. The CompTIA PenTest Plus exam demands you to know a bunch of options that you have available in Nmap. Obviously, it doesn't require you to know all of them, but at least the most important ones. And we're going to talk about these ones over here. Okay, now, before we actually start, let's just take a look at the very simplistic usage of Nmap. Nmap, and this is my router's IP address. Okay, let me run that. So I can see that my host is up, and it has all these ports here, either open or filtered. So port 22, that's SSH, but there is one limitation here when we run this type of scan. Well, actually there is a bunch of limitations, but just one limitation that we can identify here. It's associating the port number with a service, okay? That is because the Linux system has a file which is the /etc/services file. And what this file does, it's basically a text file that is used as a database associating port number with service. But you may very well have port 22 running HTTP, for example. That's not a standard, but you can do it. There are ways of using Nmap to identify that. So make sure you don't associate the port number with the service. Don't rely on this type of information because it could be wrong. Okay, so port 22 is filtered. It's open, but it's filtered. That means that that host, in this case, my firewall, my gateway, is filtering that port. It's limiting the type of access to port 22. Port 80, on the other hand, is fully open. Well, obviously, if this web server here is performing authentication, that's another thing, but that's a application limitation, an application resource. And here we're analyzing either layer 3 network, internet, or layer 4. I also have port 139, which is filtered, this port here, which is open, and this other port, which is filtered. So this is a very simple scan that you can run using Nmap. Okay, now, obviously, we want to enhance that, and that's why we're going to take a look at some of the important options or switches that we have available with Nmap. Okay, so -i, lowercase I, uppercase L, input file name. In case you have so many hosts or networks or networks that you want to scan, maybe you probably don't want to list that in the command line. You want to put those addresses, names, network addresses in a file.
Well, because if you want to run it again, or if you want to add more information, more data, you can just add it to that file. You don't want to retype in the console. Dash, lowercase I, uppercase R, and the number of hosts. This number of hosts, so Nmap will randomly pick IP addresses and listing that, picking that specific number of hosts. Okay, now host discovery, and you have different switches here. For example, if you just want to say whether the host is available or not, you can disable port scan. You can simply run a ping scan. And so the number of options here continue, but we're gonna go down to the most important ones. And this is one of the important sections that you have. And you can observe, by the way, you can observe that the Nmap help tool, help page, is divided in sections, okay? So options, switches that you can use in order to specify target, how to define the discovery. Now, the scan techniques go here. Dash S, S, dash S. Capital T, dash S, A, dash SW, dash SM, and here you have their explanation. TCP SYN, that's dash lowercase s, uppercase capital S. This is the stealth. S stands for, the second S, capital S, stands for the stealth mode. So whenever you're using the dash lowercase s, you're defining a scan technique. And now the technique, the specific technique, comes as a capital letter after the lowercase s. Okay, so capital S stands for stealth mode, T, and then you have all the other options. T stands for connect, A, ACK, and then you have the other options. Now, among these options here, what is important? And this is actually default. The lowercase s, uppercase s, that's the stealth mode. This is a type of port scan where you're trying to avoid detection. You're trying to avoid that system to realize, hey, there's a port scan happening over here. Another very important switch is the capital U, UDP scan. That's because by default, Nmap does not scan UDP ports, only TCP ports. So dash S dash capital U will also run a capital a UDP scan. We also have the scans that will work on the TCP flags that you have. For example, if you want to perform a Christmas scan, if you want to perform a FIN scan, or a TCP no, these are the options. So just to give you an idea, in case you don't remember the TCP flags, if we run a dash lowercase s capital F scan, we're running a FIN. What does that do? That TCP segment that is being sent to the destination will have FIN enabled. Well, what does that do? It can, you're gonna get a response only if there is only if that port is actually open. Now, the difference is that destination host will see, hey, I'm receiving a FIN to my port, let's say port 80. If that port is closed, it's not going to do anything. But if that port is open, it's actually going to say, hey, port 80 is open, but we're trying to finalize a connection, but there is no connection available. So it's just another different way of realizing, detecting whether that port is open or not. but making it harder for that destination, that target, to detect that port scan that you are running right there. Continue, let's take a look at some other options that we have available. Now we're going to move on to port specification and scan order. Now, in case you don't want to scan the default ports that will range from 1 to approximately 55,000 ports, you can specify, hey, this is the port that I want to scan, or these are the ports that I want to scan. For example, I can run -p22. Okay, I only want to scan port 22. Or you can specify a range. Hey, I want to scan from port 1 to 65,535. And you can actually specify according to the transport protocol. So let's remember, if we don't specify, if we don't use the -s U, capital U option, it will not scan for UDP ports. But let's say that you want to specify a range of ports, but there is different port types. For example, ports 53, 111, 137 are UDP ports. Now 21 through 25, 80, 139, 80, 80 are TCP ports. So you can do that kind of combination. You can also specify the -F option, which runs the scan in a fast mode. So scan fewer ports than the default scan. So it will only scan from 1 to 1024. Now, another very important option here. Now we go to service or versioning detection. S, lowercase s, capital V. Probe open ports to determine service version info. So this is the option that you can use in order to avoid this problem right here. So remember when we talked about, hey, there is a chance that, for example, port 22 is open, but it's not running as the SSH service. It's running any other service, okay? If you want to actually ask Nmap to try to identify, hey Nmap, if you say port open, please try to actually identify the actual service. So that's this option right here. Not only the service, but also the software version. So let's say that there is port 80 is open. Okay, that means that it's a web server. But is it really? If it is, it's going to tell you, hey, this is a web server, and also, as far as I can detect, the web server that is running here is, let's say, Apache, whatever version that is. Now, moving forward, script scan, and this is where I mentioned that you can actually ask Nmap to run scripts with the -- script option, and you can then identify the script that you want it to use in order to perform that scan. So it's not only going to run a port scan, but it's also going to execute that script. Now, what does that script do? Well, it depends. There are different scripts that you have available, and you can create your own. Just remember that you have to create those scripts in the Lua language. And does that script require arguments? If it does, then you can use -that script -args, and then the arguments here separated by comma. Another very important option that you have to know is the -O. Enable OS detection. There are some situations that you're not actually very concerned about the ports that are open, you just want to perform a fingerprint. So you can use the -O option. It's going to tell you, hey, this device is up and the operating system that is running here is a Windows 10, for example. Now, it doesn't mean that it's going to be precise, it's going to be accurate, but it will try to do such. Timing and performance. One other important option that you have is the -T option with a number that ranges from 0 to 5. Set timing template. Higher is faster. So this is how fast this scan is gonna run. Okay? And you have some other options here that you should look at those, but -T4, for example, is one option that you should know when you take the CompTIA PenTest Plus exam. Now, also very important options here, and let me go back here. Firewall IDS evasion, and we're going to discuss that, evasion and spoofing. We're going to discuss that in other modules that are to come, but these are, so that means that we're going to use Nmap in the future again. Actually, you're going to use Nmap several different times. But these are options that will help you perform port scan or even running scripts at the same time evading detection and performing spoofing. Okay, so for example, if you want to spoof the source address, you can use the -S option with that IP address. If you want to spoof your MAC address, then you can use --spoof-MAC and then the MAC address. Now, regarding the output, there are different ways of displaying the results. So for example, this is the default right here. But you have different ways of displaying that. For example, if you want, you can display in XML and even HTML, several different formats. Now, another very important option is -v. It will increase the verbosity, the information, the debugging that you will see. So, as you can see, you just increase the number of V's to get more information. Similarly to -D, you increase the number of D's. And continuing. Okay, now some miscellaneous options here, very important options. If you want to scan a IPv6 IP, you have to use the -6 option. Now, another very resourceful option is the -A. It does a bunch of stuff at the same time. So it enables OS detection, which is the -O option, version detection, which is the -S_V. It runs script scanning and it runs traceroute all at the same time. And here you have some examples. So let's just run maybe 2 or 3 other examples here. Okay, so let me clear the screen here and let's run it. Now, obviously, it may take a while because it depends on the number of ports, and especially if you're running more options to get more details, such as -O to fingerprint and -S_V to get the versions, then there is more debugging to be performed here. Okay, so port 22, it could not identify the version, but it could identify the service. It is SSH indeed. Port 80, it's running a micro HTTP web server, which I've never heard of, but that's what we have there. Port 5431, that's TCP, It's open, the service UPnP, and that is the version of the software that is running. Now, since I'm fingerprinting, I'm not only getting the operating system as we can see here, but I can gather some other additional information, such as the MAC address. It's running a Linux, either version kernel 3 or 4, and it's a OS CPU. CPE. What does that tell me? That tells me that this is indeed a modem, because that's what a CPE is. And how far it is? Oh, that's just one hop away. Okay. Now, what if I perform the -A option, but I also want to use -U? Okay, so let's take a look at the result that we're going to get there. Now, once again, a lot of information to be gathered here, many details, so it may take a while. And we could simply specify some ports. So we're going to do that next. In the meantime, let me open another terminal here. And let's take a look at another option. So here I'm using the -P with 53 because I only want to scan port 53, and this is a UDP port. So, and this is Google's DNS server, one of their DNS servers. Okay, so the host is up and that port is open. We could see how fast this was. What if I run the same scan without this option right here? Oh, okay, so two different situations here. Before, I could see that 53 UDP is open. Now I can see 53 TCP is open. So you can see the difference here. If I don't specify SU, then I will run that type of port scan, but it's going to only look for a TCP port, not UDP. Okay? And here I could see, okay, in this case I have the same port number, 53, open both using TCP and using UDP, which is not uncommon, especially when we talk about the DNS protocol, the domain service protocol. That's because usually it uses UDP just to resolve names and TCP to perform zone transfers. Okay, so these are some options that we were looking at, whereas that scan still runs, it's still running that scan. It takes a very long time, especially because I'm using the -SU option right here. Now, continuing, while this is still running, we're going to move forward and take a look at another tool. Another very important tool that we have available, it can be very resourceful, is Telnet. You can even use NCAT as well. So NCAT gives you more power, but we're going to use NCAT in another netcat in another situation, which is the NC command. Right now, let's just take a look at the telnet command. So telnet was initially used to simply perform a remote connection. That was many years ago, where you wouldn't use encryption. Nowadays you have SSH, actually not even SSH is new, but nowadays you don't use telnet to perform remote access anymore. You use SSH because it allows you to perform remote access using encryption. Okay, now
why do we have to understand Telnet, know how to use Telnet nowadays? Because it's a debugging tool. It ended up becoming a debugging tool. Debugging how? Okay, let's say that I want to see whether a port is open. And, well, you could use Nmap to do that. That's true. But also, what if I want to not only see if that port is open, but also whether I can establish a connection or not? Even more, if you can establish a connection, if you can speak that protocol language, each protocol has its own language. If you can speak that protocol language, then you can do and perform an entire connection and conversation using Telnet. Okay, let's take a look at an example. So let me Telnet my modem in port 80, because by default Telnet uses port 23. Obviously, it's not enabled anymore. It's a dangerous protocol. But I'm going to connect to port 80, and that's where we could see here that is where the HTTP protocol is. Okay, so escape character is and connected. So I can see it here that I was able to connect not only to that server, but to that server's port 80. Now, if I'm connected to port 80, whatever I do here, I have to speak HTTP. For example, HTTP works using some actions, what they call actions or operations. Let's use the GET operation. Okay, so HTTP and I got that response. Well, bad request because I didn't authenticate. I would have to know how to authenticate using the HTTP protocol language, which I don't, especially because this performs hashes. It's an authentication program. But I can see the HTTP result here. What does that tell me? Okay, let's take a look at what we have here. We are gathering more information about this HTTP server. So that's why you should know how to use Telnet, because you can not only check whether that port is open, but you can connect, you can establish a communication, and you can even gather more information. Now, you can see here that our Nmap is still running, so I'm going to fast forward. Okay, so finally, after a very long period of time, our scan is done. Now, the reason why it took such a long time is because UDP scan can be very tough because it's not connection oriented. So it's when we run a UDP scan trying to identify the service and version, it can be very difficult. Okay, so here's the result. I have ports 5353 UDP open, 49181 UDP, although it's listed but it shows closed. That's because it wasn't able to identify that service. Now again, it's not connection oriented, and that's the service that it was capable of identifying on port 5353. So we saw here so many different options that we have available when using Nmap, a bunch of stuff that we can use together. We also have to know how to use Telnet. Now, another tool that we're going to look at in another opportunity in a following module, but it's also very important to know that you have this tool. Actually, two tools available are Wireshark and TCP dump. Basically, TCP dump, Wireshark is a graphical version of TCP dump. Now, what does these two tools do? And they can be used to gather information, to perform reconnaissance, information gathering, even enumeration. Well, these two tools, they are nothing more than packet scanners or
sniffers, packet sniffers. What they do is they will try to gather the packets, fetch the packets that are flowing through your network interface. So the interface is always receiving packets. What these tools are going to do is they are actually going to catch those packets, read them, open them for you, and show you their content. So there is also some additional information that you can gather from these tools. So in this video, we saw some tools that we have available to technically deploy information gathering. I hope you enjoyed this video. Thank you very much. Hello, welcome to our fourth module, and here we're going to focus on vulnerability scans. Now, this module will be divided into two different steps, two different phases. The first one, a mostly theoretical phase, will focus on vulnerability management. So in vulnerability management, we have to understand the steps that are required in order to identify a vulnerability and how to manage that vulnerability in case these vulnerabilities are found. Now, before any vulnerability scan is actually performed, we first have to identify whether the client or your company has a regulatory environment, which means, is it a company that deals with type of data that has to be compliant with any regulatory organization? So, for example, we previously mentioned a few regulatory companies, institutions, and one that is very well known, very famous, is HIPAA. So again, just to remember, HIPAA stands for Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act. And we also have another one called Gramm-Leach-Bliley Act. Now, HIPAA is an act that actually defines many regulations in regards to health insurance companies and health information, whereas the Gramm-Leach-Bliley Act determines some regulations in regards to bank transactions. Now, why is it important to identify if a client's environment is a regulatory environment? Because these regulatory institutions, they may require pen tests to be performed. In some situations, such as HIPAA and GLBA, they don't actually specifically say that pen tests must be executed. However, they regulate how data must be handled. Well, if they regulate how data must be handled, therefore there is a pressing need for pen tests to be executed. However, we must keep in mind that they do not specifically determine that pen tests are to be executed. So they do not specifically require vulnerability scans. On the other hand, there are some other regulatory institutions, such as PCI DSS, which is the Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard, and the Federal Information Security Management Act, that do specifically require vulnerability scans to be performed. They may define the frequency in which these scans are to be executed, or they may only give some broader information. So let's take a look at those. So first of all, both of them, both PCI DSS and FISMA, they regulate how data must be handled, and they regulate periodicity of vulnerability scans, which is to be included in the vulnerability management program. So that is another nomenclature that you're going to see in the CompTIA PenTest Plus exam, vulnerability management program. That's a program that the pen tester must build, or the company must specifically have. Not only the pen tester have to execute it, but the company must have a vulnerability management program. It's a documentation dictating how vulnerabilities are supposed to be managed. Now, the PCI DSS states that the vulnerability management program must include internal and external vulnerability scans. There is a difference, there may be a difference between frequencies. So at least a quarterly scans and after significant changes executed by qualified personnel. What does it mean? That means that scans are supposed to be performed, pen tests are supposed to be performed every 3 months. Now, if a significant vulnerability is found during those pen tests, another scan is supposed to be performed right after addressing those significant vulnerabilities. That means that, let's say that the first scan is executed in January and no significant vulnerability is found. Well, the second one is supposed to be performed in April. If something significant is found in April, then that vulnerability must be addressed as soon as possible. And once it's addressed and fixed, another scan is supposed to be executed. The company is not supposed to wait until, in this case, in this example, until July to run another scan. Also, it must be executed by qualified personnel. High-risk vulnerabilities must be addressed and scans must be executed right after action, as previously mentioned. External scans must be executed by approved scanning vendors, or ASV. Now, ASVs can be found and must be registered by NIST. So in the NIST website, there is a list of approved scanning vendors. A company that performs credit card transactions, they must be compliant to the PCI DSS, which means that they must run vulnerability scans with these periodicities as defined here, as shown here, and it must be executed by approved scanning vendors. Now, in regards to FISMA, scans for vulnerabilities in the information system and hosted applications. And this can be found in their website. So on their website, you're going to see that it requires scans for vulnerabilities in the information system and hosted application. Assignment: organization-defined frequency and or randomly in accordance with organization-defined process, and when new vulnerabilities potentially affecting the system applications are identified and reported. So you can see here that the frequency is not defined. However, it specifically says that once vulnerabilities are found, they must be addressed and another scan must be executed. By the way, FISMA is a requirement, a regulation in regards to security to all government American government institutions. Employs vulnerability scanning tools and techniques that facilitate interoperability among tools and automated parts of the vulnerability management process by using standards for, let's say those standards, enumerating platforms, software flaws, and improper configurations. So FISMA is a bit different because it also determines the types of tools that must be used. The pentest must use tools that will enumerate platforms, identify software flaws, and identify improper configurations. Formatting checklists and test procedures. So not only execute, but a checklist of test procedures must follow the pentest. Measuring vulnerability impact. So the impact of vulnerability must be measured. And we are going to actually discuss that in a following module, module 5 actually, in which we will understand and learn how to measure the impact of a vulnerability based on a number. Analyzes vulnerability scan reports and results from security control assessments. So not only execute, but also analyze reports. Remediates legitimate vulnerabilities. Assignment. Organizational defined response times in accordance with an organizational assessment of risk. Shares information obtained from the vulnerability scanning process and security control assessments with organization-defined personnel or roles to help eliminate similar vulnerabilities in other information systems. Example, systemic weakness or deficiencies. So, once vulnerabilities are found, that must be shared with other departments in order to avoid that from happening in other locations. Now, once you determine if the pentest is to be executed in a regulatory environment, then you have to define, as a pen tester, you have to define what to do next. Okay, so let's say that it is a federal government institution. So that it's under the regulation defined by FISMA. Okay, so you know that there is a periodicity that must be addressed. You know that you must perform another pen test once vulnerability is found, but that's all theoretical. Now, what are you supposed to do before you actually deploy the pen test? First of all, more technically, identify targets, such as what am I going to scan? Am I going to scan the entire network? Am I going to scan softwares? Am I going to scan a specific node? What am I scanning? Identify techniques. And this is very much related to what has been established by FISMA, right? So you have to identify techniques such as tools, types of scans to be executed. Are you going to execute a stealth scan? Are you going to execute a passive scan, an active scan? What tools am I going to use? To what purpose? So it's very much related to what FISMA has established. You also have to define the frequency in case it's not PCI DSS, because PCI DSS already establishes that frequency. Although the company doesn't have to follow that quarterly scan. It can perform it, let's say, every month. Now, the quarterly scan defined by PCI DSS, that is the longest window that can be that the company can stay without running the scan, but the company can shorten that window. If it's not PCI DSS and the company wants to define its policy, its vulnerability scan policy, or the vulnerability management policy to a specific frequency, it can and it should. Now, you must remember as a pen tester that everything must be described in the statement of work. The pen tester cannot determine anything by itself without describing it and documenting that procedure. Now, once the vulnerability management policy has been established, the company, along with the pen tester, must also establish the workflow. Obviously, this is going to be addressed by the company along with the pen tester, so that's why they must do it together. So first of all, testing is to be executed. Well, did it detect anything? If there is any detection that requires remediation, then it must be remediated. Once those vulnerabilities are fixed, or at least the company and the pen tester believe that they've been fixed, testing must be executed once again. Now, one detail. I mentioned that the company and the pen tester determine that those vulnerabilities have been fixed. It's only the company, not the pen tester. So the pen tester does the testing. The pen tester does the detection, writes the report, and sends the report, shows the report to the responsible person or the responsible staff. The company will be responsible for remediating those flaws, fixing those flaws. Once they're fixed, then they will call the pen tester once again to start it all over, run the tests and detection once again. So that's how vulnerability management must be executed in general, and you must remember that the company has to identify whether it's got to be regulatory compliant with any of those institutions and adjust their vulnerability management according to that compliance. In our next video, we're going to move to a more technical implementation. So we're actually going to see how to execute vulnerability scans using a software called Nessus. I hope you enjoyed this class. Thank you very much.
Hello, welcome to the second video of our fourth module, Module 4, where we're starting to analyze vulnerabilities. So first we discussed vulnerability management, which is a phase where some theoretical actions must be planned. Now we're going to jump into the actual vulnerability scanning task. And to do this, we're going to see 3 different tools. So there are different ways of scanning for vulnerabilities. You can search for example, SQL vulnerabilities, or try to find vulnerabilities in databases. You can try to find vulnerabilities in web applications, in standalone applications, client-server applications. So all different types of even operating systems. So all different kinds of resources may have vulnerabilities. That is why you have such a broad number of tools in order to scan for vulnerabilities. So we're going to take a brief look at two specific tools. One is Nikto. So Nikto, and we write it this way, is a tool that we use to scan for web applications vulnerabilities. It can be a vulnerability in the web application, in the website, for example, or also in the server, the web server, but it's focused on the HTTP and HTTPS protocols. Then we're going to take a look at another tool that is focused on finding vulnerabilities in databases, specifically in SQL databases, in relational databases, which is the SQL map tool. And lastly, but not less important, probably most important, is the Nessus tool. Now, we must keep in mind that like I said, there is a very broad number of tools to do the very same thing. It depends on which ones you find more interesting or more suitable to your scenario. Okay, so for example, let's say that you don't want to use Nessus because Nessus has different versions, and to use Nessus in a productive environment, you have to purchase their enterprise, one of their enterprise solutions, and they have different solutions. Okay, so you're looking for an open source and free vulnerability scanner. Okay, so you can try OpenVAS, OpenVAS. That's another very good solution. So it will vary depending on your needs. Okay, so first let's start with Nikto. And I have my Kali Linux instance running here. Kali Linux already comes, in case you installed it with a graphical environment at least, it already comes with Nikto. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to run Nikto against my modem. Okay, so the reason why I'm going to run it against my modem is because I don't want to run it against a productive web server because of, well, many reasons. As you are aware by now, you should only run any of these tools, pen testing tools, against servers or devices that the person that or the company that is responsible for those devices are aware of your actions. So you cannot randomly pick a server that is publicly available and do it. Well, technically speaking, you can, but you can get in trouble if you do that. So please make sure that whenever you're using these tools to learn, create your own environment. Use devices that you control, or at least make sure that the person or the company that manages those devices are aware of your tests. Okay, so as you can see, the simplest way to use Nikto is actually very simple. So simply use Nikto space dash host space the web server that you have. In this case, my modem has IP address 10.0.2.2. I run it, and then it will start to scan that web application and web server. Okay, right off the bat, we can see some very important stuff here. It's just a modem. It's a residential modem, so obviously it doesn't come. Their concern while manufacturing these residential modems is not security. They're not very much concerned about security. So obviously we're going to find many flaws, or at least minor vulnerabilities here that should be addressed. Okay, so it's going to find a bunch. I'm not going to go through all of them. I recommend you to go through everything that you see when you run your own, but let's just briefly go through some of these ones here. First of all, we can see that that's my target IP, that's the host name, there is no host name, that's the port, and when it started. Now, then it will show the version. It will try to enumerate the version of the web server. Okay, so it's running a Apache 2.4.41. Right off the bat, that's one problem right there. And when we're running Nessus, we're actually going to see a full report about this. Okay, so Apache versions should be higher than 2.4.46. The anti-clickjacking X-frame options header is not present. It should be. The cross-site scripting protection XSS protection header is not defined. This header can hint to the user agent to protect against some forms of cross-site scripting. So basically it's saying, hey, this is not defined, but it should be. Another one, the X content type options header is not set. This could allow the user agent, which is the attacker, to render the content of the site in a different fashion to the MIME type, which means that the attacker can gather more content than that is supposed to be made available. The Apache mod negotiation is enabled with multi-views, which allows attackers to easily brute force file names. That is a problem. There is a link there that will give you more information about that. The following alternatives for index were found. So you can see multiple languages available, index files with different languages available. Multiple index files found, that is a problem. Why is that a problem? Well, if you have two index files, probably just one index file is supposed to be made available, to be available. So the other one shouldn't exist. If it exists, it can give more information to the attacker, information that is not supposed to be available. Keep that in mind as a security analyst standpoint. From a security analyst standpoint, only information that is supposed to be available should be available, no more than that. And then we have so many other, so much more debug available here. Now, out of 7,889 requests, as you can see right here, 0 errors and 10 items reported on remote host. So there was no error, but there were 10 items reported. What does that mean? It means that the server and the web applications that it runs doesn't have a critical vulnerability, but there are some reports or report items that should be addressed. Then it can ask you for more for your interaction. Okay, so in this case, it's asking portions of the server's headers, as you can see, are not in the NICTO 216 database or are newer than the known string. Would you like to submit this information to cert.net for a NICTO update? So basically what it's saying is, hey, there's something here that could be addressed, but there is no plugins in this, at least in this version's database, that could address this problem or this anomaly. Would you like to report it? Because if you report it, then NICTO guys, they could include those plugins into their database. So no, I don't want to do that, and we are done. Okay, so that's NICTO. There is a bunch of other options that you can use along with NICTO. I'm not going to go through all those options, but it's always interesting and important to actually know that you can enhance the way that you use a tool, okay? So, for example, let's say that you are checking a web application that connects to a database, right? You can specify some database-specific metrics, such as DB check, and there are so many others here. For example, let's say that you know the database name, or you want to try to guess the database name. There are options here that will help you, as you can see, that will help you address that database. Okay, so it's always important to take a look at the options that you have available, which may improve not only your pen testing task, but also the performance of your pen testing task. Keep in mind, this can be a very, very long task. The execution may take a very long time. I ran it against just a modem. If you run it against a production environment, production web application that is calling other websites and other applications, this can take a very, very long time. Okay, now the SQL map tool basically, that's how you use the SQL map tool. I won't get a successful execution against my modem because actually it doesn't have a SQL database. But if you have a SQL database and you want to take a look at the output, this is the simplest way to run it. SQL map-u to specify the URL of your target. Okay. Now, in many situations, as you can see in this output here, it may say, hey, you're trying to scan this website here or this database management system through a web application, right? So if it's a web application, you're supposed to inform a parameter that we can use in order to connect to the database. And this may be a little bit confusing right now, but we're going to discuss this in details when we get to the web application vulnerability module. We're going to have a module that will focus specifically on, for example, SQL injections. Okay, so when you're directly connecting to the database, you can use SQL map and say, hey, SQL map, connect to that DBMS, database management system, and it will do it. When you're connecting to a website, a web application that connects to the database, then you have to inform parameters that will be used in order to connect to that database through the web application. If you try, for example, this option right here, and it doesn't work, but you know that website has forms, this is what you can do. Okay, so SQL map --forms -u and the target. It will randomly generate information to fulfill those forms, and by fulfilling those forms, it will pass the parameters that are required to connect to the database, not directly through the web application. So this is just another way of running it. Again, it's not the case. My modem doesn't have a SQL DBMS. Okay, now moving forward, we also have another application that is very, very interesting and very powerful, which is Nessus. So currently, Nessus is the most adopted, well-known vulnerability scanner in the market. Now, how does Nessus work? Basically, what it does is to actually perform attacks. And how does it perform those attacks? By using a bunch of different plugins. And you're going to see you're going to have an idea of how many plugins we have. So basically, a plugin is a script that will perform an attack in order to check whether that vulnerability is available or not. So you can have a plugin that will try to detect a specific vulnerability. You can have a plugin that will detect many different vulnerabilities. Okay, so that's basically how it works. It's a client-server application. It's a web application that you have two different options. One is you run it as a web application, or you run it as a network service. If you run it as a network service, you're going to have the network client in order to connect to the Nessus server and issue a vulnerability scan or a network scan. So it's a lot easier to just run it as a web application, because then you just have to have access to a browser, and from that browser, it doesn't matter where you are, from that browser you can connect to your Nessus web application and configure your scan and also start the scan, execute the scan. So Nessus is a tool designed by Tenable, and that's their website, tenable.com. If you come here, you're going to see products. And nowadays they have so many different products, okay? And this is the one that we're going to look at, Nessus. I'm going to click here. Now, once again, I strongly recommend you to try it, okay? Not only watch the video, but also do it. You're going to understand it a lot better, and you're going to learn a lot more. By the way, Nessus is a tool that is that is covered by the CompTIA PenTest Plus exam. You're certainly going to see it there. Also, this is a tool that will be used by us once again in our next module, Module 5, in order to interpret, analyze vulnerabilities. Okay, so here you can see some different versions of Nessus, and this is the one that we're going to download, Nessus Essentials. So obviously it has its limitations. Okay, idea for educators, students, and individuals starting their careers in cybersecurity. So that's the one. You're going to click on download. It's going to ask for your first name, last name, and email. Actually, this is only, you're only going to use this to receive an email with the activation code, as you can see right here. You need an activation code in order to run Nessus, even Nessus Essentials, which is free. Okay, so once you fill this out, you click register. It will take you to a web page that will give you different options to download Nessus. You're gonna select the version according to your distribution. Okay, so let's say that you have a Kali Linux, as I have right here. You're gonna see a version of Nessus for Kali Linux. Okay, so you download it. Here, when I downloaded it, it went to my downloads folder inside my home profile, my home directory. Okay, you're gonna get the activation code in your email. Now here, all you have to do is to do a dpkg in case you're running Kali Linux, Debian, Ubuntu, these Debian-like distributions. -i downloads, and then the file that you downloaded, the .deb file, the nessus.deb file. Okay, I already have it. It's a very quick process. Okay, once it's done, you have to start Nessus service. And once again, it will depend on your distribution. If you're using Kali Linux, more recent CentOS distributions, Debian distributions, you're going to do sudo system control start Nessus D. Okay, it will ask for your, because you're using sudo, you're running it as an administrator user, so it will ask for your password. Okay, if you want, so no error here. If you want to make sure that Nessus is now running, you can do ps auxiliary or aux pipe grep Nessus. And there it is. Now, something interesting that I want you to see so you can get an idea of how many plugins we have. I'm going to do sudo in the opt Nessus directory. And there you go. So we have more than 7 gig of data in the Nessus directory. Most of this amount of data are Nessus plugins. Now remember, a plugin is a script. A script is nothing more than one small text file. Well, it can be a binary file, but it's a very small file. Usually it doesn't even have a meg, right? It just maybe not even a K. Very small files, so you can get an idea of how many files you have there. Okay, once you have Nessus installed and running, you're gonna go back to your browser and you're gonna access HTTPS. You have to specify HTTPS. It's not HTTP. Okay, so HTTPS column / your machine name, or you can use localhost if you want, that's also fine, column 8834. That's the port that Nessus runs its web application. Okay, once you do it, the first time that you run Nessus, it will ask some simple questions. First of all, it will ask for the version of Nessus that you're willing to run. Because although you downloaded Nessus Essentials, when you run it, it will ask you, hey, do you want to, let's say, do you want to run Nessus Professional? If you do, we're gonna load more plugins. Okay, because the only difference between all these different Nessus versions, basically, it's the access to additional resources and additional plugins. Obviously, if you pick a different version, different from its Essentials, you're gonna have to pay for the activation code. Okay, once you click, okay, I want to use Nessus Essentials, it will once again ask for your first name, last name, and email. Okay, but you already have your activation code, so you're gonna see a button written skip. So you can click skip, and then it will take you to another page that will ask for your activation code. You insert the activation code there, you continue, and then it will start to download and compile the plugins. Now, this is a very, very important information, okay? To compile, to download and compile and then load all those plugins, Nessus requires a bunch of resources: RAM, CPU, and storage, as you saw. So storage, almost 8 gig. And RAM, it also requires a bunch of RAM. So why is this information important? Because Nessus doesn't debug problems while compiling those plugins. So let's say that you run out of RAM. It will start using the swap memory, but it will go so slow, it will start running so slow that Nessus will go back and start loading, compiling and loading the plugins once again from scratch, from the beginning. And it will keep doing that. So let's say that it starts over, go all the way to half of the plugins, there's not enough resources, it goes back to the beginning. And it just keeps doing that in a loop. And you're like, okay, why is it taking so long? So that's why. Make sure that your machine has at least 4 gig of RAM, and more than 10 gig of storage available. Okay, once the plugins have been compiled and loaded, it will ask for your user, and you can define any username with any password. I have here Nessus with password Nessus, and you sign in. Okay, good. Now, the first time that you log in, first of all, it will create this automatically. It will automatically create this scan called My Host Discovery Scan. So that's a feature that Nessus has, okay? It will run a host discovery in your network. It will try to find other hosts, of course, the own host that is running, the own machine that is running Nessus, and also other hosts within that same network, okay? But it will basically just do a simplistic scan against those hosts. And what you actually should do is create your own scan, as I did over here. Okay, and this is a scan that I executed already. But before we take a look at the result of that scan, let's see how we can actually create those scans. Okay, so the first time that you face Nessus, that you log into Nessus, this is the page that you're going to see. My scans, probably it will either have my host discovery scan here, or it will be empty. Okay, and then you have to configure how you want to run the Nessus scans. Now, how can you do it? You have a few options here, okay? First of all, if you go here to policies, and this is what is most important, okay? In policies, you have templates, okay? What are these templates? Templates are different types of scans that have been previously created to facilitate your life. So let's say that you want to run a scan, but you're not, two options. You're not absolutely positive about what you want to do, or you know for a fact that you want to run a very specific scan, okay? So if you're not positive about what you want to do, you can start by running a basic network scan, okay? It will just scan your network, okay? It's different from a host discovery. Host discovery will only, as it says here, a simple scan to discover live hosts and open ports, but there is no vulnerability scan. If you want to run a basic vulnerability scan, you can pick this option here, a full system scan suitable for any host. So it's a generic vulnerability scan. If you want to run a very specific scan, then you have all these different options here. So malware scan, scan for malware on Windows and Unix systems. Mobile device scan, assess mobile devices via Microsoft Exchange or an MDM. Web application tests. This is very resourceful and useful. Credentialed patch audit. Okay, so there is a concept called credentialed scan and non-credentialed or uncredentialed scan. Okay, what is the difference? Uncredentialed scan is a scan that you're going to run when you don't have authentication credentials information. Okay, so usually in a black box methodology, in a black box pen test, you're going to run a uncredentialed scan, unless during your scans you were able to find some credentials. If you have access to credentials, let's say that you're running a white box scan, okay? So your client or your boss provided you with some credentials. Then you're gonna run a credentialed scan, okay? So in this case, you can run a credentialed patch audit. So authenticate to hosts and enumerate missing updates. So keep in mind, this is not actually a attempt to exploit vulnerabilities. So you are basically using the authentication, the credentials that you have, to enumerate missing updates. So basically, you're using user and password to be allowed to connect to the services or applications to check whether those applications need to be updated. Bad lock detection, shell shock detection, drown detection, security by Intel AMT security bypass, shadow brokers scan, Spectre and Meltdown, WannaCry ransomware. So what do we have in common for all of these detections and ransomwares around here? So from this one all the way down to this one. Remote and local checks for CVE 2016-2118, CVE 2014-6271. So what specifically is this CVE? So CVE stands for Common Vulnerabilities and Exposures. Every time that a vulnerability is detected, ideally, if it's a new vulnerability, that no one has ever seen and has not been reported, you're supposed to report it. That vulnerability will be addressed. If it is an actual vulnerability, a CVE, a specific number, a part number, will be assigned to that vulnerability. Why? Because we want to have a identification, a unique identification for each vulnerability, so that companies that design softwares, they know what type of vulnerability should be addressed. So, for example, if you run the bash shell shock detection, which performs remote and local checks for those two different CVEs, you know that it is a very specific vulnerability that is being addressed. What are those two vulnerabilities? Those are the vulnerabilities associated with the bash shell shock attack. Okay? And in our next module, module 5, we're actually going to see how to analyze these CVEs. Okay, now down here, as we previously mentioned in several opportunities, you also have compliance. Okay, so you have scans to make your system, to check if your system is compliant, or your client's systems and devices are compliant with some compliance acts. Okay, so audit cloud infrastructure, internal PCI network scan. Now perform an internal PCI DSS vulnerability scan according to PCI DSS Act 11.2.1. Okay, and some others here. Now here we have the PCI quarterly external scan, approved for quarterly external scan as required by PCI, which is very, very helpful, because basically to perform the PCI quarterly external scan to your client, in case you're being hired by your client. Basically, this is all you have to do in regard to the quarterly external scan. Okay. Now, in order to use these, you need an upgrade. You cannot use Nessus Essentials. Okay, but what if I don't want to use any of these? I want to customize my own scan. Okay, very good. So what you can do is go here to Advanced Scan. Configure a scan without using any recommendations. So I'm going to go there. Okay, now you've been taken to a new scan. Okay, so from the plugin, from policies, you've been taken to your scans to create a new scan. Okay, and you have so many different options here. First of all, settings. You have different types of settings that you can configure here. Some basic information you can name. Actually, you have to name your scan. You can just give a text description, where, in which folder you want to store it, and you can list your targets. As you can see, it could be a specific IP. If you have more than one IP address, you can use comma to separate those IP addresses. You can use the CIDR notation. You can use domain names. You can use a range. So for example, I believe you can see ranging from 192.168.11-192. Or if you have a file listing the IP addresses, and it must be one source, IP, domain name, network range, whatever, one per line in a text file, you can add that text file here. You can schedule this execution. Okay, it's not enabled, but you can. Notifications. So once it's done, you want to, every time the execution, the scan is done, you want to notify someone, maybe yourself. So you can define it here. Okay, and many other setups that you can define here. Okay, now also very important, if some types of scans require credentials, then you can define those here. For example, if it's during a host scan, in case it's a Windows, okay, so you can define your domain name and username and password here. If it's a SSH authentication, if it's a host with SNMP version 3 enabled, you can also define it here. Obviously, you have to have these credentials, but the idea here is, okay, I do have the credentials. I want to connect using those protocols and authenticate in order to retrieve information, right? So once again, it depends whether you're using a white box, you're performing a white box pen test, or in case you're performing a black box pen test, you have to have acquired those credentials previously, okay? And now, I'm sorry. So you also have other categories. For example, if you want to scan a host that has database and you have credentials to those to that DBMS, then you can inform it here. Okay, so what is the database type? Okay, it's MySQL, it's Oracle. What is it? Now moving to plugins. When you go to your personalized, customized scan, all plugins will be enabled. Now, you should not do it because, first of all, it will take a very, very long time. And second, you're going to run so many plugins, unnecessary plugins, right? So, for example, the first one that we see here is AIX local security checks. Well, if your system is not AIX, why would you use it? Why would you run it? So I'm going to click here. It's enabled. I'm going to click here on disabled and disable it. Okay. Now automatically you can see that all those plugins associated with that family of plugins have been disabled. Now, observe here that we have the plugin families here. You see how many families we have? A family is composed of a set of plugins. For example, the AIX local security checks family has 11,377 plugins. If we go here and click on a specific plugin, you're going to see a description of that plugin. So what does this AIX 5.1 AY19744 plugin does? Synopsis: the remote host is missing a vendor-supplied security patch. Description: it says what it does, how to solve that problem, and more information about that plugin and the risk factor, which we're going to discuss in our next module, is high. Okay? So you can, let's say that you have this family here enabled, you can disable some specific plugins and have others, leave others enabled. That's not, and it's changed to mixed because we have some that are disabled, others that are enabled. Okay, but I'm going to disable. So you should go here and enable or disable accordingly, okay, depending on your targets. Now, once it's done, you click on Save. Okay, I already have my own one. I previously created one here called CompTIA PenTest plus Vulnerability Scan. Okay, and I executed it. So I created one that detects, that scans 2 hosts, as you can see here, my own Kali Linux machine and my modem. Okay, so 127.0.0.1, that's the local host, and 10.0.2.2, that's my modem. Okay, so I'm gonna go back here. In order to launch a scan, you click on the scan that you created, and then you're gonna see here, launch. Okay, it can take a while, it can be quick, it depends on the number of plugins. Okay, every time you run it, you're gonna see the result. So my history here, there it is, it's been canceled, it was executed today, last modified today, and let's see what we were able to find. Oh, I guess I clicked on the wrong one. I'm sorry. So it's this one right here. Okay. So 127.0.0.1. Look, one medium factor vulnerability. 34 are just info. Okay. Now my modem 10.0.2.2, one high, one medium, one low, 28 info. Let's take a look at this. So let's go here to vulnerabilities. Okay. And there is one here that is mixed. What does that mean? It means that 2 vulnerabilities associated with the Apache HTTPD server, web server, were found. Let's take a look at those. Okay, so one is medium, the other one is high. What is the problem of that vulnerability, or at least its name? Apache 2.4.x lower than 2.4.46, that's high. And another one is lower than 2.4.42. Well, that's because the Apache version that is, okay, so let's go there, click on high. So the Apache version that is running is below, its version is below 2.4.42 because it's 2.4.41, okay? Now, what's the problem? The version of Apache HTTP installed on the remote host is prior to 2.4.44. It is therefore affected by multiple vulnerabilities as referenced in the 2.4.46 advisory. Apache HTTP Server 2.4.32 to 2.4.44 mod proxy UWSGI info disclosure and possible RCE, which is associated with this common vulnerability and exposures part number right here. We are going to, in the next module, we're going to learn how to analyze this, okay? So there is a description here, and basically, if you scroll down, and obviously you have a bunch of other information here explaining how critical this is. And then you have a solution right here. What do? You upgrade to Apache version 2.4.44 or later, okay? So installed version 2.4.41, fixed version 2.4.46. Okay. We also have a bunch of other information here on the right hand side, okay? Some more details about my plugin, the plugin that actually detected that vulnerability, and risk information. This is in our next module. Basically, we'll be focusing on understanding this, okay? So risk factor high. Who determines if it's info, low, medium, or high, okay? Okay, so it's high because of the CVSS base score, which is 9.8. Okay, what is the range of that score, okay? Now, what is the CVSS vector here? We have a bunch of information. Each of these data between these slashes are specific information. We're also going to learn that, okay? Some additional vulnerability information right there and link to the CVE or CVEs associated with that vulnerability are down here. So this is how you run Nessus. That's how you run, configure, and launch vulnerability scans. Once again, in our next module, we're going to focus on understanding, interpreting these data right here. I hope you enjoyed this class. Thank you very much. Hello, welcome to Module 5, and our focus in this module is going to be analyzing vulnerability reports. So we saw in our previous module, in Module 4, we saw how to run different types of vulnerability scans. Now, the task or tasks of a pen testers is to not only run vulnerability scans, but also to analyze the result. You see, there are some steps that must be followed or at least executed by a pen tester. And out of those steps, we have run a vulnerability scan, but not only that, we have to, as pen testers, we have to also verify whether those vulnerabilities actually exist or not, if they actually work. What does that mean? This means that once we find a vulnerability, of course, there are some vulnerabilities that they are very rough, they are dangerous. So just by knowing that they exist, there's nothing else that you need to do in regards to it. But there are other vulnerabilities that they must be exploited. So, for example, let's say that you are pen testing a client's network, and you found out that they have the client has a number of Windows workstations. Well, usually a Windows workstation is not that important in regards to the data that it contains. However, this can be an entry point to other spots, other locations, or other devices of your network. This means that
if you find a specific vulnerability in a Windows workstation that you can leverage to gain control to it, and from there get access to other devices, or simply to sniff data that is being transmitted through that network, then you're not only going to see that vulnerability exists, but you also have to make use of that vulnerability. So this leads us to this module here, analyzing the report. That's one reason why you have to do it. The other reason, which is more important on the client side or on your boss side, which is analyzing out of all the vulnerabilities that were encountered, that were found in case vulnerabilities exist. Let's say that there are maybe 20, 25 vulnerabilities. In which order is the IT staff going to assess those vulnerabilities or fix those vulnerabilities? There must be a schedule, and that schedule must go along with the criticality of those vulnerabilities. So that is why it's so important to analyze the vulnerabilities. And that is why we have what is called the CVSS, and we're going to discuss that, the CVSS base score. It helps us identify the vulnerabilities that are more critical than others. Okay, so a vulnerability report can give you, and obviously it will depend on the vulnerability scanner that you're running, but in general, all of them, they may use different names, but all of them will have the same information here. First of all, a summary of the vulnerability, just a name, for example, or a brief description. It will also present a detailed description. So it's actually telling you, hey, this vulnerability here is critical because of this, and that. It can show to you how to fix, or at least give you a link with a URL showing you how to solve that problem. The output that's been sent by the machine or software that's being compromised, or at least that hosts that vulnerability. So when for example, let's say that we're using Nessus. When Nessus runs the scripting attack against a device, that device will respond, will reply in some way. So here we can see the output sent by that target. Now, this output is very important for the plugin to know what's going on, and also for you as a pen tester and your client to know, hey, why did this plugin actually gave me this result? Why does it say that it's critical? Well, it was based on some information that it was able to pull from that device. References, links to give you more information about that. If it's just information or if it's an actual vulnerability, it will give you references to those vulnerabilities. So if it's a common vulnerabilities and exposures vulnerability, the CVE, it will give you a link to that CVE, and it may give you some other links. And most importantly, at least in our side, since we are now taking the side of a client, we have to observe risk and vulnerability information. And this is going to be our focus in this module, okay? How to analyze the information that the vulnerability scanner shows to us in regards to how risky and how vulnerable our system is. Okay, so this was retrieved from the previous module, right? So if you remember, I actually executed a scan against my own machine and also my modem. And my modem was running an Apache version 2.4.41, and we remember that it was a high vulnerability that was identified by Nessus, right? And this was the output. So all those sections that I mentioned over here, right, we can see over here. So here's the summary, okay? This is the some information with more details. Solution, we can see that the solution here is actually pretty easy, right? So just upgrade to Apache version 2.4.44 or later, which actually is not quite the solution because, well, in this case it is, but we also had another vulnerability, which was medium. And it was saying that, hey, you have to upgrade it to 2.4.42, but if you upgrade it to 2.4.42, then you'd still have this vulnerability here. So that is something that may occur. You have more than one alert associated with the same problem, with the same vulnerability, okay? And it's also very important to take a look here and observe that in the description, it mentions the CVEs, right? We can see here that Apache HTTP server 2.4.32 to this version here, there is a specific module called mod proxy UWSGI. Information disclosure is possible, and it can be exploited because of this vulnerability here that is described by this CVE. Now, also another existing vulnerability which exists in Apache server 2.4.20 to 2.4.43 when trace or debug was enabled for HTTP 2 version 2 module on certain traffic edge patterns. Login statements were made on the wrong connections, causing concurrent use of memory pools. Configuring the log level of mod HTTP2 above info will mitigate this vulnerability for unpatched servers. So this vulnerability is also described here. And then we see another one here described by another CVE. Okay. Some other information that we also saw was the plugin details. So it says here what's the severity identified by the successful execution of this plugin or exploitation of this vulnerability. So it's high. That's the ID, the plugin ID. Okay, that's the plugin version. Type remote, which means that this plugin can remotely exploit that vulnerability. And we're going to see that this is actually very critical. Okay, so this information is critical. We're going to see that when we analyze the CVSS base score. Family, so web servers, that's in case you remember, from last class, from our last module, we saw that we have the plugin families. Okay, so this plugin belongs to the web servers family. So that's when it's been published and that's when it's been modified. Okay, some more information. We already saw that. So the solution is to upgrade the Apache server version to 2.4.44 or later. That's the output. So the server actually sent its hello. It sent its flag to the plugin. So that's how the plugin was able to capture the version. So the installed version is 2.4.41. The fixed version is 2.4.46. Okay. The port that runs the service is port 80. In that host 10.0.2.2. Now, reference information, as I mentioned, those are the CVEs that describe these vulnerabilities, okay? So keep that in mind. We have only one plugin here flagging alerts, but this plugin does not only identify one vulnerability, but 3 vulnerabilities. All of these vulnerabilities are associated with the same problem, which is version. You have to upgrade Apache in this case, but they are different vulnerabilities. And this is what we'll be focusing on in this class. So risk information and vulnerability information. Okay, so here, mostly in risk information, you can see many lines here, right? So risk factor, it says that this vulnerability or vulnerabilities are high, okay? Based on what? That's what we're going to discuss here. We can see here that the CVS version 3 base score is 9.8. The CVS v3 vector is, and then you see there all those letters. We're going to understand that as well. We don't have to worry about the temporal vector. So let's just go down there and take a look at the CVS base score, which is 7.5. Now, why do we see two CVS base scores, two different CVS base scores here? Well, that's because we have different versions of the CVS base score, okay? So the one at the bottom right here, if we go down and take a look at it here, we can see that this base score here is associated with CVSS version 2, whereas this CVS base score here is associated with CVSS 3. Okay. And once again, we'll also understand what the CVSS vector is. Actually, it's the CVSS vector that will point out to our base score, our CVSS base score. Okay. Now, in which base score or which CVSS version should I rely on? Well, it varies. It may vary. So it will actually depend on the plugin, on the software, on the vulnerability scanner that you're running. Okay. So for example, we can see here that Nessus was able to give you the base score for both versions, version 3 and version 2. Well, not quite. It wasn't quite Nessus that was able to do it, but actually the plugin was able to pull the information used by Nessus to generate that classification. Now, what is most importantly here is that it doesn't matter whether it's CVSS 2 or 3, we can see that the risk factor is high. So basically the difference between versions 2 and 3 is the range of that score. But it doesn't matter which version it is, the risk will always fall in the same classification. For example, here we can see that version 2, the base score is 7.5, whereas in 3, it's 9.8, but both of them are high. Now, we also have here vulnerability information. Okay, so that's some additional information about the vulnerability itself, not about the risk. Okay, now why is this also important? Why is this section here also important? Because if it is a vulnerability that there is a known exploit that you can that you can use to exploit that vulnerability, then it can just show you a text here or even give you a link You click there and you go directly to a web page that will allow you to download the exploit file. Basically, you just have to run that exploit. Obviously, there are some exploits that they are fancier, so they will require some additional knowledge. But many situations, exploits are very simple. Exploit files are very simple to execute, to run. But which is not the case here. This is not a simply exploitable vulnerability. This is a vulnerability that can give information to the attacker based on the retrieval of data, not specifically. It's different from a denial of service attack. Denial of service attacks usually are performed by simply running that exploit. Okay, now the Common Vulnerabilities Scoring System, or the so-called CVSS that I mentioned many times. Okay, so the way that NIST came up with this CVSS was, so they thought, okay, we need to create some kind of classification. Now, to classify these vulnerabilities, we have to give them scores, points. How can we score these vulnerabilities? Okay, there are different areas, different metrics that we can analyze in order to classify a vulnerability, right? So that was their thought. They came up with a solution, or at least a set of metrics, which are the attack vector, the access complexity, authentication, confidentiality impact, integrity, and availability impact. And you can see between parentheses that we have a representation of each of those metrics or impacts. Attack vector is represented by AV, access, complexity, AC, authentication, AU, confidentiality impact, C, integrity impact, I, availability impact, A. If we go back right here, we can see that we have those letters right there. AV, attack vector, right? And then you have the value, which we're going to see. The value for attack vector, access complexity, authentication, integrity, complexity. So these are the metrics that we have. Now, they decided that each of these metrics should be graded. They should receive a score, some points, according to how critical they are or not. So let's take a look at that. So the attack vector represents how it's associated with the criticality of the location of that target. So if a target, let's say that you have a vulnerability, and this vulnerability exploits a target that is local, that means that that vulnerability will receive a score of 0.395. Now, you don't have to worry, you don't have to be concerned about these points, these scores that are described here. First of all, I'm taking CVSS version 2 as an example to illustrate these points, these scores. You don't have to know to memorize these scores. Also because NIST itself, they have a online calculator that you just go there and you select. So for example, the attack vector, is it an exploit that can only exploit vulnerabilities, or is it a vulnerability, that is valid for the local machine? Is it valid for adjacent machines, which means machines that are directly connected via network, but directly connected to the machine that actually is actually exploiting that vulnerability? Or can you remotely exploit that vulnerability from anywhere, for example, from the public net or the internet? So if it's a local attack vector, then you have that score. If it's adjacent, you have 0.646, for example, or network, that's mostly the most critical one. The score is going to be 1. Once again, if it's CVSS version 2, but it doesn't matter. So these letters here, L, A, N, again, if we go back there, we can see that the attack vector here is N, which represents network, as we can see right here. So that vulnerability from the attack vector standpoint is very, very critical. It has the higher grade, the higher score. And you must keep in mind that the score ranges from 0 to 10. And as higher as it gets, more critical it is. Now, the next metric that we have to look at is access complexity. So if the complexity to access that vulnerability is high, well, if it's very, very difficult to actually exploit that vulnerability, then the score is low, which may sound confusing, but you have to look at the access. It's the access complexity, which means how difficult it is to successfully exploit that vulnerability. If it's medium, higher score, low L. So those are the letters: high, medium, low. And it's the opposite. High gets the lowest score, medium is medium, and low gets the highest score for this metric here. Now, we also have authentication. We can have multiple M, single S, or none N. Once again, it may sound confusing, but it's actually the opposite. The authentication means the number of authentication systems that the vulnerability must have access to, must successfully authenticate in order to exploit. Which means if it's a vulnerability that can only be executed or can only be exploited without any authentication, that means that there is no authentication, then the score is high. If there is a single point of authentication, single. If there are multiple authentication systems, then it gets difficult to successfully exploit that vulnerability, which means that the score is low. Then we have confidentiality, none, N, partial, P, complete, C. What does it stand for? So in case let's say that vulnerability is successfully exploited, even if it's exploited, is any confidential data going to be made available to the attacker? No. So there is no compromise in confidentiality, which means that, okay, no score. If the information is made available to the attacker, but that information is not important, okay, so it's partial. But if, rephrasing, not actually important, but if that information is just a piece of information that cannot be used by the attacker, then it's partial. But it's a complete information. Just by that information, the attacker can get somewhere. Then it's complete, which means that it gets the higher score. So N, P, and C. Okay, that's confidentiality. And we have the same for integrity, Okay, so if compromised, the information, the data remains unchanged. If it's partial or if it's complete, and same thing for availability. Okay, none and partial P and C for complete. Availability, which means none. If the vulnerability is exploited, well, the system remains available. If there is a disruption in, let's say, in a service, or just a partial disruption, but if this service or the host goes down fully, entirely, let's say if you have a denial of service attack, then the availability metric goes to complete, C, and it gets the higher score. So once again, let me go back there, and if we take a look at the CVSS vector, that's what we have. In this case, I'm illustrating CVSS version 2. So the attack vector is network, the access complexity is low, authentication is none, confidentiality is P, which means partial. Same thing for integrity and availability, also partial. Okay, so we have those scores, but if we simply add up these points, we're not gonna get to the same CVSS base score that is illustrated there. Okay, now why? Because we have weights for each of these metrics. So the CVSS base score is actually calculated by this formula here. So 0.6 times the impact plus 0.4 times exploitability minus 1.5, all that, plus the impact function. And what are these? What is impact? What is exploitability? What is impact function? And here it is. So the impact is 10.41 times, so it's that formula that you can see right there. We also have the exploitability, which is right there. Okay, so the impact takes in consideration confidentiality, integrity, and availability, whereas exploitability takes in consideration attack vector, access complexity, and authentication. Okay, and then finally, based on the impact, we have the impact function, which is 0 in case impact is 0, or 1.176 otherwise, which means in case the impact is higher than 0. Now, once again, keep in mind that this CVSS base score here, this calculation considers CVSS version 2. It's a little bit different for CVSS version 3, but you are not to worry about it for two main reasons. The CompTIA PenTest Plus exam is not actually going to ask you to do this calculation. What it wants you to know is the categories, which we're going to take a look at right now. And also, so that's one reason. The only reason is because we have, as I previously mentioned, we have the online calculator, which is in the NIST website, and there it is. So here's the link right here. That's the URL where you can see information about these tables, these categories, and also you can get access to the online calculator. Okay, now this is what you have to know for the CompTIA PenTest Plus exam. Okay, and this been extracted from the NIST website. Okay, so if we take a look at the CVSS version 2 ratings or categories, we have low, medium, and high. Low, if it ranging from 0 to 3.9, medium from 4 to 6.9, high from 7 to 10. CVSS base score version 3, none. So we have two new classifications here. None if it's 0, low ranging from 0.1 to 3.9, medium 4.0 to 6.9, high 7.0 to 8.9, and critical from 9.0 to 10. So if we go back there again, when we ran Nessus in our last module, our previous module, module 4, that's some kind of result that you can get, okay? And that's how you interpret that information. Now, what are the types, some of the types of vulnerabilities that may exist, that we may find, and that will generate these scores? Meaning, what are the critical vulnerabilities that we can find, or at least the most common ones, which usually is associated with the most critical ones. So some examples: outdated systems, outdated devices, unsupported devices. So there is a big difference. Outdated systems, for example, or softwares, are softwares that were not updated. So they're outdated. Unsupported are those that are not being supported by its manufacturer or developer anymore. For example, Windows 7, it's unsupported. Buffer overflow. Buffer overflow is an attack that is very much used. It is still very much used, but not many softwares are vulnerable to this type of attack. But anyways, a buffer overflow is an attack that happens when a specific type of data is inserted, is sent to the software in a way that the software does not properly manage that data. That data can be reallocated to another space of memory. It will cause that software to disrupt or crash another software, or even the entire machine itself. So the machine can crash just because a software was not properly designed. Privilege escalation, that's when you get access with a user, usually with a guest user or with a very limited user. And then from that user, you can escalate, get access to more privileged users. Shellcoding. Shellcoding is also this is a very common type of attack, and very resourceful, very useful, and also very successful. So in a very simplistic way, shellcoding attack is simply an attack where you run a code, and for some reason, there is a technical reason, but in different occasions, you can get access to the system as the administrator. So, for example, if the operating system has a shellcoding vulnerability, if you get access to that system, you can run that exploit. Usually it's exploited by an exploit. You can simply run that exploit and boom, you become an admin user. Insecure protocols that are not secure, that they do not use cryptography. So for example, Telnet is a very ancient protocol, but it's still around. We're going to mention another one, which is DNS, but DNS must be mentioned separately because it's very critical.
There are protocols. FTP, for example, is another protocol. SNMP versions 1 and 2C, not version 3. NTP protocol is another one. So there are many protocols that they are not known for their security resources. Certificate, expired certificate, or invalid certificates. These are huge problems. And the reason why is if there is, so for example, you may remember that when you accessed, after you installed Nessus and you accessed https column / localhost column 8834, then it showed to you, hey, you're trying to access a web page here that has a certificate, but it's not recognized. It's not a valid certificate. What is the problem there? The problem is that you're accessing a web page that says that all the information that is transmitted there will be encrypted. However, you don't know that you are actually accessing the web server that you do want to access. So you could very well be accessing a server that is not the server that you want to access. DNS, the reason why I mentioned DNS separately is because DNS can lead an attacker to different types of attacks. DNS spoofing being the most well-known one. Actually, the domain name system protocol is known as a very flawful protocol. It's full of flaws. It's full of holes. And that is actually why DNSSEC is another protocol or an extension of the DNS protocol, because DNS is a protocol with many holes. Information disclosure, well, obviously, information being made available when it shouldn't. And that is something that the vulnerability that we were able to find in my modem allows an attacker to do that. So because of the version of the web server, the Apache HTTP web server, an attacker can gather information that he or she is not supposed to. Misconfiguration, also very common, and that's only because it's configured by us human beings and we are full of flaws. So we commit errors, we make mistakes. IoT, well, I generalized network devices or non-traditional network devices as IoT, but that's because I want to associate it with, let's say, your fridge, your air conditioner, your UPS, any device that is connected to the network. It's TCP/IP enabled, but it's not common traditional network devices. It's not a router, it's not a desktop, it's not a switch, it's not a modem, it's not a mobile phone, it's not a desktop, laptop, nothing like that. Okay, so we can generalize these as appliances. Now, why is it growing so much? Why do we list it here as common vulnerabilities? Well, because that's exactly what's going on. These appliances are growing every day. They are being very well accepted by residents, by people, by the population. So, for example, any air conditioning system nowadays will probably come with the TCP/IP stack enabled. The same thing is valid for smart TVs, for example. Actually, that's the characteristic of a smart TV. Same thing for fridges and so many other appliances. Injections. There are different types of injections, several different types of injections. You have LDAP injection, but the most famous one and most exploited one is SQL injection, or SQL injection if you prefer. And we are actually going to take a better look in that in another module because it's so important. Cross-site scripting, that is another type of attack that we'll look into. This is a type of attack where an attack or a code is inserted into the server to attack the client. So it's very, very common to see this type of attack happening via forums. So maybe you faced this at some point in your life where you tried to access a web page, usually a forum, and when you access it, your antivirus popped a window saying, hey, you shouldn't access this web page. There is some suspicious code in here. So that's exactly what this type of attack does. It uses code that's been inserted into a web page to be sent to the client, and then the attacker can leverage that attack. Okay, so in this module, in this specific video, we focused on the CVSS base score. Our goal was to understand what that score means. So we learned that that score will tell us how critical a vulnerability is, if it is indeed. Now, the reason why it's so important, once again, is because it will help your client or the staff that is responsible to address those flaws to create a schedule and then come up with a sequence of assessments. In order to fix all those flaws, there must be a priority. We also discussed the most common vulnerabilities, and this is all going to be very helpful for the continuation of our course. I hope you enjoyed this video. Thank you very much. Hello. In this module, we are going to discuss some types of exploits. And the reason why we have to understand these types is because, well, first of all, our first step after, or at least the post step, once we're done with the vulnerability scan, is to actually determine which exploits we're going to, if we've found exploits, right, or vulnerabilities, which exploits, if available, we're going to use. And in order to define that, we have to consider their CVSS base score. So we have to analyze how critical the vulnerabilities that we found are. Once we can identify that, we have to first determine, okay, so this is what I'm going to do. So these are the vulnerabilities that I'm going to exploit if I have those available. Now, in order to do that, I have to understand those vulnerabilities. Before I can actually exploit, I have to understand what that vulnerability is about, for very obvious reasons. If I don't know what it is about, I don't quite know what to do once I exploit it. If it's a more difficult to exploit vulnerability, I won't even be able to exploit it. So we have to understand the types that we have. Once we have that in mind, once we know at least some more important types of vulnerabilities, then we can actually exploit those vulnerabilities. And once that's done, we have our following steps, which is, okay, I've exploited it. What do I do now? Because there are situations where the exploit is just running the exploit achieves your final goal. So, for example, if you're running a buffer overflow attack, well, it's going to crash the machine or software. If it's a denial of service, same thing. But if it's not, if the idea is to gain access, okay, what do I do once I've gained access to that machine. We're also going to discuss that here as well. And finally, we have the post-exploitation phase, which is, okay, exploited, I've done something. For example, I'm trying to escalate privileges, so I gained access as a regular user. Now I want to try to become an admin user. Just an example. So once that's done, what do I do next? We have to pivot our exploitation phase, which means, okay, we've exploited that or those devices, but from those devices, I can maybe try to get access to other ones. And finally, we have to keep in mind that you have to disguise, you have to erase any tracks. So you don't want to be trackable. You don't want even to be seen, right? So when you get access, when you target a machine and you exploit a flaw, you don't want that company or that client in this case to know that that actually happened. So we are actually going to go through these phases right now. So first of all, we have to understand a few types of exploits. First one is the remote procedure call. Although it is an old flaw because most recent operating systems, they don't work with RPC, at least not generically as it used to be. Back in the day, many operating systems, they would use remote procedure calls to run services, to invoke any kind of procedure. Well, this is because of the RPC flaws, security flaws. They are not being that much used anymore, but they are still around. So that's one that we have to look into, or at least pay attention to. Another one, now talking more about Windows environments, we have also we have the PS-exec. So Microsoft Windows, they rely on a protocol called SMB, Service Message Block. Now, SMB runs several different protocols, or at least several different services. And one of these services is the one that it runs on port 445 to execute remote procedures. Similarly to the RPC, Microsoft created their own RPC protocol to establish communication and send instructions to remote Windows environments, other remote Windows environments as well. Similarly to the RPC, although you still see the SMB protocol on port 445 for remote commands or remote procedures, this is becoming, they're not being used anymore, although they're still available. The most recent Windows systems, they disable this service. But if you see that port, you know that that's a port that is an entry that you have right there. Another one is similarly to PS-exec. More recent Windows operating systems, they started to implement Windows Remote Management, or WinRM, which is similar to the PS-exec, but using PowerShell to send remote commands. And we have a more generic and at the same time more complex system also for Windows operating systems, which is the Windows Management Instrumentation, WMI, which allows you to remotely run everything. So it's not limited to remote commands, but you can execute a software, you can shoot a task, you can schedule a task, you can reboot the machine, you can install software, you can remove. So basically you get a full control of a Windows machine using this instrumentation protocol or tool. scheduled jobs. That is another type of task actually that you can run once exploited. Now keep in mind that this specifically is not an exploit, but this is a task that may be executed once exploited. The idea here would be, okay, I want to make sure that something happens. So I've exploited a vulnerability. I gained access to a machine. I want to make sure that something is executed every now and then. So let's say that I get detected and the IT staff that was able to detect my presence, they removed the backdoor that I installed. Okay, if I can schedule an event and I can reinstall and reopen that backdoor that I had before, that is just one way of analyzing this possibility. Another protocol, server message block, which is the SMB protocol itself, not only remote procedures through port 445, but the server message block protocol created by Microsoft allows Windows machines to exchange, for example, not only commands, but also messages, share files, share resources such as printers, files, and etc. So this is a protocol that has many failures, many flaws, and there are several exploits available for it. And then we have some other remote access softwares. Well, it's most well known for its Windows solutions, specifically the Windows Remote Desktop Tool, or RDP. So one good example that we have is terminal service that comes with any Microsoft server's solution. It allows remote desktops to connect to that server and then use that server's resources. So this is a very common resource that Microsoft environments use in order to share resources. Therefore, people were able to find many vulnerabilities or develop new exploits, and many of those are available. The same thing happens to other softwares such as this one. So we can think of VNC, TeamViewer, and so many others. And we have some other protocols that allow remote execution, such as the graphical remote server or the X servers for Linux and Unix environments. Telnet, although you don't see Telnet anymore nowadays, but this is a protocol that you have to at least know about for the CompTIA PenTest Plus exam, and SSH, which is the evolution of Telnet, because basically it's the same, it does the same thing, or it's been created to do the same thing, allow you to remotely get access to a remote machine, but now using encryption. So that's SSH. Okay, but once you get access, once you exploit a vulnerability, and that exploit actually gives you access to that machine, what should you then do then, or what could you do then? Well, one first attempt would be to gain privilege or escalate your privilege, meaning if you are a regular user, you can try to become a more privileged user or even become an admin user. If you are a guest user, you can try to become a regular user with more privilege than the guest user. You can also try to crack passwords. Now, there are several different ways that you can try to accomplish this. First of all, if you are in a Windows environment, now once again, this is not the most Windows operating systems are not susceptible to the PW dump attack anymore, but considering that you are targeting desktops as well, it's very common to see desktops with old versions of Microsoft Windows, such as Windows 7, for example. So you can perform pwdump in that type of Windows system, which basically will try to fetch the SAM file, the Windows Security Account Manager file. That's the file that stores users' accounts and their hashed passwords. It's not the plain text password, but it's the hashed password that can then be broken in some situations. So if you can get access to the hashed password, you can use other tools to get access to find out what the plain text password actually is. Similarly, in Linux environments, we have the /etc/shadow file, and many people talk about the /etc/passwd file, but the /etc/passwd file in a Linux environment is only used to store accounts, not passwords. So the shadow file is the file that actually stores the hashed passwords as well. And you can also sniff the network. Considering that now you have access to a machine, you can sniff the network using that machine. So for example, if you have FTP packets flowing, and if there is someone that is actually in the authentication phase, and if it's FTP, not SFTP, you can actually capture the username and password being transmitted in plain text. Now, you must keep in mind that it's not going to be this simple, because in a FTP transmission, probably what is being transmitted is the authentication between a source and a destination, which means that traffic, those packets, are not arriving to your vulnerable machine, the machine that you just exploited, interface. So you won't be able to capture that traffic, which actually will demand you to perform a ARP spoofing attack that it's not that difficult to deploy, to implement. And we're actually going to see that in a following module. Now, regarding passwords, how can I crack passwords? Again, we're now considering that you got access to the hashed passwords, to the database that actually stores their database. Well, you can use a software such as Hydra, you can use a software such as John the Ripper, and John the Ripper, although it's a very, very old software, it's still pretty accurate. Once again, as long as you got access to the hashed password database. Now, even if you get access to those hashed password database and a software such as John the Ripper cannot break it, well, you can actually use rainbow tables. So, for example, John the Ripper has a limited number of algorithms, hash algorithms that it supports. Okay, what if your version of John the Ripper or your John the Ripper doesn't support that specific algorithm? What you can try to do is to get access to a very large rainbow table. Now, what is a rainbow table? A rainbow table is a file or a set of files that will have a correlation of plain text and its hash. So let's say that you have the plain text password. What is the hash for password? Well, that varies a lot because it depends on the algorithm, the hashing algorithm, but you can have rainbow tables that is generating hash for the same keyword, the same plain text, using different algorithms. So as you can imagine, it is a very, very large file or a very large number of files or tables with that type of association. But you can then try to match the hashes that you have in the database that you were able to get access to, you were able to retrieve from that target machine with the rainbow table that you have. And the good news is, well, you can use softwares to generate rainbow tables, but the good news is that there are many rainbow tables available on the web, and you can just download those. Now, let's say that I was able to exploit a vulnerability. I was able to do whatever I wanted to do. So I was able to escalate my privilege. I was able to crack password, whatever it is that I wanted to do. Now, obviously, if I am a hacker or even a pen tester, I want to persist. What does that mean? That means that I do not only want to get access to that target that I just got access in this specific period of time, but I want to be able to come back later, for example, or I want to make sure that I can continue to receive traffic, for example, that is being captured, and then I want to receive that traffic by email, for example. Okay, so if you want to persist, there are some different ways of doing it. One, as I previously mentioned, is scheduled tasks or jobs. So I want to make sure, for example, I want to write a batch script that will constantly, let's say every day, it will check whether the backdoor that I installed is still there, is still installed or running. If it's not, I will issue another instance of that backdoor. I can modify the inetd or if it's a Linux environment. I can modify the inetd, xinetd, li inetd, systemd, which are and inetd goes back to the very first versions of Linux. These are called super systems. Why are they called super systems? Because they are softwares, they are systems that control other services. Now, if I can control a software that control other services, I can at the end control those services. Or I can do even more. I can guarantee that my own service that I created will remain running. I can even do more than that. I can guarantee that service will be executed as the admin user. So if I get access to these systems, if I can modify the systems, I can simply control the way that other services will be executed. Now, which leads us to this other bullet here, which is add new or bogus services. New services, you create your own service. For example, open a backdoor so that I can connect later on. Or bogus services is, well, let's say that target machine actually had a service. It already has its own services. Now, those are the services that are expected to be running in that machine. I don't want to create new services because if the admin actually takes a look at the list of services running, that person will see and realize, hey, this service was not supposed to be here. But if I can change a service as in a way that it just continues to run, but now it's also adding something good for me, which is opening a backdoor, well, that will be a lot harder for the admin to realize what's going on. And obviously, that's the most traditional way of getting back to to a targeted machine, which is installing backdoors. And also, very old technique, which is creating new accounts. I want to make sure that when I get back, I have not only my previous account, but other accounts in case something happens. I can create new accounts. I can modify an old account. Now, something that you have to keep in mind, and this is very, very important, and it's also covered by the CompTIA PenTest Plus exam. You have to remember, not only as a hacker, but as a pen tester as well. Derive and disguise. What does that mean? Deriving means pivoting. You got access to, you exploited one specific device, now you have to derive to others. You have to pivot to other devices. That is just your port of entry. From that port of entry, you now have to try to get access to other devices, other networks, other branches, whatever that is, even other architectures. And you always have to prevent from being detected. Although this is not hacking, this is pen testing. You want to make sure that your client's infrastructure and staff can detect and analyze what's going on. If they can't, well, then something has to change. And if that's the case, you have to show to your client, hey, I did this and your staff was not able to detect it. So you're not only vulnerable, but you're also vulnerable. And if that happens, if you're exploited, you won't even know that actually happened. So keep that in mind. You have to know at least some types of exploits. You have to know some ways of gaining privileges or actions that you can do once you get access to a targeted machine. And once you do whatever you wanted to do, you also want to make sure that you're capable of installing some kind of backdoor, because you want to be resilient. You want to be able to get back to that target once again in the future. And once you've done that, from there, you want to pivot, you want to derive to other targets, and keep in mind that you're always focusing on covering your tracks. Remain undetected. I hope you enjoyed this video. Thank you very much. Hello, this is our Module 6, the second video of Module 6. And here we're going to see some vulnerabilities database or exploit database more specifically. And we will also understand why we have to actually get accustomed to this type of website, this type of databases. So first of all, in our next video, and probably in the following modules that we're going to use and see, we're going to use a framework called Metasploitable. So what is the Metasploitable module framework? So the Metasploitable framework is a framework that runs an operating system, which can be Linux or Windows 2008, full of vulnerabilities. Now, we have to keep in mind that the goal here is not to actually perform hacks, perform invasions. We're not learning how to become hackers. We're learning how to become pen testers. For that purpose, the CompTIA PenTest Plus exam requires you to know how to use exploits and how to leverage those exploits in order to test a client's infrastructure. So the goal is not to test whether you're capable of using complex exploits or coming up with complex ideas, complex plans. That's not the case, okay? So the reason why we learn, and actually the CompTIA PenTest Plus exam expects you to know the Metasploitable framework, is because, okay, this is a framework that you can use to run some tests and improve your knowledge, okay? They're not very much concerned about how complex it is to actually exploit those vulnerabilities. Now, the Metasploitable that we're going to use is Metasploitable 3. If you don't want to use Metasploitable 3, you prefer to use Metasploitable 2, that's perfectly fine. The only reason why I bring to you Metasploitable 3 and I actually advise you to use this one is because this is the one that we're going to use in this video and the following videos. So just to make sure that you're going to have some compatibility here. So that's the website right here where you can download this specific pre-built of Metasploitable 3. Okay? So, why is this pre-built Metasploitable 3 different from any other? Well, the reason is this Metasploitable 3 runs, as you can see right here, it runs a Windows 2008 server. Traditionally, Metasploitables, they run Linux with, like I said, many vulnerabilities, but we want to test Windows systems. Although at some point we're also going to test Linux systems, but mostly Windows Server systems, because this is what is more available. This is what the industry uses the most. Specifically talking about desktops. And although desktops are in higher presence in regards to Microsoft Windows, the vulnerabilities that we're going to see here, they work for desktop systems, Windows desktops, and Windows servers, at least some versions of those. Okay, so if you come here and here you can see the actual link right here. So this is at GitHub. So github.com/brimstone/Metasploitable 3/releases/tag/0.1.4. Now, this is the version that we have available in this current, in this date. So depending on when you're actually going to do this, you may face a different version. Therefore, you may face a different link. Okay, now, very important. This Metasploitable here is actually a OVA file. And what is a OVA file? It's a Oracle VirtualBox machine file. So you don't actually have to install. Maybe if you search for Metasploitable 3 Windows 2008 server, you're going to see some files that you can download, but that will require some interaction from you, some manual work. So you're probably going to have to compile a bunch of stuff, and this OVA file here will give you a VirtualBox virtual machine that is complete. You just have to download it and run it, and then you're gonna see it there. So that's the link. Once that's done, you're gonna have your Metasploitable machine, virtual machine running. We're not going to use it in this video. It's gonna be object of study in our next video. Right now, what I actually want to show to you, what I want to present to you, is the vulnerabilities databases that we have available, or exploit databases that we have available. But before we go there, I want to go back here to Nessus, and we learned how to use Nessus in a previous module. Now, this Windows 2008 scan here is the scan that I ran against a Metasploitable machine. And when I ran it, we can see here that we have 10 critical vulnerabilities, 3 high vulnerabilities, 22 medium, 4 low, and a bunch of information. Oops. Okay, so, well, obviously, I want to take a look at the critical vulnerabilities, right? So out of these critical vulnerabilities here, let me take a look at the first one that we see here, CGI abuses. And it's telling me that there is a software running called Manage Engine Desktop Central 10. And there is a very, as we can see here, very critical flaw here. with CVSS base score 10 if it's version 2, base score 9.8 if it's version 3. And this is the CVE that is associated with it. Okay, so although Nessus does show us a description here, it shows the solution, the output sent by the server, that's the port that runs that service, which is vulnerable to this type of attack. That's on port 8020, okay? And then we have all that information that we already saw in the past. Now, still, I don't see too much information here, and that is one of the reasons why we have to know some vulnerabilities and exploit database. Now, first of all, the NIST NVD, National Vulnerability Database. This is a website that will actually present you, and we know that when we see national, it means American. So it's a United States vulnerability database. It's a government project that maintains all reported and official vulnerabilities that are known. And here you can also see some information about exploits, but it's important to know this website because, first of all, you can come here and search for a specific vulnerability in order to understand what that vulnerability actually is. Also because you have to follow the latest vulnerabilities. So if you're becoming a pen tester, you have to be aware of all the new flaws that are arriving, that are coming up. Okay, so same thing for database exploit databases, such as the exploitdatabase.com website, also rapid7.com, and voldb.com. Now, what do these three websites have in common? They are focused on exploits. They are not only focused on vulnerabilities, but the exploits itself. So, for example, if I come here and let me take a look at this WordPress plugin automized 2.7.6. What does it do? What is this all about? Oh, okay. Oh, look. So does this mean that I can actually download the exploit? Well, can be. So you have to actually take a look at it down here. But what is interesting is you not only have information about the vulnerability, but also about the exploit, right? So the exploit title is right down here, a description of that exploit, and then you have even instructions on how to exploit that vulnerability. So this is very, very useful and important information. So different from the National Vulnerability Database, the American National Vulnerability Database, which has information about vulnerabilities, here you have information about the exploits themselves. So they're actually explaining to you how to leverage that vulnerability. So same thing for these other websites. And this is very, very important for pen testers. As you already know by now, pen testers are not only supposed to know about vulnerabilities, but we must also know how to actually exploit those vulnerabilities. So in this video, we talked about the Metasploitable Framework, and now we know that we're going to run it as a VirtualBox virtual machine running a Windows 2008 server instance, running many vulnerability services with vulnerabilities, and we also saw some exploit vulnerability and exploit databases, which are very important to you as a pen tester. I hope you enjoyed this video. Thank you very much. Hello, welcome to our technical hands-on class on exploiting with Nessus. So we've seen in a previous module how to use Nessus, and we started to learn in this module some types of exploits that we have available. We also discussed about Metasploitable, the Metasploitable Framework, which can run a Linux system or Windows system with many vulnerabilities in order to allow us to practice pen testing. So this is the class that we're actually going to see how it works. So first of all, you can see right here our Windows 2008 server running, and it's running because of the Metasploitable version 3 with a Windows 2008. Now, there are many vulnerabilities available, and we're going to actually see that one of those vulnerabilities is present in this tool here called Manage Engine Desktop Central 9. And I believe that Nessus is going to detect it as Desktop Central 10, but it doesn't make any difference because both of them have the same vulnerability that we're going to see. Well, first of all, you can see that the Manage Engine Desktop Central is running on the localhost port 8020. And what is the Manage Engine Desktop Central? This is a software that allows you to control an entire Windows environment. So from one single point, from one single location, one single Windows system, you can manage many other Windows systems, whether they are servers or desktops. So you can see here, for example, that you can actually manage Active Directory, you can manage workgroups, you can manage desktops, you can update their system, you can install softwares, you can activate, disable firewall services. There is a bunch of stuff that you can do using the Manage Engine Desktop Central. Okay, which is a very helpful tool. And that is why so many companies actually use it, because it's a very handy tool. Okay, that's very good. Now, let me go back here to my browser, back to my Nessus scan result. And this is the same scan result that I showed in the previous video, right? Where we had about 40 vulnerabilities and 120 information only. Now, out of those vulnerabilities, we already seen that the ones that we have to address first, or have to look into first, are the critical ones. So, and it's Nessus will, by default, will list the vulnerabilities according to their criticality. So the ones that are more critical will come on top, and then it will start to lower the status of that vulnerability, as you can see here. When it shows mixed at the top, that means that we have critical, probably high vulnerability. So let me click there first, and we've seen this in the previous video. Okay, nice. So we have critical, medium, and info, all related to the same vulnerability. Obviously, we want to take a look at the critical ones, or the critical one. That's why I'm going to click on the first one here, and there is our description. The Manage Engine Desktop Central application running on the remote host is version 10 prior to build 10.04.10.9. It is therefore affected by a remote code execution vulnerability. The solution is to upgrade it to version 10 build 10.04.7.9. And then we have the output, we have a bunch of information here. We can see that the Manage Engine Desktop Central actually runs on various ports. Port 8020 as a web server. Port 8022, also web server. And port 8383, also web server. Okay. And here we have some information about the CVSS base factor, base score, and some information about the CV, about the common vulnerability, and exposure, which is identified by CVE 2020-10-189. Okay, we've seen it before. We know how to actually take a look at it. But what do we do with this information? Okay, so I know that the Metasploitable Windows Server 2008 has a bunch of vulnerabilities, and Nessus told me that, but what can I do with it? And this is where we're going to talk about another framework, which is called Metasploit. And what is Metasploit? Metasploit is a firmware that was designed for a Linux environment, and basically what it does is it knows a bunch of exploits, a bunch of vulnerabilities and exploits to exploit those vulnerabilities. You just have to know, well, first of all, if Metasploit has the exploit to exploit the vulnerability that you have. Once you figure that out, you have to learn how to actually use that exploit. And when you use that exploit, in order to use that exploit, usually you have to inform some stuff. You have to pass some data, some input to that exploit, and then you're going to see what happens. Okay, so let's take a look at that. I am going to go to my Kali Linux machine right here. And as you may remember, one of the bright sides about the Kali Linux operating system is that it already comes with a bunch of tools, and that's the case of the Metasploit framework. In order to get access to Metasploit, you simply have to run MSF console. Once you run it, you're going to see this brief of introduction and welcoming screen. It may take a while to load. Okay, so here's a introductory output. So we have 2045 at least in this version that I am running right now as of today. So 2045 exploits, 1106 auxiliary exploits, 344 posts. That's the number of payloads that we have, encoders, and evasions or evasion techniques. Okay, and it also gave me an introduction up here. Okay, very good. Now, first, if you want to take a better look at the Metasploit framework console, you can enter the question mark right here, and then you're going to see a bunch of options that you have available. And I am scrolling up all the way to here. Okay, so you have all these commands. Remember, this is a console, so you can actually enter commands. Banner, CD, color, blah, blah, blah. You have a bunch of options, a bunch of commands here. And obviously, since we have too many, we're only going to take a look at the main ones. Okay, so first of all, I want to actually see whether I can exploit that vulnerability that was specified right there. Okay, that's very good. Now, since I want to see whether I have support or not, I can use the search command. Now, the search command is used to search for a bunch of information. Okay, for example, if I know the CVE, I can use search CVE, and I'm gonna go back there, take a look at the CVE, which is CVE 2020-10-189. 10-189. I'm gonna go there, CVE 2020-10-189. Is that what it is? Let me go back there. 10-189. There you go. Desktop central deserialization. Okay, so here it is. And the status is excellent. That means that it is a very accurate, precise, and working exploit. Now, I am also going to do another search because I know for a fact that there is another exploit that we can use in order to leverage this vulnerability. Is there any specific reason why we're not going to use this exploit here? Well, actually, it's very simple. I decided not to use this one because there is a bunch of additional information that I have to pass as input to the exploit, and we can leverage the same vulnerability using another one. So, and it's going to actually help us take a look at another way of searching. So I can search for a exploit author, and I'm going to search for sinner this way. Okay, that's so that's because I know that we have this. This is an author. This is the author of one of the exploits that leverage that vulnerability. So when you search by author, it's going to show all the exploit that author wrote, okay? And the one that I am actually searching for is a exploit for Windows and for a web server running on Windows. So it's going to be HTTP, not local. And it's alphabetically ordered, which means that it's HTTP. And I know that it starts with right here, manage engine connection ID. Right, that's exactly what I want. Now, again, comparing those two, why do I prefer this one instead of the other? Because they both do the same thing. They both deploy a reverse TCP connection. What is that type of attack? A reverse TCP connection is an exploit that will leverage a vulnerability that is available in a service, in a software. It will open a backdoor in my own machine, my attacker machine, allowing that target machine to connect to mine. But it's a reverse TCP connection because I want to force that target to connect to my machine in a way that whenever I run a command, it will actually be executed in that machine. That's why it's called a reverse TCP attack or reverse TCP connection. Okay, so I can either copy this line here, okay, or I can use this number. So in order to define which exploit you want to use, you're going to do use, and then as you can see right here, there is instructions right here. You can either say use and then the path to that exploit or the number of that exploit, which is 214. However, it says no payload configured, defaulting to Windows Meterpreter reverse TCP. Okay, that's correct because the payload that I'm going to use is a Meterpreter. There are actually 8 different types of payloads. And the most used one and probably most powerful is the Meterpreter. Why is it so powerful? Because what it does is it leverages a vulnerability of a software and it inserts a code into that same instance of software. It does not create an additional process. Why is that so powerful? Because if the person or staff responsible for managing that infrastructure that I'm targeting, if they check the processes that are running that machine, they're not going to see an additional process because the code that I am inserting is being inserted directly into the RAM, into the memory, associated with another current software service that is running. Okay, now, how do I run it? Do I simply say, hey, I want to run it? Well, there are situations, there are exploits that they are single, that you just have to run those. There are other ones that are what is called staged, okay? And that's the case right here. So this is a exploit that use a staged payload. What does that mean? A staged payload requires a few information, and also it will require a stage, which is a software to be downloaded. So a stager, which is the case of this payload, will download additional code. This additional code will be sent to the target, loaded into the RAM, and then connect to my machine. So that's why the MeterPreter payload is so powerful. Okay, now, as I mentioned, usually there are some options that are required here. How can I see those options? Pretty simple. You can simply run options. Okay, so what are the options that I have here? First of all, are hosts, remote hosts. Is it required? Yes, it is. And remote port? Yes, it is. Target URI is also required, but if I don't mention, there is the default option here, which is /. The remote port is, by default, is 8020. That we may remember, if we go back here, that's exactly the port that I am willing to attack. That's the vulnerable port. Okay. However, remote hosts is required and there is no information here. So how do I define the remote host? I use set rhosts, that's the variable name, and then the IP address, which is this one. Okay. If I go there to my Windows machine and I go right here to the command prompt, I am listing my Metasploitable Windows 2008 IP address right there, 192.168.0.22. Okay, very good. I go back here, I define it. Is that all? Well, no, that's not all. Let me run options once again. So now I can see that the IP address, the target IP address is there, the port is there, the target URI is there, but there are some payload options, payload information that is also required, okay? The local port, that my attacker's machine port, that's the port that my machine will listen to in that reverse TCP connection. That's the port that my target will connect to in my local machine. And my attacker's machine IP address, which is correct. So what do I do now? I simply run that exploit. And let's see what happens. Creating JSP stager, as I mentioned, this is a stager. A stager needs to download the stage, and it's sending that stage, that code, to the remote machine. MeterPreter session 1 opened. So there is a connection between these two machines right here, okay, at that specific date and time, and that's done. If there was an error, it would say, hey, I wasn't able to connect, something happened. It would show you a debug message, okay? Now, let's see what we can do here. Okay, observe that it's now showing MeterPreter here, the MeterPreter console. It's not showing the MSF5 console anymore. What if I do get system? This is a command that will actually, in a reverse TCP connection, that will see if I can become the admin user. And okay, there it is. In memory admin, I am connected to that machine as a admin user. That's exactly what I wanted. So whatever I do here, I am running the tool that I use here. I'm using that tool, running that tool in my target machine as an admin user. Now, you may ask, okay, but what can I do? What are the options that I have? You can use help to see all the commands that you have, and you're going to see how powerful it is. So I can, for example, get some information, get SID, for example, that's the server SID, get desktop in case it's associated with a domain session, I can actually get some system information, which is sysinfo right here. So, okay, that's that machine, Vagrant 2008, R2, Windows 2008, Service Pack 1. It's outdated, yes it is. The architecture, that is, it doesn't belong to a domain, it belongs to a work group, okay? And you can copy files, you can run files, you can edit the register. All possible options are listed here. Okay, so you have all those options, you have full control, you can get access to the SAM file in case it is a system that has a SAM file, copy files, remove, shut down, reboot. You can do a bunch of stuff by using this specific exploit. Now, keep in mind, the goal here is not actually to see whether you can get control of a machine and what you can do once you get control, but actually to show you that you can use the Metasploit framework to leverage those vulnerabilities by using these exploits. I hope you enjoyed this video. Thank you very much. Hello, welcome to Module 7, and our topic here is going to be exploiting networks. So we're evolving. In our previous module, the focus was on exploiting local vulnerabilities. So we were assuming that you could just run an exploit and that exploit would give you a specific result without having to understand much about the network infrastructure in which that target was inserted in. So in regards to the topology, it looked like a local exploitation. Although it wasn't a local exploitation, we saw that we can have local or network exploits. But the thing is, the idea was the way that you'd execute would look like you didn't have to know anything about that network infrastructure or topology, which is different now because now our focus is on exploiting networks or network resources such as protocols. So when exploiting networks, there are different ways of doing it. So we can attack network protocols, as I mentioned, so we can focus on some protocols flaws or maybe misconfiguration. Okay, one that we saw in a previous module was the NetBIOS, which is the protocol, actually the set of protocols that Microsoft use to share files. And we're also going to see some other protocols such as SNMP, SMTP, DNS, SSH. Now we also have the man-in-the-middle attack, which is also referenced as MITM. So it stands for man-in-the-middle attack. This is, and we're going to see some types of man-in-the-middle attacks, but these are attacks where the attacker, you as a pen tester in this case, is in between a conversation. So there is a source and a destination, and you somehow manage to intercept that conversation. You get in the middle of that transmission. And well, there are different techniques to do this and different goals that may be achieved by doing it. You also have the traditional denial of service attacks, or also the distributed denial of service attack. This is a more, I would say that the way that it's executed tends to be more simplistic. There is no fancy technique here. Basically, what you're trying to achieve is, okay, there is a service running, or a device and I want to bring it down. I want to shut it down, for example, or make the service unavailable. So it's a denial of service. And usually this is done, this is achieved by exploiting a protocol or software flaw. The reason why I said that it doesn't involve too many techniques, or at least not fancy techniques, is because since you're relying on some flaws, basically you just have to exploit that flaw that is built in the code or in the device. You can also attack security features, resources, or tools. So for example, you can try to bypass a firewall. You can try to bypass an intrusion detection system. You can try to bypass a NAC. So there are different ways of doing it. And once again, the focus here is to either attack, make unavailable, or simply bypass any type of security feature that your target network may have. Okay, now going into more details in regards to the types of exploits that we have to exploit those network vulnerabilities. So first of all, one that is much more low level, it's very common. Actually, that's what people use nowadays. So in local area networks, what we have what we see is the use of switching devices, switches. So it's very common to see switches where you can deploy, you as a network analyst, for example, you can deploy VLANs. Now, many of those switches, they support tagged or untagged ports. That's the 802.1q protocol that allows you to define some additional features to specific ports. So you can say, for example, that if you have a switch composed of 24 ports, you can say that, I don't know, 12 ports belong to a specific VLAN and the other 12 ports belong to another VLAN. But let's say that out of those 24 ports, you have a trunk port that will also support both VLANs. So there is a trunk port, a port that will be used to connect to another switch, which also supports 802.1q. That's going to be a trunk port. So you want to make sure that port talks both VLANs, knows the existence of both VLANs. Also because you want to be able to communicate, allow that switch to communicate with the devices that are linked to that other stacked switch. So there is a requirement of capabilities here. You have to make sure that both switches, in case they know different VLANs, they also know that there are other VLANs assigned to the computers connected to the other switch. So it's one implementation that can guarantee that different computers will be separated. They will only communicate with the other computers that you actually want them to communicate. But at the same time, you want to guarantee that if computers connected to the other switch belong to VLAN, let's say A, those computers will be able to communicate with other computers connected to the first switch also belonging to VLAN A. So you need those trunk ports or uplinks. Now, that's why you need the .1q protocol support. Now, what is the switch spoofing? Switch spoofing are types of attacks where you can fake that your machine actually belonged to that specific VLAN, And even more, you can make your machine work as a switch itself, supporting those VLANs. Actually, it's not that difficult to deploy this type of attack because, for example, if you have a Linux machine, in a Linux machine, you can actually just say, okay, my interface will support this protocol. You can just load that module and then specify, you can create VLAN interfaces, virtual interfaces, and say, okay, so this interface here belongs to this VLAN, the other interface belongs to the other VLAN, and you can even tag those interfaces, which means that your machine will behave as a switch. Another very famous protocol, famous due to its importance, usage, and also to its security limitations, security problems. That's the Domain Name System Protocol, DNS. Two very common types of attacks. DNS spoofing. So DNS spoofing is an attack where you you capture a request that is being sent by a DNS server, and you actually tell that DNS server that a specific name is assigned to a specific IP, but that IP is an IP that you have control of, and it can be a server that you, as an attacker, control, and you're faking a website. So let's take a look at an example. Let's say that your client, your client's company has, I don't know, many employees. One of those employees want to access google.com. So, okay, so that person opens the browser and types www.google.com. What's going to happen? It will request to the company's domain name system server, the DNS server, hey, can you please resolve this name, google.com? If that DNS server knows the IP address assigned to that name, it will just reply to that client. In case the DNS server doesn't know it, it will perform what is called a recursive name resolution. And that's where the DNS spoofing attack comes in. In this type of attack, the attacker will manage to say that when a recursive attack happens, that DNS server will go to what is called the root DNS servers to initiate that resolution. If the attacker is capable of faking, saying that it is a root server or a specific server to a specific domain, then it can simply say, hey, google.com is assigned to this IP address, which is not the IP address of a Google web server. It's another server somewhere, sitting somewhere, but it also runs a web server hosting a web page that is a copy, that presents a copy of a Google web page. So at the end, the client will be redirected, the target will be redirected to that website that is not the actual Google website. Obviously, this became very difficult to perform due to the improvement in security of the DNS protocol. Well, not DNS protocol itself, but the usage of DNS with DNSSEC, and also because of certifications. So performing this type of attack, focusing on websites, became very, very difficult due to certificates. But you can also focus on another attack, which is tampering files or changing files. Resolutions, name resolutions, are not always performed based on domain name DNS servers. Actually, before a machine asks for a DNS server to resolve a name, it will try to locally perform that resolution based on a local database. Linux and Windows systems, they rely on the hosts file. Obviously, they will reside in different locations when talking about these two different operating systems, but it's the same file with the same content. What does that file have? What does it present? Basically, it presents a name and an IP. It associates a name with an IP in a text file. If you're capable of accessing that machine as an administrator, then you can change that file and say, hey, google.com is assigned to this IP address here. You can also do the same thing if you get access to the company's DNS server. So if you can control that server, you can just go there and say, hey, DNS server, now this IP address here is this name here is assigned to this IP address. Don't perform a recursive search. Rely on this file that you have here and respond to your clients based on this information that you have right here. Man-in-the-middle attacks. Well, first of all, a very common man-in-the-middle attack is ARP spoofing. ARP spoofing relies on the way that, well, basically that's how TCP IP-based networks, which is everywhere, any network, relies on the ARP protocol before actually using IP and any other protocol. So, well, you do have to understand the ARP protocol, but basically what it does is, in order to establish a communication, you have to translate an IP address into a MAC address. Basically, what happens is your machine will ask, hey, I want to communicate with this IP address. Who has it? The machine that has that IP address will reply to you saying, hey, I have it and this is my MAC address. In a ARP spoofing attack, a man in the middle will intercept that communication and say, hey, this is my IP address right here and this is my MAC. But it's not. It's forging, faking that MAC address. Another attack that we'll actually deploy in a following video is a replay attack. Replay attacks are based on the idea of intercepting, once again, we're intercepting a traffic, but in a replay attack, we're using that packet that's been intercepting to later on in another opportunity send it again. You may change that information or not. Usually you do. That is actually one of the biggest differences between a replay attack and a relay attack. In a replay attack, many times you want to change the information, at least some of the information that is contained in a packet. But it's also very important to realize that it's supposed to be used in another moment. Whereas a relay attack will many times, will actually not involve changing the information, but simply relaying that packet that's been intercepted. So a situation where you can see a relay attack is, okay, so one example, let's say that you want to open a garage door of a residence, okay, that's not your residence. What you can actually do is to fake a request to the device card that is actually capable of opening that gate. So, for example, you can come up with a device that will be able to request a remote controller to send the information, the signal that is required to open that gate. Well, but that device doesn't actually want to open the gate, but you do want to capture that response and without modifying it, just forward it to the device that is attached to the garage door. and then open that garage door. Now, this is just an illustration. That is not how garage doors work. It's different, but just to give you a scenario where you can visualize this happening. Okay, it's a situation where without the device requesting a response and authentication from the client, you force that client to send that authentication, the credentials, and then you can just forward those credentials to do something. Regarding SSL, you have SSL stripping. That's where you are actually removing the SSL security. So when it comes to SSLs, we tend to focus on HTTP and HTTPS protocols, because that's basically the difference between HTTP and HTTPS. So HTTPS is the HTTP protocol along with the SSL. Now, when the way that you try to implement this type of attack is, you may remember that sometimes you enter a URL in your browser and you're not specifying HTTPS. Okay, so your browser by default, it uses HTTP. So if you open it and you type gmail.com, you're actually trying to connect to port 80 HTTP using the HTTP protocol, connecting to port 80 of the Gmail web server. Okay, but if the Gmail web server deploys HTTPS, if it's HTTP plus SSL, you as a client will be redirected to port 443, which is the HTTPS port. Okay, nothing unusual, that's how it happens. But when you're deploying, an attacker is deploying the SSL stripping attack, what it's trying to do is, it's monitoring traffic, trying to see, analyze all the HTTP requests being sent by clients. Once that HTTP request is sent, the HTTPS server will respond with a redirection. Hey, you're not supposed to connect to port 80. You're supposed to use HTTPS port 443. What the attacker is going to do when intercepting that communication is, hey, HTTPS server, or the server that actually hosts that web page, I am the client. So the client had its communication, its packets intercepted by you, the attacker. You behave as a client. You fake that you're the one that is actually requesting that SSL connection. So the HTTPS server will respond to you and communicate with you using an encrypted communication, understanding that you're the client. You're forwarding the response sent by that HTTPS server to the actual client, which is the target, but using HTTP, not HTTPS. So what's going on there? You as an attacker is receiving all information coming from that target using the HTTP protocol without encryption, which means that you can read all the information and then you just encrypt that using SSL. Well, it's not just encryption, but you use SSL to generate the same information, the same HTTP information, but using HTTPS at this moment. It's a bit different, actually it's a lot different when you perform the SSL downgrading attack. This relies on the possibility of downgrading the SSL or TLS version. So when the client performs the request, once again, you intercept that communication. But what you're going to do is to actually say, respond to that client saying, hey, I do not support this SSL or TLS version that you're requesting. Can we downgrade to another version? If the client supports that, then the client will say, okay, we can use another version, an older version, which has flaws. And then that communication continues. But then the communication is being performed using a non-secure, or at least not that secure layer, which means that the attacker can try to break the information, retrieve the information that is being encrypted. You can also try to bypass network access control solutions. So it's very common to see nowadays networks using any type of NAC. Okay, so just a summary, a NAC is a solution, not just a single device usually, but an entire solution that will control the nodes that are trying to access the LAN, the network. So there are different types of authentication performed by a NAC server. For example, the client would have to have a client software informing credentials, username and password. Only if those credentials are valid, that client will get access to the network. That's one example. But there is another example that is also used. As amazing as it is, it's still implemented, it's still common, and it can be easily bypassed, which is a NAC, a MAC-based NAC. What does that mean? It's a NAC that will verify if that MAC address, the source MAC address, is in the list of accepted clients. If it is, then the client will get access to the network. Well, there is a very simple tool in a Linux environment, especially in Kali Linux, called MAC Changer. It's a command, MAC Changer. You can use MAC Changer to simply say, hey, my MAC is this one. Obviously, you have to somehow know a MAC address that is allowed to bypass to authenticate in that NAC, which is not hard to do, because if you can capture traffic using a sniff, you can see many MAC addresses flowing, and you can try some of those ones. Now, it's common to see vulnerabilities coming up every day, and finding vulnerabilities associated with protocols, specifically with protocols. And that is just another reason why it's important to keep following updates on regards to new vulnerabilities. Therefore, there are some protocols that are known due to the number of vulnerabilities that are coming up associated with them. So a few more protocols here. Simple Mail Transfer Protocol, or simply SMTP. That's the protocol used when transmitting emails, sending emails. And although nowadays most SMTP servers, they rely on the usage of encryption by implementing certificates, it's also common to see some servers that still implement plain text SMTP. Now, it's not very common to see flaws associated with the protocol itself, but there are ways of getting a hold of very useful information. So, for example, if you find a SMTP server, you can connect to that server and try to enumerate accounts. So you can try to connect and say, hey, I want to see if this email account exists, if this user exists. I want to see if this list of accounts exists. And it's actually very simple to do. Another one that is very resourceful, very powerful, is the Simple Network Management Protocol, SNMP. It's a protocol used to manage networks. By using this protocol, you can not only get a hold of any kind of information in your entire network, information specific to a specific device, but you can also change many of those informations. So for example, you can remotely say, hey, that device has that IP address, but I want to change it. I'm going to change its IP address to whatever. So it's that powerful. So you can see how important and critical this protocol is. Now, the problem is the versions that are common are versions 1, 2, and 2C. Most likely SNMP version 2C. What is the problem with those versions? First of all, its authentication system is based on a username only, which is called community. It's not called username. Okay, they use this nomenclature, community. So there is no password. It's just the community name. And if you can figure out what the community name is, there's a bunch of stuff that you can do. Obviously, you have different communities and their capabilities, but basically a community can be read-only or read-write. If you find out a read-only community, you'll be able to gather a bunch of information. If you get a hold of a read-write community name, you'll not only be able to see information, but also to change information in a network. And then you have the SNMP version 3, which is the secure version. It uses credentials, username and password, and also it has an encryption system. So that's the best solution. The problem is it's still very common to see SNMP v2c. Actually, only newer devices support SNMP v3. So that is one reason why you see so many networks still using SNMP v2c. That's because many of those devices there do not support v3. File transfer protocol. So FTP is a plain text protocol. We do have the SFTP, which is FTP over SSH, which uses encryption, but the file transfer protocol does not support it. And we are actually going to see how we can leverage a flaw here. And we also have the Linux implementation of the SMB protocol, the service message block created by Microsoft. That's the Samba implementation. Now, I'm not going to talk much about it because we will actually, in a following video, discuss the NetBIOS and its protocols, which include the SMB protocol. And we also have the Secure Shell. Yes, Secure Shell SSH is a fairly secure protocol, remote access protocol. But obviously, first of all, it depends on the version. If you find a server that is running a very old version of the SSH protocol, there will be exploits available to that. But also, you can always try to brute force passwords against a SSH server. And we will actually see a tool called Hydra that will help us doing that. So in this first video, I wanted to present some network vulnerabilities, how you can exploit network vulnerabilities, what are the options, and we also discussed some protocols actually that have some known flaws that can be exploited, and you as a pen tester should look into whenever you see that those protocols are available in a client's network. I hope you enjoyed this video. Thank you very much. Hello, this is our second video of Module 7, and the reason why we're going to analyze this protocol, study this protocol, or at least, well, not specifically a protocol, but a suite of protocols, is because it's so important in regards to pen testing. It's so important that the CompTIA PenTest Plus exam actually will present to you not just one or two, but many questions associated with the problems that analysts will have to face when using Windows systems. And this is a suite of protocols that are embedded in Windows systems. Okay, so that's why we have to take a better look at it. Before we actually understand the flaws or how to exploit these flaws, we have to understand the protocol, okay? So, first of all, what is the NetBIOS suite? So, NetBIOS is a suite that will, out of the services that it presents, the most important one probably is the NetBIOS name service, or NBNS. Basically, it's the implementation of this service. So, in a summary, the NetBIOS protocol was created to allow Windows operating systems to communicate among themselves. It could be just to share files, share printers, or only to see if they are in the network, find other Windows systems in that same local network. So basically, the idea is to use some kind of DNS protocol, but a DNS protocol that is controlled by the Windows systems inside a local network, a Windows local network. Now, leveraging that, we could also share resources such as files and printers, scanners, whatever it is. Okay, so there are some main ports associated with the NetBIOS solution, and it will vary depending on the Windows operating system, on the version of the Windows operating system. So, for example, up to Windows 2008 if it's a server, and up to Windows 7 if it's a desktop environment, they would use port TCP 135 to perform Microsoft remote procedure calls. Newer Windows operating systems don't use this port anymore. But all of them, they use 137, 138, and 139. So port 137 is the NetBIOS name service. So that is the port that is used to resolve names. We're going to see in the next slide how Windows systems communicate with other Windows systems in a LAN. It's based on the NetBIOS name, and basically it relies on broadcasting or in a Windows name server, a local Windows name server. So that is performed using this port 137. Now, to transmit data, that session, that communication must be controlled by a service. That service can be 138 UDP in case it's datagram based. So transmission using that are not session controlled, they're not object oriented. They use UDP on port 138. If it's a session service, it uses 139 TCP, not UDP. And also you have the SMB, using port 445 TCP. That's actually the port that is used to transfer files or share resources. Now, how does the naming service works in Windows environments based on the NetBIOS suite of protocols? Well, basically a target, so let's say a source, not precisely a target, a source will, let's say that you are using controlling that source, you're controlling that target, that device. If you go to the Windows network, you open your Windows Explorer and you want to see the other computers that belong to the same network that in which you were inserted in. You want to see your Windows neighbors. So you go to My Network and you click there. What you want to do is see the other Windows systems. Okay, basically what your machine is going to do is it will say, hey, who's here? Okay. If it's a generic question, like I just want to see all the systems that are here, your machine will ask a domain master browser that exists in that network. That master browser will answer to you, will send to you a list. Hey, this is the list of nodes, Windows nodes that we have here. Okay, nice. However, if you already have that list, so you go to My Networks and you see all those Windows machines there, and you want to access a specific machine. So there is machine XYZ and you double click it. Well, that means that you want to actually access resources of that machine. But before you can actually access that machine, you have to know that machine's IP address. What you're going to do is you broadcast this question.
Hey, who is XYZ? Then the attacker will say, hey, here I am XYZ. It will inform its IP address. So the target will say, oh, okay, so I want to access a few resources that you have, but to do that, I have to authenticate. So I want to authenticate. And that's how the NetBIOS protocol works. The machine that is supposed to receive that connection, that request, will send a challenge. So in this case, that's the attacker. So the attacker, which is acting as just a regular machine, will say, well, okay, so to do that, you have to answer a challenge. Now, here's the catch. The softwares that you could use in order to perform this type of attack, such as Responder, what it's going to do is it will always send the same challenge, which means that the target will send an encrypted challenge response. Well, not encrypted actually, hashed. So it will send a hashed challenge response. But again, it will always be the same response because the challenge was the same. The challenge that was sent is the same every time. So a software such as Responder will know that the hash that it will receive will correspond to a specific challenge. Now that it has the hash, that software can then use that hash. It can use another software to try to crack that hash. Now, it's not to decrypt. It's a hash. It cannot be decrypted. But we're going to see how it actually occurs. So basically, the way it's going to do is it will compare that hash with a database of hashes that it has, similar to a rainbow table. And once it matches that hash, it will know, oh, okay, so this hash matches
this other hash that I have in my database. And according to my database, this hash corresponds to this plain text password. And then the attacker will know the password. And we are actually going to implement this type of attack. Now, that is one way of performing an attack, using a software that will help you capture the hash and then use another one to crack that hash. But there is another type of attack that you can perform, and actually Responder will allow you to do that as well. So what else can you do once you have the hash? You can perform a pass the hash attack. It's an attack that will replay that hash and then authenticate to that other machine, getting access to it. Again, we are going to see how to do this capturing the password, the user and the password. So we are going to crack it, but we could very well use Responder itself to perform a pass the hash attack. So in this video, we learned more about the NetBIOS protocol, the NetBIOS suite of protocols that Microsoft implements. We discussed how it works and also a couple of ways of actually leveraging this, this protocol that has some known vulnerabilities. I hope you enjoyed this video. Thank you very much. Hello, welcome to Module 7. This is our third video, and in this is going to be actually a very short video, but we just need to talk a little bit about wireless networks. Most of the times when you're studying pen testing or hacking or security, you tend to focus on wired networks, and there is a very good explanation for that. The reason being is when you are performing these high-level tasks, high-level activities, you are actually focusing on companies, not in residential solutions, but enterprise solutions. And although companies do use wireless networks, their core is not composed of wireless devices, but wired devices. But still, we have to keep in mind that any type of pen testing or attacking tasks, hacking tasks, they must initiate by gathering information. So acquiring information that is being transmitted from or to desktop devices is also very important, which means that even though wireless networks are not the best solutions in regards to performance, they are still around. They are very much used by the end users. Actually, it keeps growing and growing. Nowadays, it's even hard to see desktops plugged into, at least laptops, plugged into the wired network. And obviously, because the CompTIA PenTest Plus exam requires us to know some security features and pen testing resources that we have available in regards to wireless networks. Now, observe that I'm not mentioning Wi-Fi networks. I'm generalizing as wireless networks. So let's start with the most traditional standard that we have, which is the wireless fidelity, Wi-Fi. There are different types of attacks that you can perform against Wi-Fi networks, but let's just mention a couple here that are very common. So one is called evil twins. So evil twins is also known as cloning, Wi-Fi cloning. Basically, what you do here is you bring a access point, which can actually be your own laptop, as long as you have a system such as Linux running in it. And you can install some tools, some pen testing tools. You could, for example, run Kali Linux, which has a software called Kismet that would help you to do this, which is fake your machine, make it behave as an access point. And what you obviously, you can also bring your access point to the network. You could do that. But then what you would have to do is you'd have to configure your access point to broadcast a network with the same name, with the same BSS ID that the other actual wireless Wi-Fi network that is in that network. So let's say that you are in a premises that the Wi-Fi network is called Company ABC. Okay, what would you have to do? You just have to configure your access point with that BSS ID. Well, actually SSID and BSS ID. So you'd have to clone the information that belongs to the machine, to the access point that already exists there. That would be the first step, obviously. But wait, that's not enough. If you do that, what's going to happen is there will be two access points with the same network name, which is okay. It exists. That's perfectly fine. But the problem is, if you do that, you can still have the laptops, for example, the clients still connecting to the original access point, not to your own access point. So what can you do then? You can send a de-authentication signal to those clients. The clients would just accept it because it's coming from the access point, that what they believe to be the access point that actually broadcast the wireless connection. So they would be de-authenticated and then they would have to authenticate again. At this moment, depending on where you placed your access point, some devices would connect to your device and you then start capturing the traffic that is being sent by those clients. Another problem that we have in Wi-Fi networks is their key, the security, the level of security used by their keys. Nowadays, it's not that common to see networks, Wi-Fi networks, implementing WEP, neither WPA. It's very common to see WPA too, but they are still around, mostly WPA with a pre-shared key, not enterprise WPA. So the problem with that is, well, if you find a network that uses a WEP type of key, that's very easy to crack. You can simply use the AirCrack NG suite, which is a suite. It's not just a single software. It's a suite of softwares. But if you find it, then it would be easily cracked. If you find a network that uses WPA pre-shared key, it's still crackable, but it's not that easy. It's going to take a very long time for sure, and you need a lot of traffic going on in that network. You're going to have to capture packets, you're going to have to replay packets, and you're going to have to work in an environment that you not only be collecting beacons, collecting authentication packets, but you have to replay that to force the three-way handshake in a very large number of opportunities. Then you can try to crack that key, crack that password. Now, moving to Bluetooth, the CompTIA PenTest Plus exam also requires you to know some vulnerabilities or attacks in a Bluetooth network, wireless network. And the most common ones are blue snarfing and bluejacking. Blue snarfing is you can, using a device that supports the Bluetooth protocol, you can retrieve the contact list of another device, of another Bluetooth device that has Bluetooth enabled, obviously, and that is open to everybody. So you can remotely grab their contact list. And another one is bluejacking. Bluejacking is a way of hijacking a Bluetooth session. And in regards to RFID, we have the most common ones are cloning, jamming, and repeating, which are very self-explanatory. So cloning is similar to evil twins. And it's actually very common nowadays. You can, for example, let's say that you go shopping and you need a new wallet, and you find a wallet that it says that it's RFID cloning protected. That means that that wallet implements at some level a security that will prevent from a device from cloning your RFID signal. Jamming is when you use signals to jam a RFID connection or RFID communication, and repeating is a type of attack in which you are going to repeat a signal that you managed to acquire previously. So let's say that you somehow managed to you detected a RFID signal coming from a specific RFID device. You grab that signal and you copy it. Later on, you repeat that signal. You emit that signal once again in order to authenticate with the other RFID controlling authentication device. So basically, these are the most important concepts and vulnerabilities that you have to know for the CompTIA PenTest exam. In regards to tools, the two tools that you have to be aware of are the AirCrack-NG and Kismet. So AirCrack-NG is actually a suite of softwares, as I mentioned. If you have the opportunity, you should try to use it. So basically, some tools that you have there are Airmon, which is a tool that will allow you to configure your interface in the monitoring mode. That's the mode that your interface must be configured in order to be able to capture traffic. You also have AeroDump, which is going to be the tool that will actually capture the traffic. So first you have to configure in a promiscuous mode or monitoring mode. Then you have to actually sniff the packets. You also have AirReplay, which is used to replay the traffic that your interface captures. And you also have the AirCrack that will try to crack the password of that network. So I hope you enjoyed this video. It's very important that you go through some concepts about wireless networks to get ready for the CompTIA PenTest Plus exam. Thank you very much. Hello. Welcome to video 4 of module 7, and this video will be focused on tools. It will be a hands-on video. We are actually going to analyze a few tools. Those tools are Responder, and we're going to combine Responder with Hashcat. The reason why we're going to do that is because we will use Responder to capture that hash sent by a Windows machine using the NetBIOS protocol. Once we have that hash, we're going to hand it over to Hashcat in order to try to crack that password. So that's going to be one tool. Another tool that we'll also use is going to be ARPspoof. Actually, we're going to see ARPspoof first. The idea here will be to show how you can ARPspoof a device in order to capture the traffic that it's transmitting. And we'll combine that with the FTP protocol. So we're going to perform a FTP access from a original Windows 2008 machine, and we'll see that the Kali Linux machine will be able to implement ARPspoof and capture that traffic. We're actually going to see the username and password because, like we've learned before, the FTP protocol does not use encryption. And then we'll get to know a tool called Hydra. And Hydra is a cracking tool. It will help you perform brute force attacks. So it combines credentials, usernames, and passwords in order to crack that service, in order to get access to a specific service. We are going to use Hydra with SSH. So we'll try to SSH, crack the password of a SSH server. So let's start off with ARP spoof. So the scenario that I have here is this. My Kali Linux machine has this IP address right here, 192.168.0.20. And we can also see that my router is 192.168.0.1. Now let's go to my target machine, which is this Windows 2008 server here, the same one that is running Metasploitable. Actually, it is an instance of Metasploitable. So this machine has IP address 192.168.0.22, and we can also see that the gateway is the same one, 192.168.0.1. So let's just picture a scenario here. Imagine that this is a machine, a desktop, and this one right here is a machine that I was able to insert into that network. So obviously I am using a Kali Linux machine. It could be my own laptop because I managed somehow to get physical access to it, or it could be just another desktop that I managed to get access to it, to control it. For example, using the reverse TCP attack that we saw in the previous module. So, the way that we can do this is, well, first of all, you have to make sure that you have this software here installed in a Linux system, right? dsniff. So you need the dsniff in order to run ARP spoof. That's because ARP spoof comes in that packet. So make sure you have it installed first. Then it's pretty simple actually. You can simply do ARP spoof -i and the interface, which will capture traffic and also implement the ARP spoof attack. So what is the scenario here? My target, which I will identify with the -t switch, is 192.168.0.22. That's my Windows machine. That's my target. I want to capture traffic that is being sent to and sent from that machine. When it communicates with 192.168.0.1, which is my router. So what is actually going on here? What is happening here? What I'm saying is, whenever machine 192.168.0.22 asks for IP address 192.168.0.1, I will reply to that target machine, which is 22, the client, the Windows client, saying, hey, I have IP address .0.1. I am your gateway, and here is my MAC address. That's because in a local area network, the communication is established via data link protocol. So MAC address is used, not IP addresses. So the IP addresses are converted into MAC addresses. Okay, so I am going to run it. There it is. It is ARP spoofing. Now, that's not enough. When I do this, I'm simply saying, hey, if that client asks for this IP address, I will reply with this MAC here. I will say that I am that IP address and I have this MAC right here. Okay, good. Now I also need another tool. I need Wireshark to capture traffic. I need a sniffer. So what I am going to do here is run Wireshark. There we are. We need the administrator password to run it as root. Okay, there. I am going to start capturing traffic, but it's going to give us a bunch of information, which I don't want. I just want to see FTP traffic. So what I'm going to do here is to implement a filter TCP, because I want to specify a port. That's going to be my filter, port 21. That's the FTP port. Well, since I'm specifying port, I have to either use TCP or the UDP protocol. I know that port 21, at least the authentication process, occurs via port 21 TCP. So TCP.port equals 21 right there. Okay, so Wireshark is capturing a bunch of stuff, but I don't care. I just want to see the traffic associated with port 21. Okay, good. Now I'm gonna go there to my client machine, and I will just pick a random FTP and one that I know from the top of my head. I'm not going to hack it, so there is no problem to do it here. I'm just accessing a FTP server. I don't have the credentials, nothing wrong here. I am gonna do this, for example. I know that this is a FTP server, and just a simple search on the web will give you this. Okay, and there in the back, right there, you can see that there is a lot of FTP, many FTP packets flowing, being captured. Now, the FTP server will ask for my credentials. Please inform me a password. I'm gonna say my user. Oh, you could see that it showed something, it captured something else back there. Now it's asking for the password. I'm going to say my pass. Okay, now this is not valid credentials. As you can see right here, login failed. That's perfectly fine. I don't want to authenticate. I just want to show you that we're simulating this is a client. Okay, a valid, legit client. And I am performing a capture here. I am actually going to stop that capture as an attacker. And let's take a look at the FTP packets. Let me go up here. Let me start over here. Okay, so it's requesting, and let me open the FTP header right here. There it is. So first, it asked for my username, and then I informed that username right here. So my pass, that's the password that I informed. We also have the user, which is somewhere up here, probably here. Let's see. No, so that's the hello. Oh, there you go. So user, my user, let's go down a little bit. It requires the password, so I will inform that password, pass, my pass, as I informed. There. A very simplistic way of capturing traffic that is not encrypted. That is how you can implement ARP spoof and also take a look at the packets, the content of the packets that are being transmitted if they're not encrypted. I am now going to close this, and let's take a look at another attack. I'm going to close this as well. Now, the attack we're going to analyze, the attack we're going to look into now is an attack against the way that Windows systems actually communicate with other Windows systems using the NetBIOS protocol. So you may remember that the Windows machine will send whenever a Windows machine wants to access resources of another Windows machine, it will say, hey, I want to access some resources that you have, but to do that, I need to authenticate. So you need to send me a challenge. When you send me the challenge, I will reply to that challenge. Ideally and theoretically, since only the two of us know that challenge, I will be the one to answer that challenge to you, ideally. But let's see, that is not quite how it happens. What I am going to do here, I am going to run responder. And one way of running responder is using these switches here, WFR. So that is a way that you can run responder in a automated way. It will automatically respond to any NetBIOS search request that happens. Any request that happens, it will say, hey, here I am that guide, I am that Windows machine that you are trying to access. And here's the challenge, okay? Answer my challenge, give me your hash, and then you'll be able to access my resource if you answered that challenge properly. Okay, very good. You also have to specify the interface in which you'll be listening to the NetBIOS packets. So I'm using the -I ETH0, that's my interface. I am going to run it, and you're going to see here, if I scroll up, you're going to see, hey, this is responder. This is what I am running. So I'm running these poisoners for these protocols. I'm running these servers, HTTP, HTTPS servers, WPAD server, SMB server, all these stuff that I am running. And this is my information, ETH0, that is my IP address. The challenge is set to random. It's a random value. Okay, oh, there you go. So we already have some NetBIOS information flowing, and we can see here that responder poisoned answer sent to that IP address right there, 192.168.0.12. Okay, but that's not what I actually want, because what I want is I am now gonna come to this machine right here, and let's just say that this client here, okay, this Windows 2008 server wants to access that share, which actually wants to map that shared folder. TMP, that's the shared folder, which belongs to the any Win machine, and I want to map it to the F drive. To do that, I need to authenticate. Well, you could inform a guest, or you can actually send a valid username and password. So let's assume that in this scenario, what I actually want to capture is, I want to see if there is any machine trying to access another machine, and that shared folder, that resource that is being accessed requires credentials. I want to capture credentials, okay? So when I say I, it's me as an attacker here in my Kali Linux machine. And now I just want to perform a legit access as a client, as a Windows client. Okay, to access this resource, which probably could be a valid resource, okay? So let's just assume that the any Win machine do exist in the network. It does share a folder called TMP, and the username is user1 and the password is pass. Okay, I'm gonna run it, and there we go. It shows to me as access is denied. And well, as a client, I may look at it and say, hey, did I inform anything wrong here? What's going on? Probably the user will not suspect that this is an actual attack, something just happened in the network. Maybe that folder is not shared anymore. Maybe that user is not valid anymore. Whatever it is, I now, as an attacker, have this information right here. So let's take a look at that information. So, hey, there is I'm poisoning. So poisoned answer sent to 192.168.0.22 for name any win. So that client was trying to access this machine here, any win. And that client is this machine, and it's informing user 1 as its user, and the password is actually right here. But it's a hash, right? I can't read it. But what I can do is copy this information right here. I will copy selection, okay? I am going to just finish this. I am going to edit this file here and paste selection and save it. Okay, so I just created a random file called hash.txt and I pasted that hash in there. What I am going to do now is to run, my hashcat tool. Now, how do you use the hashcat tool? You use hashcat-m specifies the hash algorithm. So each hash algorithm has a specific identifier. In case of a Windows LM hash, it's identified by this code 5600. Then I inform the file that has my hash, which is hash.txt, and then I inform my database, my rainbow table, the file that has names, usernames, and passwords associated with hashes. Okay, I run it. And it can take a while, it can be quick. Let's see what happens here. Well, actually, it scrolled all the way down, which does not give me too much, at least useful information. But something that is very interesting here is the status, cracked. Well, if it's been cracked, where is that password? I am going to scroll up here, and up here it's showing me, it's showing me the username, the hash, and at the end, there it is. The password is pass as I informed right here. So that is how you can crack this type of hash, a NetBIOS hash. Now, we will also take a look at another type of attack, which is a brute force attack for SSH connections, SSH servers. To do that, we are going to use a software called Hydra. I recommend you that you take a look at its help page. And here you can actually see an example, and basically that's all that you need. Obviously, you can work with some additional options here, but that is actually what you need. The only thing that I would recommend you to add here is the -t option, which determines the number of concurrent processes that will run, so it will make it faster. But basically, that's what you do. You do Hydra. In case you want to try to crack a password of a specific user, you use the -l option. So -l and the username, and then obviously you want to have a possible passwords database, a database of passwords, which must be a text file, okay? And you're actually going to see that Kali Linux already comes with a bunch of those. So use the -P option and then that password list file. And then you want to, well, if you want to specify the -T option with the number of processes, you can. And then you specify the protocol and then the target machine. So as you can see, you can use Hydra to try to crack password for different services, different protocols. Here in this example, we see FTP. The only difference is that we are going to run it against a SSH server. Now, obviously, to make sure that it works, I have to be certain that the SSH service is running in that target machine. In this case, the same machine, the same Kali Linux machine is my target. I am going to try to hack the hacked user. So I created that user and I defined its password as 123456. So that's the password. And here is a very large list file with a list of possible passwords. You can find others in this directory. So if so let me cancel here. If I list the content of that directory, we are going to see a few. Now, observe that I actually have directories here. Aside from rockq.txt, we have other directories and we have other lists inside those directories. So many files there. Okay, so that is what I am going to do. And since it's a very simple password, obviously it goes at the top of the list, at the rockq.txt list. So there it is. Okay, let's see what it says. It says that it is please do not use in military or secret service organizations or for illegal purposes. So a max of 4 tasks, 4 processes per one server, which means that we have an overall of 4 simultaneous tasks. We are attacking the SSH server localhost, port 22. Okay, so here's a summary. Port 22, that's the host. The login that you asked me to try to crack is hacked. And there you go. I was able to crack it. When I tried to access it with the hacked user and informing password 123456, it worked. So the result is 1 of 1 target successfully completed, 1 valid password found. So that's the result. That's how you can use a brute force tool in order to crack passwords. So in this video, we actually saw how to work with responder. We saw how we can ARP spoof a target and then capture traffic that is being sent to and from that specific target. And we also saw how we can brute force services. I hope you enjoyed this video. Thank you very much. Hello guys, welcome to module 8, and our topic in this module is going to be social engineering. More specifically, understanding at least the most important or most used social engineering attacks. So first of all, we have to understand what social engineering is. And it's actually a pretty simple concept. The idea of social engineering, which in regards to hacking, it started with Kevin Mitnick. So Kevin Mitnick was a wizard of the hacking world. And according to himself, one of the reasons why he was so successful was because he understood that hacking is not just about technical abilities, but also the social abilities. You have to understand people, and most of all, you have to make people trust you. That will help you gather information that is going to be very important when it comes to the point that you are actually going to use the tools that you're willing to use. So basically, social engineering is the usage of techniques that will allow you to gather information, but you were able to gather that information, you collected that information from human resources, from other human beings. For example, employees that work for that specific company that you're targeting. Now, let's talk about some of the most important social engineering attacks. And we can see this picture here of someone jumping into a trash can, which is known as dumpster diving. And dumpster diving is exactly that. It's when you as an attacker or as a pen tester will try to find information in a trash can, for example, or in a dumpster. So it's very common to see people, instead of shredding papers, they just throw the paper away. So that is one way that you can find information, because many situations, some papers that are thrown away, they have information that at least doesn't look important to the employee, but it is important to you as a pen tester. For example, let's say that there is an invoice, and that invoice shows information such as who is responsible for purchasing products to the company. Also, it may show some information about what the company has purchased. Let's say that it's a new device, such as a new server. Well, if a new server is being purchased, there is a very high probability that there is a point of contact from the company that is selling that server with your client, which means that you can then make use of that to perform another social engineering attack, such as impersonation, which we'll talk about. Shoulder surfing, and very common to see this type of attack. That's when someone goes to the ATM and that person is typing the PIN number, and there is an attacker trying to see over that person's shoulder. So it's trying to see what the person is typing to retrieve that PIN number. Same thing for keyboards. So try to see someone typing the password. Lockpicking. And this is a common type of attack. It's more associated with a physical attack more than social engineering. But it involves social engineering as well. For example, if you're simply lockpicking, so you have a master key that you will try to use to open a door and enter the company's premises, okay, that's just the old traditional lockpicking. But as you've probably seen in movies or TV shows, when an attacker is faking that person is taking pictures, for example, or filming a scenario, right? But actually that person is using the camera to try to take a photo of someone's card, someone's personal card, and that personal card may have information that could be used. For example, if it's the personal ID, a tag with that person's name, company ID, photo, the attacker may make a copy of that. We also have lockpicking in regards to RFID cards. So you may use a device that will copy the signal that is issued by someone's RFID card. You can then manufacture your own RFID card with that same signal, with that same ID. Eavesdropping is also very, very common and something that we always see in the movies. Very effective. That's when you try to get close to someone that works for the company. So you get close to an employee or close enough to the, I don't know, to a director, and you try to listen to that person's conversation or those people talking. You can try to retrieve information out of that conversation. That is eavesdropping. Persuasion or elicitation, that's when you try to persuade someone that probably has information to tell you part or most, maybe even the entire information that you're looking for. So, for example, you, as an attacker, you try to make it casual. You are talking to someone that works for that company, and then you start just chit-chatting until you get into the point that will allow you to gather information that may be used. For example, you start chit-chatting and then you start talking about the company. Oh, so it's such a nice company, but I didn't really know that this company was so large, you had so many employees. So you're trying to make that person tell you more about the company. Oh, yeah, it's a large company. So we have 200 employees. That person, John Doe, is our CEO, and this is what I do. My name is whatever. So you're persuading someone to give you information. Now, we cannot make any mistakes with impersonation. We'll understand the difference. We also have, now in a more technical aspect, we have phishing. Phishing is pretty simple, actually. That's what we see every day. It's in our daily task to actually analyze it and just discharge it. So every day you are getting spam emails, and phishing is actually in spam. That's when you get an email with a link, and that link will bring, let's say, a Trojan horse or a backdoor. It will install a backdoor or a virus in your machine, and then the attacker will be able to do whatever once you have that software installed in your machine. Now, it's different from farming. Usually, farming is an attack that is broadcasted by phishing attacks, by emails. So you as an attacker sends a bunch of emails to different employees, but you're not actually trying to force that person or lure that person to download a file, because, well, I know that these people here, they are security savvy, so they are not going to simply download a file that is attached to a weird email. So what do? You send an email, but you have to make that email look legit. That's the first thing. So you have to send an email and you fake the origin, you fake the source. So there are techniques that will allow you to send an email and say, hey, this email will appear to the recipients as it will look as if the CEO is actually sending this email. And then you can say, for example, you can say, hey, I need you guys to access our intranet website because you have to do whatever. You have to log in there and change your information because we are updating our system. So you have to go there and update your data. Now, phishing should also make use of that reliability. So you should also make use of trust. Try to make that email, to send that email by a source that is trusted by the recipients. But the difference between the email, between phishing and farming, is that phishing will try to lure the target to download a file. Whereas farming, the idea is not to force that person to download a file, but to click a link that will redirect that person to a fake website. And that website must look exactly like the original one. Now, impersonation. Impersonation, different from persuasion, that's when you are impersonating someone. So, for example, you grab the phone, you as an attacker, you grab the phone, you call the project manager's secretary, and then you say, hey, this is John, I'm working with, and then you mention the project manager's name. I'm working with him, but he asked me to do something right now. He needs it right now, but I still need an information that he was supposed to send to me, but he didn't. Can you help me with that? So you are impersonating someone. It can be someone that works for the company. It can be someone from the outside, a provider, for example, someone that is providing a service, but you are impersonating someone. Now, similarly to impersonation, we have piggybacking. But piggybacking is actually a mixture of a physical attack with the impersonation social engineering attack. So if you put together impersonation and tailgating, you have piggybacking. Therefore, first we have to understand what tailgating is. And basically, this is a situation where, for example, you see someone entering the company. So that person has a card to open the door, swipes the card, goes in, and you try to just tailgate that person, go in, leverage at that moment, and enter the premises as well. Now, piggybacking is the idea of doing the same, but using some social engineering skills in order to do that. So you start a conversation with someone during lunchtime, for example, and then you say, hey, in which department do you work? And that person will say, then you say that you work for a different department. Obviously, this will only work if it's not a small company. So you need to do it when there is a very small chance that the person could know everyone else in any other department. So you do that to then be able to enter the premises with that person. Obviously, we also have social media, and this is not a direct type of social engineering, but it is still social engineering attack because you are making use of a resource that provides you information, but that information is only given to you if the person actually wants. So, for example, Instagram, you can gather information from Instagram, but that's only because the person that owns the profile went there and posted those pictures, updated status, something like that. We also have USB key drop or key drops. So as you can see in this image right here, you have a situation, a scenario where you create a flash drive that is infected with, for example, a reverse TCP Trojan horse or a reverse TCP backdoor, as we studied and analyzed in a previous module. And then you just drop that flash drive somewhere, expecting someone to grab it at some point and try to plug it into that person's computer out of curiosity, for example, or because maybe that person thinks that it's his or her flash drive. Okay. Quid pro quo, That's when you make favors to someone in order to expect some kind of payment for that favor. So you help someone, but you're actually doing that in order to then be able to say, hey, remember when I did that to you, for you? Please, I need your help now. I need this, I need that. Sometimes you don't even have to ask for it. Just by the facing that situation, the target sees that you are requesting something, and that person will just try to help you as a payment. Similarly, we have a more rough attack, which is bribery. So if you got a hold of critical information that is supposed to be secret to someone or to the company, you can use that information as leverage. So in this video, we talked about some of the most well-known and used social engineering attacks. It is very important to realize there are some attacks that are actually social engineering attacks. There are others that are physical attacks. So, for example, dumpster diving, lockpicking, tailgating, those are physical attacks. There are situations, though, where there is a mixture. You will have an attack that you make uses of social engineering techniques along with physical attacks. I hope you enjoyed this video. Thank you very much. Hello guys, Module 8 Lecture 2. This is a hands-on video, and the goal here is to show a very known tool which can be used for to deploy social engineering attacks. It may help you deploy social engineering attacks. So you must keep in mind that this tool here, since it's a tool, it will help you with the technical social engineering attacks. Attacks that are, most of the social engineering attacks are more human-driven than technical-driven. So there are just a few cases in which you can use this tool to perform social engineering attack. Obviously, you also have to do a lot of human interaction, emotional interaction in order to achieve your goal and collect the data that you actually need. But okay, the tool that we are going to take a very brief look at here is going to be the Social Engineering Tool, or SET. By default, Kali Linux already comes with this tool. So basically, you can simply do sudo set toolkit. You have to run it as the admin user. And similar to the Metasploit framework, the set toolkit is also a framework. It brings together a bunch of tools, and you are going to see an interactive menu which you can use, and the set toolkit will help you do whatever you want to do. So let me first invoke the set toolkit here, and there. You're gonna have a you're gonna see an introductory screen. The first time that you run the set toolkit, it will actually show you a disclaimer, and you have to agree with that disclaimer in order to continue using the tool. Basically, what it will say is, hey, this tool here should be used for security purposes. So you should use it to test your own environment. You should not use it to perform attacks, at least unless you have the permission of the other end to do such. Okay, once you accept it, you are going to face this menu right here. So you have to select, as I said, it has an interactive menu to help you achieve your goal. So it's going to show a few options here. Number one, social engineering attacks. That's what we're going to do. You can also perform penetration testing. It has a fast track penetration testing suite. So a bunch of tools, scripts that will help you quickly perform some penetration testing. Third-party modules, so there are a few there and you can always add more. Update the social engineering toolkit. Update set configuration. It has a default configuration and you can change that. You can look at the man page credits about, or you can exit with number 99. Obviously, we are going to pick option 1, social engineering attacks. Let's go there. And here are the options that you have. Number 1, spear phishing attack vectors. So let's just remember that spear phishing is related to sending emails. Website attack vectors. This should be associated with the farming attack, but it does not perform this option 2, does not send emails. It just fakes websites. So for example, you can create a local web server that will run a few specific web pages. For example, you can fake the Google web page. You can fake Bing, or you can fake LinkedIn. There are some web pages that you can fake there. And it will also allow you to add other pages in case you want. So you can customize it. So it only gives you the web page. It allows you to fake a web page. Okay? It does not lure the target to come to that web page. 3, infectious media generator. That is actually the option that we are going to use. The attack that we want to do here is the USB key drop. So we want to generate a flash drive that will have a backdoor with the reverse TCP payload. You may remember that the reverse TCP payload is the one that once executed in the target machine, which can be a Windows machine, it can be a Mac OS, it can be Linux. There are reverse TCP attacks for many different operating systems. We are going to see how to create it for a Windows environment, but it also has other options. So when you infect the target machine with the reverse TCP payload, that machine will connect to your machine on a specific port. So your machine has to be listening on that port in a way that when the target executes that payload executable file, it will connect to that port. That port must be running in your machine. Then you can get full control to that target machine remotely. So that's what we're going to do. You can also create mass mailer attacks, Arduino-based attack vector, wireless access point attack vector, QR code generator attack vector, PowerShell attack vectors, and some additional attacks that you could provide using some third-party modules. So what we're going to do here is go to option 3. And there is an explanation right there. The infectious USB/CD/DVD module will create an autorun.inf file and a Metasploit payload. When the DVD USB CD is inserted, it will automatically run if autorun is enabled. Pick the attack vector you wish to use, file format bugs, or a straight executable. Those are the options that we have: file format exploits or standard Metasploit executable. We are going to pick option 2 because the set toolkit will interact with the Metasploit executable that we already have. So it's leveraging the framework that we already have in our system, the Metasploit executable. So what is the system you are willing to attack, and which type of payload are you willing to create? So there it is. You have a few options there. The option that we are actually going to use is option 2, Windows Reverse TCP Meter-Preter. So option 2. What's the IP address for the payload listener? Once again, this type of attack occurs by forcing the target to connect to your machine, and then your machine as an attacker will use that channel, that connection, to issue commands remotely to the target machine. That's why it's called reverse TCP. So the server here is your attacker machine. It's not the target machine. So the IP address that you have to provide is your machine, or the machine that you are going to use to control the target machine. In my case, you may remember that my Kali Linux machine has this IP address 192.168.0.20. And what is the port that your machine will listen to? Usually, for some reason, this is the default for the reverse TCP payload, 4444, but it really doesn't matter. You can specify any port you want. I enter and it's generating the payload. Please be patient. Let's remember, what is the payload? So the payload is actually the file with the instructions. It's the header with instructions of what is supposed to be executed. It's the attacking code. So payload has been exported to the default set directory located under /root/.set/payload.exe. Your attack has been created in the set home directory folder auto run. Note, a backup copy of the template file is in that location. Copy the contents of the folder to a CD, DVD, USB to auto run. So observe here that we have two different things. One is the payload file is stored in /root/.set/payload.exe. In case you just want to copy the payload, the backdoor, to the flash drive, that's the file that you have to create. But that's not actually what you want, right? You want to make it an auto-run attack. So you want to make sure that once the target plugs that flash drive in or inserts the media, the CD or the DVD media, it automatically runs the payload. What you have to do is to actually copy the content of the /root/set/autorun folder to that flash drive in that case. Okay. Create a listener right now, yes or no? So basically it's asking, do you want me to run the listener right now? Do you want me to open port 4444 and keep waiting for that target to connect to that port so that I can reverse TCP and send instructions to that target? Well, if you do, you answer yes. In a case where you're not going to run it now because you're not yet providing that flash drive to someone somehow, then you can enter no and you can run it back later on. Let me answer yes, and launching Metasploit, this could take a few. Be patient or else no shells for you. And there you go. Started reverse TCP handler on 192.168.0.20. So observe here that this is Metasploit running right here. Oops. Right there. Okay? So the reason why we chose this option right here, standard Metasploit executable, is because when I invoke the listener, as I do now, it's going to launch my Metasploit framework, which is going to make it a lot easier for me. Okay, so it's processing the instructions required to run the reverse TCP attack. You may remember that to do that using Metasploit, we have to set a payload, which is this payload right here. When we do that, we have to set the lhost variable, the lport variable, and then it will execute that listener. There it is. The listener is running. Now, all that I have to do is to copy. So I'm going to quit here because I really don't need it. 99, 99. Now I am going to look at the content of /root/.set directory. And we have the payload.executable there, but we also have the auto-run directory over there with the autorun.inf and program.exe. That's what you need to copy to the flash drive. So in this video, we saw how to actually implement a social engineering attack using the social engineering toolkit set. I hope you enjoyed this video. Thank you very much. Hello guys, welcome to module 9, and our topic here is going to be application vulnerabilities. Now, most of the application vulnerabilities that we are going to find are associated with some kind of injection vulnerability, and that is actually going to be our focus here. We will also see that there are many different types of injections. Now, there are vulnerabilities that they are not properly associated with injection, at least application vulnerabilities that are not precisely associated with injections. So, as an example, we can simply see a misconfiguration. But in the long run, most of these vulnerabilities, although they're not directly associated with injections, one way of exploiting those vulnerabilities is by injecting some code, for example, which characterizes an injection vulnerability or injection attack. So let's talk about some of those. Nowadays, most of these applications are web applications. And since most applications are web applications, they are usually communicating, they as in applications, are usually communicating with a database. And that is actually why SQL injections are so famous. They are constantly being used. These vulnerabilities are always there, and we have to tackle that. We have to address that type of vulnerability. Now, one way of defending against this type of vulnerability is validating the input. So, while validating the input basically means you as a designer, web designer or web developer, if you will, you should validate the input fields that your website has. So let's say that your website has a form that will require name, telephone number, email, and then comments, right? Well, those fields should be validated. But there is one problem. If you want to make these forms very flexible, give options to the user so that he or she can type a lot of stuff. For example, the comments field. That means that it's very difficult to specify the strings that are accepted, that can be accepted. So in this type of form, implementing a whitelist becomes very, very complex. Therefore, it's easier to implement blacklists. So in a blacklist, you as a web developer is gonna say, or the web application firewall admin is gonna say, hey, these are the keywords or these are the strings that are restricted or the symbols that are not allowed. Whereas in a whitelist, you have to specify this is what this person can do, can enter. So you can see the complexity of doing that. Now, once again, that is why SQL injections are so common, because it's very difficult to deploy this kind of defense. So validating input can be very complex. And due to that complexity, attackers can come up with strings in which they try to disguise that string within another legit string. So, if we take a look at an example here, so you can see that in this URL, and this is just one way of entering a URL. So when a web application performs a SQL statement, basically what that application is doing, or even the web server is doing, is accepting the URL, the link to the page, the address to that page, question mark, and then some fields that are supposed to be accepted, right? So here, basically what we're doing is, okay, so this is a login page called login.php. We use the question mark and then we specify the input fields that we have to fill out. In this case, we have user. We could even have user equals John and password equals whatever is the password that you want to define. Now, the key thing here is this. Whatever comes here is going to be a regular input field that you're filling out, correct? Now, the problem is that this is going to actually be appended to a SQL statement. Attackers, since they know that whatever comes after the question mark is going to be appended to a SQL statement, they can come up with additional strings that will be added to that. Therefore, they can even come up with, for example, a string that will always return a true result. So in this case, as we can see here, what they are doing is informing user. Well, obviously you have to know that user is a valid input field, which is very easy to know, to visualize. And then we finalize that statement with the single quote. But it's not actually the statement that is being finalized. It's actually just that portion of statement, just what completes what is expected by the built-in statement. But then we append something else. In this case, we're appending or 1 equals 1. As you may know, or means any true result will actually return a total result of true as well. And since 1 will always be equal to 1, then the result is true. This means that, let's say that this is a login web page. If this web application is not protected against this type of SQL injection, that attacker will be able to log in as an admin user. You are actually going to see that in our lab class, in the lab video, where I'm going to show you how to implement this using a vulnerable website that belongs to the Juice Shop project from OWASP. Now, there are situations where the web developer foresees this possibility and tries to prevent that. In that case, there is another type of attack that will just implement parameter pollution. Basically, what's being done here is appending new parameters, new input fields to the SQL statement. Because, for example, one of the protections or defenses against a SQL injection, at least a simplistic one, is to verify whether the attacker is informing just one single parameter, as we can see in this first example right here, and maybe it's not, that's the only thing that is being verified. So what the attacker can do is, instead of informing just one single parameter, inform another second, third, fourth parameter. Here in the second example, we have user John and user John again. It's the same parameter, but it doesn't really matter if the defender, the web developer, is only verifying for a singularity of parameters. Now, in many situations, there are web applications that in order to defend against SQL injections, what they do is they prevent response. So when you inform a SQL statement, that web application is not going to give you a result. So you don't actually know whether that website is vulnerable to SQL injections or not. But one good strategy is to realize that in order to verify whether the website is vulnerable to SQL injections, is verify whether it is not vulnerable. What does that mean? When a website is protected against different kinds of SQL injections, it will actually return you an error message. If it doesn't return you anything at all in different situations, that means that it can be vulnerable to SQL injections. It's just not returning an output. So that is called a blind SQL injection. And this example here, where you inform any input field equals any value, single quote, or 1 equal 1, is one example of a SQL injection that can show you that it is a blind SQL injectable website. Now, other kinds of injections. We have code injections. The most common one is cross-site scripting, or XSS, which can be basically divided into two different types. We have the reflected XSS and the persistent XSS. What is the difference between those two? Well, first we have to understand what cross-site scripting actually is. Basically, cross-site scripting is a type of attack where someone injects some code. Usually it's a site script. So it's a script that is executed on the client side. It forces that client to execute that script. Obviously, this script tends to be something malicious. For example, a pop-up window will say, "Hey, click here. You are gonna get a $1,000 reward. Click here." When that person clicks there, something happens. That person is redirected to a fake website, a bogus website, a Trojan horse is downloaded and installed in that person's computer, something like that. Now, what is the difference between a reflected cross-site scripting attack and the persistent one. Reflected happens when the website developer is actually aware of that code, of that malicious code. What that means is you are accessing a website that is not trustworthy. You're accessing a website that you should not be accessing. That website's developer wants you to access it so that he or she can execute a script on your machine, on your browser. Now, there is another one that is persistent, and that is a situation where a scripting code is stored in a website. Usually, the maintainer, the developer, is not aware of that code, but somehow he or she allowed someone to insert that code into his or her website. It's very common to be used on discussion boards, on forums. So you access a forum web page and someone accessed it earlier and posted something. Within that code, there was a malicious JavaScript, for example. When you access it, well, it's not the website developer that posted it there, it was someone else. And when another client accesses it, that code is going to be executed by your web browser. We also have the command injection, and one way of performing command injection attacks is over websites that allow common gateway interfaces, commonly known as CGI. Now, one language that is very used in order to create CGI websites is PHP, Perl, Bash. And what is the problem with this type of technology? The problem when using a CGI gateway is because what it's actually doing is allowing that website to send instructions, system instructions, via the web server. So those instructions are system instructions. For example, a very simplistic one, you can create a CGI website that asks for any command. So you're creating a website to train users to learn Linux. So in order to see whether your students are actually learning Linux or not, you create a website that says, hey, place in here any Linux command and let's see if it actually works. Okay, but when you're doing that, you're actually allowing that user to execute a system command, and you never know what that user is actually going to execute, what kind of instruction is going to be sent. Cross-site request forgery attack. So XSRF is actually the opposite of cross-site scripting. How so? Cross-site scripting is a type of attack where the client relies on the server. So the client is accessing a website and trusting that website. Okay, I'm going to access this page because I know that I can trust this guy or this company. But then that may not be the case. There is the opposite, a situation where the server trusts the client. So let's see an example, and we are actually going to execute it to see how it works in our lab class, our lab video. So one example is, let's say that you just accessed your bank account, your online bank account. You are already logged in, which means that a trustworthy session has been created. That means that web server actually trusts you as a client, meaning that when you enter a URL, that website is not going to ask you to re-authenticate. You authenticated, let's say, 30 seconds ago. You don't have to do it again. That's why we created a session. That's why I asked for your credentials. Okay. But then the client can access another website, open another tab, for example, on the browser. And using that other tab, you access a suspicious website, and that website says, hey, click here, and you go there and click. But that is actually a link that is a reference, a URL that sends an instruction to your other website, your bank account. And it's actually telling you to make a wire transfer, for example. Since you are already logged in your bank account, that transaction is actually going to work. Now, it requires that the attacker knows a bunch of stuff. That specific URL, the fields, the input fields that are required to perform that wire transfer, and a bunch of other stuff. But you have to also remember that there is a possibility that the attacker knows the type of website that you access. Well, if he knows that you have an account in a specific bank, all that takes is that the attacker knows the specific URL to perform a wire transfer. So it's actually not that complicated. We also have session attacks such as session hijacking. We are going to see how a session hijacking works. Basically, once again, it's based on cookies. Once you you access a website, that website will send you a cookie or a set of cookies. That cookie can be used for another interaction with that website. So a bunch of authentication steps may be skipped because you already have that cookie. If an attacker can get a hold of a cookie, well, then he can interact with that website impersonating you as a client. Also, an attacker can capture the traffic and capture the session ID that is being used between you as a client and a web server. He or she can then establish, let's say, interrupt your conversation with that website and start to talk into that website using that session ID, impersonating you, which is a client. We also have redirects, which is actually a very simplistic type of attack, but also very accurate. And so let's say that you access a website and that website says, hey, we moved somewhere else, you are being automatically redirected. Okay, then after 5 seconds, you are redirected to somewhere else. This type of attack happens the same way, occurs the same way. The difference is you are actually being redirected to suspicious website, at least. And that is very common to see when people are trying to access websites that are supposed to be paid for or services that you have to pay for, but they're trying to find pirate websites. So they promise that you can go there and you can, for example, watch a video online, not paying a movie online, not paying for it. You just have to click there, and then you click somewhere and it says you're being redirected. When you see, well, okay, so you are in a website that will allow you to watch that video, but you don't actually know what else is behind that. Direct objects reference, and we can see one example here. Many websites are not protected against direct object reference. What does that mean? If you have a website, you're hosting a website, and from that website, people can actually get access to documents or objects. So for example, a teacher has a website and that person is going to post docs, PDFs, after each class. for example, so that students can go there and go back to the content that they studied during that class. But the problem is, those documents should only be available when they are supposed to be available. Is it possible for a student, for example, to, instead of accessing doc ID 1234, if that student just goes there to that URL and change it to doc ID equals 2345, will he or she be able to download that document? Let's say yes. But is that supposed to happen? Is he or she supposed to be allowed to access it? So that is a direct object reference. It's okay to allow people to access these documents. You just have to make sure that only the ones that are supposed to be allowed are actually allowed. And you as a pen tester should verify this whenever you see a direct object reference. We also have directory traversal. So directory traversal occurs when you are accessing a file. So let's say, using the same example here, www.example.com/doc.php. Okay, so I know, just looking at it, I know that there is a file called doc.php. Okay, if I check and I see that this is a HTTP Apache web server, there is a very high probability that it's stored in /var/www directory. Okay, what if instead I delete doc.php and I enter /etc. Obviously, I have to know the system, I have to know the service, the app that is running the service. But if I do, I can try to, in this example that I just gave, I'm trying to go back to the root directory and then enter the /etc directory. If it works, I can even try to retrieve the shadow file. And similarly, we have the file inclusion attack, which is a type of attack that the web server allows me to upload files, send files. Obviously, I can try to send a Trojan horse, a backdoor, replace an existing file, for example, the /etc/passwd file, in order to use a file that contains a user account that I know about. We also have to verify coding issues. As pen testers, we have to see if the web developer and the network admin, if they are treating errors, if they are handling errors. So for example, this image here illustrates an example of a IIS web server that does not properly handle an error message. So you can actually see here that this SQL error here is giving you a bunch of information here. So, okay, what happened? There was a form, probably there was a form that was asking for a bunch of information, such as name, password, ID, and the attacker, or just a regular person, a regular user, didn't inform the ID and hit submit, for example. Well, what the website was supposed to do was say, hey, empty field, this field cannot be empty. But no, that's not what happened. The error was not handled. So what is going on here? That web application is actually returning the error message that the web server returns, and that actually gives, in this case, an attacker a bunch of information. So now we can see here information such as ID is an attribute, it's an integer attribute. There is a module called, a function called protected void page load. And there is a bunch of other stuff here that we could find. Comments is also very dangerous. It's very useful. So if you're a developer, inserting comments in your code is obviously very helpful. The problem is, if depending on the type of web page that you're creating, if you insert comments in that page, a user or an attack can try to see the source code of that page, and that will also allow the attacker to see the comments. If the developer is making comments that can give more information that it's supposed to give, then the attacker will use that additional data. Hard-coded credentials, obviously this is critical because, for example, when we have this type of failure, there is a very high probability that other services are also using that same password. So if someone gets access to a source code, and in that source code there is a user and password, for example, there is a very high probability that is a valid set of credentials for other services as well. Shared APIs, also another problem. We see every day, for example, you're using an app, you just installed an app in your iPhone, for example. And since it's the first time, it's going to ask you for credentials. Okay, you have to create your membership credentials. Or you can simply use your Facebook account, for example. Well, and then you just click use Facebook account. That app is going to connect to your Facebook account and then you're logged in. How does it do it? It's using a shared API, a Facebook API. It's a set of functions that allows other applications to access your account. Obviously, you can see how critical that is. You are actually allowing other users, other softwares or developers to access another app using valid credentials. Now, as a pen tester, you have to be aware of static and dynamic application security testing tools because you're actually going to have to verify if the applications that are being used by your client are reliable. And if they have failures, you have to at least report that to your client. Now, there are some tools that can help you as a pen tester to verify whether the applications that are being used by your client are secure or not. So first of all, we have the static application security testing tools, or SAST. Basically, they're only going to verify the source code. They are not going to verify the flow of the code, but just the syntax of that code. It does not execute the application. It just verifies the source code. So that is a static application security testing tool. Here on this link over here, you can actually see a bunch of SAST tools for different languages, different operating systems, different architectures. You just go there, find the SAST tool that according to the system that you are trying to verify. And we also have the DAST, Dynamic Application Security Testing tool. These are tools that are actually going to execute an application and allow you to say, hey, I want to test this attribute here. I want to test this. I want you, tool, to inform this input field here with this content. It's a tool that will dynamically execute that software that you are analyzing and give you the chance to interact with it. Some examples that we have and that you have to know about for the CompTIA PenTest Plus exam are the OWASP, Z-Attack Proxy Tool, and Burp Suite. We are actually going to analyze Burp Suite. Now, we also have fuzzing dast tools. The difference between a regular dast tool, a fuzzing dast tool, is that fuzzing dast tools, they dynamically, in an automated way, fill out those fields for you. So it's a tool that will verify what are the possibilities of interaction and will automatically create data to pass to that software and verify if flaws can be found. Some examples here that you must also be aware of for the CompTIA PenTest Plus exam are the American Fuzzy Lop or AFL and Peach Fuzzer. Peach Fuzzer is a commercial tool, whereas American Fuzzy Lop is a open source and free tool. So in this video, we discussed different types of injections, such as SQL injection, different types of code injection, and some tools that can be used in order to leverage or test those types of injections. We also talked about the concept of static application security testing tools and dynamic dast tools, along with some automated testing tools called fuzzing dast tools. I hope you enjoyed this video, and we're going to see some of these tools in our next lab video. Thank you very much. Hello, welcome to our second video in Module 9. And we initially discussed some types of application attacks, more precisely web application attacks, such as we saw attacks such as SQL injection and different types of code injection, cross-site scripting, cross-site request forgery, session hijacking, and so many others. In this video, we are actually going to see tools that can be used to exploit some of those flaws, or techniques, ways that you can actually practice. Now, we have to keep in mind that the CompTIA PenTest Plus exam not only requires you to know some tools, but it also requires you to show that you can use techniques. You can actually run exploits even when to exploit a vulnerability, you have to do it yourself without using a specific tool. So, for example, SQL injection. In order to perform SQL injections, you have to understand how it works, and then you try to deploy it. So this is what we're going to see here. Not only tools that can be used, but the techniques, how to explore and exploit those techniques. Therefore, a project that I want you to take a better look at, and if you can, go deeper, dive deeper into it. Try to go through all the flags that you can. So this is the OWASP Juice Shop project. So it's a project from OWASP where they intentionally created a web application that has a number of vulnerabilities. More specifically, the top 10 web application vulnerabilities, and you have to try to capture those flags. So that's the OWASP juice shop. If you want, you can download it, deploy on your own server. This is not what I am going to show here. Actually, I'm just going to very briefly show you how to access it and how to perform a SQL injection attack, a very simple one. But again, I strongly recommend you to go through all the 10 flags. OWASP.org/www project juice shop. And if we go down here, all the way down, and here in documentation, we have online demo. And that's exactly where we are gonna go. And that is the OWASP juice shop that they already give to us. It's a online project. Now, as I mentioned, what they do is they created a website that sells juice, all different kinds of juice, okay? All different kinds of projects, and then you have to capture the flags. What we are going to do is, I'm gonna go here in account and log in. As you know, a SQL injection attack is an attack where you try to pass additional SQL statements to an appended to an expected SQL statement. So what I'm going to do is, here in email, it's expecting some kind of string. I'm going to do whatever. And I'm going to close that string. But then I'm going to append or 1 equals 1, comma, semicolon, dash, dash. I'm going to inform anything here as password and log in. Okay, so, well, seems like it just reloaded the page. But if I go here to account, I am logged in as a admin user. There it is. So this is a very simplistic type of SQL injection, but there are many websites that actually accept it. Another one that I want you to see is I created another virtual machine, another Metasploitable virtual machine, but this is not Metasploitable 3 with the Windows 2008 server. This is Metasploitable 2, which comes with a Ubuntu Linux Metasploitable system. And out of all those services that come along, it has a web server as well. So what I'm going to do here is to access that web page, which is right here. Let me do this. There. So that's the Metasploitable 2 web server, and it gives to us a bunch of different web pages. The web page that I am actually going to access is the DVWA, and it asks for a user and password. I'm going to inform it there. There it is. So again, similar to the juice shop, this is a server that has a bunch of flaws. Intentionally, they built a bunch of flaws, okay? So this is the Damn Vulnerable Web App, DVWA. And let's take a look at what here shows as cross-site request forgery, or CSRF or XSRF. Okay, so it's asking for the current password. I'm going to inform here its password. Okay, the new one is going to be, I'm going to keep it the same, password and password. Okay, good. Change. Password changed. Now, what matters to me is the URL up here. You can observe that here in the URL, we have the input fields along with their values. So password current, it's this input field here. The content is password. Password new, which refers to this field here, is also password. And confirm new password, which is the password conf attribute right here, value password. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to open another tab, and in this other tab, I am going to change password. Okay, so password current is the current password. Password new, I'm going to change it to pass, not password. And password conf, also pass, not password. And I am going to hit enter. Okay, so it's showing the same web page, same result. And here's what I want to see. I'm going to log out, admin user. I'm going to inform the original password, which is password. And no, it didn't work. I'm going to inform admin with password pass. And there it is. So what happened here? I used a URL to change my user's password. And what did we see here? We saw a type of XSRF attack, cross-site request forgery attack. If I am an attacker and I know that using a URL, I can change data, I can change information of someone, or I can perform a specific action, such as execute a wire transfer. If I know that user is logged into that specific system, in this case, logged to the DVWA system, if I can force that user to execute that URL, I can get him to change the instructions, the information that I want, or perform the action that I want him or her to execute. So this is a demonstration of the XSRF attack. Now, another attack that I want you to see is the cross-site scripting attack. And this is the stored cross-site scripting attack, or persistent, if you will. I have two HTML files here. I have the no xss.html file, which simply has just some basic HTML instructions. Okay, here I am executing that file, no xss.html. What does it do? Okay, it just shows the HTML content that I created. Now what I'm going to do is I am going to create another one, which is the XSS HTML. And what does it have here? Just one different instruction. There is a script which says alert gotcha. So it's just a pop-up, right? But what I want you to see is that I can actually create a web page that will force the web browser of my client to execute something that person is not aware of. For example, I could force that person to download a file, could force that person to web a specific web page. I could force that person to send a specific, submit a specific form, whatever that is. So let me execute that file and see how it actually works. And there it is. Here's the xss.html file. Gotcha. That's the pop-up window and then the web page. Well, now I just created a pop-up message, but I could do a lot more with it. And lastly, to finalize, let's take a look at a tool called Burp Suite. And here I'm going to go to my Kali Linux virtual machine. And all you need to do is to run, and you can run Burp Suite with a regular user account. I just want to make sure that I will have all the resources that I need in case I need any additional resources. So that's why I'm executing it as a sudo user, as a admin user. Now, The Burp Suite actually has a bunch of features. The feature that we are going to use is just a proxy. And it's saying that my Java runtime environment is outdated, which is okay. And I'm going to start my project. So I'm going to run it as a proxy server, similar to a Squid proxy. Now, what is different about it? So I'm going to go here to proxy, and we can see that we have this button here. Intercept is on. So it's not only not capturing, but receiving requests from my proxy clients. So I am intercepting, as any proxy does, but I am not going to forward that request until me as an attacker or admin allows the app to do so. So first of all, what we have to keep in mind, this is a proxy web server. So you have to make sure that your proxy is running on the appropriate port and IP address. By default, it's going to listen on the localhost IP address port 8080. I am going to add a new one. So it's the same port 8080, but I'm going to associate it with this IP address here, which is my internal LAN IP address. Why? Because now I am going to go to my Windows 2008 server and tell it, hey, you have to use that proxy server. So I am going to intentionally tell my Windows machine, my Windows virtual machine right here, which is my Metasploitable 3 Windows 2008 virtual machine, that it's supposed to send HTTP requests to that proxy server, which is very common. Any company use proxy servers nowadays. But now I am going to see that when I perform a request, so I'm going to search for Google Maps. And we can see that it's waiting for the response. I'm going to go back to my Burp Suite here, and we can see that the Intercept tab is now highlighted. I'm going to go there. So it says, hey, there is a client. It's a Windows client that is requesting something. Okay, seems like I cannot find anything special here. So I'm going to allow this packet to be forwarded. Okay, there it is. Okay, here I can see the search that is being performed, the URL requested by that client. And it's requesting HTTP, Here's what matters to me. It's the search. So that client is searching for Google Maps. Let's do this. Apple Maps. And I am going to forward that request. And let's see what's going on there. There it is. Although this user searched for Google Maps, we can see that the result is Apple Maps. So I changed the content of that transaction. So this is a type of interception that we can perform. We can change instructions using a dynamic application security testing tool, such as Burp Suite. We could also use OSP-Zap. So these are some tools that we just saw that are very helpful for us as pen testers in order to analyze whether a client application, specifically web application, is secure or not. I hope you enjoyed this video. Thank you very much. Hello, welcome to Module 10, and our focus in this module is going to be host pen testing, or host vulnerabilities, or exploiting hosts. Now, we've seen how to exploit applications, and network services. We also took a very brief look at exploiting hosts or devices, but we didn't treat that topic in depth, and that is going to be our goal here. Most of the concepts involving attacks have already been covered. That is actually why we are going to move to a much more hands-on module. This module here will not have a presentation following slides. The concepts, the theoretical concepts that are required in order to understand hosts exploitation will be covered as we learn how to use the tools that we will have to use or that we have available. Now always remember, these videos, these modules here are focusing on the CompTIA PenTest Plus exam. So the tools that we're studying, the tools that we're analyzing are tools that you might see in your CompTIA PenTest Plus exam. And when it comes to host exploitation, one of the requirements made by for the CompTIA PenTest exam is to make sure that you understand not only Windows exploitation, but also Linux exploitation for one very specific reason. This is an operating system that is very much used in servers. And when it comes to host exploitation, one of the chances, one of the possibilities, or one of the flaws that you may find as a pen tester is regarding permissions. Now, obviously, we're not going to focus on finding or verifying permissions of files, at least not the traditional permissions such as read, write, and execution, because that is very elementary. However, there are some what they call special permissions or special bit permissions that must be covered, and those are the S user ID or super user ID permission, SUID. We also have the group ID, the S group ID, SGID, and we have the sticky bit. We are not going to thoroughly analyze sticky bit because for a very basic reason. The only way that you can exploit the sticky bit is in a specific situation where a directory should have the sticky bit enabled and it doesn't. Now, in regards to the SUID and the SGID, there are situations that these bits are supposed to be enabled, but the network admin must be, or the system admin must be very much aware of what kind of tools these special bits can be enabled and the ones that they cannot, or at least they shouldn't. And also, we are also going to analyze the sudo tool, which nowadays is very much used, and that's what we're going to start with. So first of all, we have to understand the sudo tool and also its configuration file. So a very basic concept involving the sudo command is, let's say that you need maybe one user or a certain number of users or a group of users that should be allowed to execute a specific tool, for example, or a set of tools, a set of commands as another user. And this other user should have permission to execute that tool. So, for example, let's say that regular users can invoke the ifconfig command as long as they are not changing the network interface configuration, the configuration of a network interface. So a regular user could, for example, execute, and it's not the case here, unless we try the full path. So there it is. I am a regular user. As you can see, that's my user here, Kelly. And I can, if I use the full path, I can execute ifconfig. However, if I try to change the configuration of my network interface, I won't be allowed to, for a very specific reason. I am a regular user, as we can see here. Most systems nowadays, regular users have ID above 999. So from starting at 1000. Now, what if I want to allow this user, Kelly, to execute a few set of tools as the only user that can actually execute those administrative tools, which is the root user? Well, that is actually how the Kali Linux and Ubuntu, for example, are configured. When you install these systems, you will have to create a regular user, but this regular user will be allowed to execute administrative tools as the root user as long as you use the sudo command. So, for example, I can do this. It will ask for my regular user's password. It's not the administrative password. It's just to make sure, hey, I want to know if it's you, Kelly user, that is actually trying to execute this command, or maybe you just left for a coffee, someone came and is trying to execute a command, an administrative command. So you have to know your own password. Okay, so I type it in, and there it is. Now it works. And observe that I didn't have to use the full path, just the command directly. That is because I am now invoking it as the root user. Well, not root user, but I'm invoking this tool via the sudo command. Okay, now, what if I want to see whether my user can execute commands, administrative commands, when using the sudo tool, or if my user can invoke the sudo command at all to run any other tool, even if it's not an administrative tool? So you can use the sudo space -l. It will list all the tools, the commands that you are allowed to execute. So we can see here that, as I mentioned a minute ago, since this is the user that I created during the installation, this user will be allowed. So user Kelly may run the following commands on Kelly. That's also the name of my machine. So I can run all commands as who? As the root user. As any user, including the administrator. All. Okay, now, if I had a user that would be allowed to execute, for example, Bash or Python or VI, that doesn't seem to be something dangerous, right? So if I do, for example, if I come here and I say that user whatever, okay, can execute /bin/bash. Okay, well, this doesn't seem to be something dangerous, right? I'm just allowing a regular user to invoke a terminal, open a terminal as the administrator. Or I could do the same thing with the VI editor. So, for example, let's say that I'm a network admin, and in the company just hired an intern, and I want that intern, although he or she will have a regular user, a limited user, I want to allow him or her to edit files. However, there are some files that are required to be edited. The user must edit those files as the administrator. Only the administrator can do it, or any other user that has some additional permissions. Okay, so I could come here and say /usr/bin/vim, for example, vi improved. Okay, that's no big deal, right? At least seems like there's no big deal here. However, there is. And the problem is, if I say that this user will execute this tool here as, for example, the root user, if this regular user does sudo space vim space /etc/shadow, which is the password, the database that stores the user's passwords, hashed passwords. Well, I'm saying that that user will be allowed to change passwords. Obviously, it's hashed, so he or she won't be able to actually go there and say, okay, I'm going to change this password to this other specific password. However, first of all, I will allow him or her to delete that password. So just leave it with a blank password, empty password. Or I will allow him or her to read that file that is hashed. It contains hashed passwords. However, he or she will be able to use a tool such as John the Ripper, for example, to try to crack those passwords. So it is very dangerous. Now, that is why we are also going to take a look at the SUID bit. So let's take a look at one file that has the SUID bit enabled. /usr/bin/passwd. Okay, there. The way that we identify the SUID bit is by looking at the execution permission, and instead of X it shows S. That means, because we must remember, the first 3 bits identify the permissions for the user, the owner. The other 3 bits group, the other 3 bits others. So we can see here that the SUID bit, the SID bit is enabled for the owner. Therefore, it's the SUID. If it was shown here, then we'd see the SGID bit. Okay, now, what is going on here? The difference between having the SUID and using sudo is that when I configure sudo, I'm saying, hey, I want this user or these users or these groups to execute that tool as this specific user or that specific user. When I enable the SUID, I'm saying that anyone will execute that command. In this case, it could also be an script. But any user will be allowed to execute it, and it will be executed as the owner of that file. So first of all, when you use sudo, you're specifying the users that will be allowed to execute it. SUID, it doesn't. Any user can. Also, when you use sudo, you're saying, hey, if these users invoke this command, this is the user that will actually execute that tool. and when I have the SUID bit, it will necessarily be executed by the owner, which is described right here. So what's going on here? When I say that the passwd command has the SUID bit enabled, I'm saying that any user can execute this tool and it will be executed as root. There is a very reasonable explanation to this. For example, the Kali Linux user, which is a regular user, should be allowed to change his or her own password. However, to change its password, this user must be allowed to edit the /etc/shadow file, because that's what redefining a password does. It changes that record, that data that is stored in the shadow database. Okay, the problem with this is that I am actually allowing a user to execute a tool usually as the root user. So let's take a look at an example right here. Okay, so first of all, let's see where VI is. It's at USR bin VI, but that is actually a link to /etc/alternatives/VI, which is also another link that points to USR bin VIM basic. There it is. Okay, as we can see, there is no SUID bit enabled here. So here's what I'm going to do. So if the SUID bit is not enabled, if I, as the Kali Linux user, try to edit the shadow file, permission denied. I can't even see the content, not to mention override it. Okay? Now, I am just assuming that I can execute a tool here as the administrator user just for presentation purposes. I'm going to change change mode. I will add the SUID permission to /USR/bin/VIM basic. So let's take a look at the permission there once again, and we can see that it's changed color, and we can also see the SUID bit permission over there. I am going to, once again, as Kali user, I am going to edit that same file, and voila, I can see the content of the shadow file. As I mentioned, the password, which is from here all the way to here, is hashed. But there are plenty of softwares that once you get a hold of this information here, these softwares can crack that password. And we are actually going to see that happening. I could also delete this information right here. Like that. And although the system tells me, hey, you don't have permission to save this file, I actually do, because I'm root. So I can basically do anything. If I force, I am not going to do this. Well, let me do it again and change this one. And I think that I deleted more than I was supposed to. Or no, I think I did. No, that's fine. I think that's okay. So there. Let me add it again, and we can see that it's empty now. Well, yeah, actually I deleted. Yeah, so you see, it says no, you can't, but well, I actually can. There it is. Because I'm the administrator, I can do whatever I want. So you as a pen tester, why is this information so important to you? Well, obviously, because if you find a command that has the SUID bit enabled, you have to see whether that is actually a tool that is supposed to have the SUID enabled or not. Because if it's not supposed to, then that means that you could leverage and you could try to gain privilege, for example, or edit files, or change a service, whatever it is, based on that. Okay, that's really nice. However, you have to be able to find those files. And one tool that can help you big time to find it actually very easily and quickly is the find command. So find, people usually know find because of its numerous resources, numerous combination of search parameters. You can search for, well, basically you can perform a search saying, hey, I want to find all files with the .txt extension, for example. But you can also search for search for files based on permission, based on who created that file, based on dates, when this file has been changed or created or accessed, based on size. So there is a bunch of combinations that you can do in order to find a file. And in this case, what we are going to do is we are going to find 4 files in the entire system. So starting that search in the root directory, the / directory, and I'm not going to find files based on name, but I'm going to find files based on permissions. And what is the permission that I want? I want at least, so that's why I'm going to use a minus sign here, at least 4000. You already know that these 3 digits here represent the first one, permission for owner, the second one, permission for group, and the third one, permission for others. Now, that is if we only consider 3 digits. However, we actually have 4 digits, 4 octal digits for permissions. We can omit the most significant one because these are special bits. If I want to specify, I can. Now, number 4 represents the SUID. Number 2 represents SGID, and number 1 represents the sticky bit. So if I want to search for files that have SUID, SGID, and the sticky bit enabled, I should search for 7000. But that's not what I want. I want to find files which have permission with at least the SUID enabled. Now look, if I have a file that has SUID and SGID enabled, that's going to be number 6. And 6 is greater than 4. And what I'm saying here is at least 4, which means that higher than 4 will also be found and shown. Okay, so that would be a basic search. However, I am a regular user and I'm going to see a bunch of output that I don't want to see. Okay, you don't have permission to search in that directory. That's perfectly fine. So I'm going to go back and do it again. I'm going to append the 2 redirecting to /dev/no. Okay, so error messages should be discharged. Okay, so it's searching for those files and there it is. A bunch of files actually have, and look what we have here because I forgot to remove it, right? So all these files, they have the SUID at least. the SUID permission enabled. How can I verify if that is actually what I need? So find also has the -exec option that will allow us to execute another command on top of each file that is found. So I want that for each file that is found, I want to execute ls space -l, and the brackets is used this is going to be replaced by the file name that's been found, and that's the end of my exec command. So I'm performing that search again, and there it is. We can see that all these files, they have the SUID permission, at least the SUID permission enabled. Okay, this one has SUID and SGID. That's perfectly fine. What matters to me is this. So that is one way of finding those files. So in this video, we actually understood how critical SUID, SGID, and sticky bits are. And we also saw how we can actually find these types of files so that we can, as pen testers, we can leverage those misconfigurations and try to gather more information. I hope you enjoyed this video. Thank you very much. Hello, welcome to our second video of Module 10. And continuing what we started in our first video, exploiting hosts. We're going to focus on Windows hosts. And the reason for that is because most of the desktops environment are running Windows. That is actually the ultimate goal of attackers, of hackers, because most of the desktops are running Windows operating systems, and there are different flavors and versions. So what we are going to see in this video, we are actually going to see two different types of attacks. One is how to capture a hashed a file with hashed passwords, which we're not going to see as a file, but that's exactly what it is. It's the same file that contains the network LAN manager files that are the NTLM files stored by most Microsoft environments. That is going to be one, and we will also see how to crack those hashes. The other one is going to learn how to actually exploit the Windows system when you have access to that system. The other one is going to be a direct and a lot simpler way of gaining privilege. So at the end, what we're trying to do here today, what we are going to try to do, is to escalate privileges. That's our ultimate goal. The difference is we are going to see two different ways of doing it. The first one is going to be a lot more technical, and it will give you a range of possibilities in regards to the number of users that you can retrieve passwords. The other one is simply become the administrator by exploiting the operating system itself and not a database or lack of or a misconfiguration, anything like that. It's just an operating system that hasn't been patched, updated as it's supposed to be, and then you can become the administrator just by knowing that. Okay, so the first one is, in order to do this, we need the Metasploit Framework. And this is a framework that we've seen in one of our previous videos, and we're actually going to use the same type of attack, which is the reverse shell or the reverse TCP attack. Okay, so first of all, what I need to do is to make sure that I know my target IP address and my IP address as well. So you can see that my Kali Linux, which is my attacker machine, has IP address 192.168.0.2, and my Windows machine has IP address 192.168.0.22. And this is the Metasploitable 3 virtual machine, the one that runs Windows 2008 server, the Windows 2008 server. Okay, going back here to my Kali Linux machine. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to run my Metasploit framework. But before we do that, you should confirm whether you have a software installed in your Kali system called Mimikatz. Okay, so I have it installed here. In case you don't, make sure you install it before loading MSF console, before loading the Metasploit framework, by doing sudo apt-get install Mimikatz, like that. Okay, I already have it. So what I'm going to do now is run the MSF console. And we've done it in the past in a previous video, in another video. But let's understand it again. Let's see what is gonna happen here. And what we're going to do is to use the reverse shell attack, perform the reverse shell attack or the reverse TCP attack. How does this type of attack work? Basically, what you're gonna do here is you have to find a way of sending a payload to your target. Once you're capable of sending that payload to that target, you're going to create a reverse connection. You're going to force that target to connect to your machine, and then when you execute a command, that command is going to be sent to that machine. Also, you're going to do that by you'll also become the administrator in that target machine. Now, the way that we're going to do this is because in my Microsoft Windows 2008 server, we have a central management software with a specific vulnerability that we were able to find by using the NetBIOS scanning tool, the NetBIOS vulnerability scanner tool. Okay, so what am I going to do here? Since I already have Mimikatz installed, I am going to search for an author called Sinner, like that. Now, this guy here, Sinner, created many modules, many exploits for the Metasploit framework. The one that I'm looking for is, if I'm not mistaken, this one, 214, exactly. So there it is. This is an exploit that will exploit a flaw that exists in the Manage Engine Central tool for versions 9 and below, which is the case. I'm not going to go back to it because we did it in a previous video, but we saw that we can simply run a scan and see that there is this flaw in this virtual machine, in this Windows 2008 server virtual machine. So what I'm going to do now is say, hey, I want to use the exploit 214. I could also say use /exploit/windows/http/manage engine_connection ID_write. Well, obviously, I don't have to because I can simply use the number according to the search that I performed. Okay, what do I have to do now? I have to look at the options that I have available in order to know the options that I actually need to provide, the information that I need to provide. So first of all, proxies is not required. However, R hosts, which stands for remote hosts, that is required. That's because this is my target. That's the variable that will identify my target. So I am going to set R hosts to 192.168.0.22. Another one that is also required is the remote port. However, the default remote port that I have here is the actual port that I want to attack. That's the port that is running and listening to connections according to the server. Port 80, not server, service. Port 8020. Okay. So I don't have to change that. Also, I have to confirm my local information. Are they correct? So my local host, L host, is 192.168.0.20. Yep, that's correct. What is the local port that I want to listen to? That's perfectly fine. I'm going to use 4444, which is the default port for the reverse TCP or reverse shell attack. And as we can see here, this is an exploit that is targeting the Manage Engine Desktop Central 9 or lower on Windows. Okay, once I have that, all that I need to do is exploit. And we can see that there is one session open right here. Very good. So that connection has been opened. My machine is connecting to that guy over here. Now, I am going to say that I want to load Mimikatz because for a very specific reason. Now, first of all, what is Mimikatz? Mimikatz is another framework that has a bunch of tools, a bunch of resources that will help us crack Windows passwords. So it's a tool that helps us crack hashes and passwords for Windows systems. It's focused on Windows passwords, all different types of hashes, but all of them for Windows. So Mimikatz has several tools to help us with that. And what I'm willing to do is to crack a NTLM hash password that it will also help us see. So it will show us the hashes, and I could also use Mimikatz to try to crack those hashes, although we're going to do it a little bit different. We're going to use Mimikatz to see the hashes, but we're going to use a different tool called Hashcat in order to try to crack those hashes. Now, something that is very important to mention here is that there is an internal tool in Windows environment called PSExec that it allows us to inform hashes when performing the authentication. That means that once I use Mimikatz, and we're going to see how we can do that, once we use Mimikatz to see the hashes, I could use that hash along with the PSExec internal tool to perform the authentication that I want to perform. I wouldn't even have to crack that hash. I wouldn't have to crack the password in order to authenticate in the system that I'm willing to authenticate. However, this is not our goal. We want to see the password indeed. For one very specific reason. Whenever you have a password that is used by in a Windows environment, for example, in a Windows domain, there is a very high probability that is also the password that same user account is using for other systems and services. So if you can get a hold of the NTLM hash and you can crack it, you're going to see the password in plain text, which is probably the same password that is being used for other services. For example, to authenticate when using the internet, to read emails, and a bunch of other stuff. Now, before we do that, we proceed, I want to show you the other type of attack. So far, we were able to deploy the reverse shell attack successfully, as we can see, and actually we can execute sysinfo, for example, and it's gonna show us that, okay, so I'm taking control of this machine here, which is my Windows 2008 server, right, running this operating system, and there is a bunch of other information. I can also check the type of account that I have. So I am an admin, and I was only able to become an admin because I executed the get system tool. The get system tool will try to allow you to become the administrator even if you are not, at least currently. So there, now I am an admin user. Okay, so we were able to successfully implement the reverse shell attack. I will go back to it, but the goal so far is to then get a hold of the hashed passwords, the hashed Windows passwords, the hashed NTLM passwords, and try to crack those hashes. But before we go there, because the reason why I'm shifting here is because in order to crack that password, those hashes, I'll have to leave the MSF console here. And while I am in the MSF console, I want to show you another type of attack or another resource that you have in order to perform another type of attack. So at the beginning of this video, I mentioned that we're performing we're analyzing two attacks. One is cracking the hashes, cracking the passwords. The other one is exploiting the operating system to gain privilege, to escalate privilege and become the administrator. Now, this is called a kernel exploit. And kernel exploits exist for every operating system. Obviously, it exists for all Windows systems as well, and this is not a different one. So how can you perform this type of attack? Well, basically, you have to search for the exploit according to the vulnerability that this kernel, this operating system gives you. And how can you find that type of vulnerability? Well, the Metasploit Framework, along with Mimikatz, has a tool here that will very simply show you what to do. So basically what I'm going to do here is run post/windows/gather/enum patches. And there it is. What does it tell me? It tells me that the patch KB976902, which is a critical patch, has not been applied. What to do then? I can simply go to, for example, exploit-db and search for KB976902. What am I going to find? You're going to see a page with explaining everything about this vulnerability. And you also see the exploit file that you can simply download and run in order to exploit this flaw. So the good thing about kernel exploits is that most of them are very simple to exploit. Basically, you simply have to download the file. Most of the times, you have to download the files. In some situations, you have to adjust a few metrics, adjust a few variables, and once you execute it, you escalate privilege, usually becoming the administrator, and this is not a different one. Okay, now going back to our first type of attack, cracking hashes. Well, first we have to see the hashes. So now that we loaded Mimikatz, I am going to use the command Mimikatz _command -f space sam dump column hashes. And what is it going to do? It's going to go to the database of hashes. You have to remember, at this moment, I have full access to this Windows machine. I am the administrator. I can access any resources. And the SAM is the database that stores the hashes, the hashed passwords in the system. What I'm doing here is dumping those hashes. And there it is. Oops. And I can see here that I have the administrator user and the password, hashed password in NTLM is this. I also have the guest user, which doesn't have a hash, empty password. I have the user Vagrant with this hash. I have user Leia with that hash. Luke Skywalker, this one. Han Solo, this one. R2D2, this one. So all users, all user accounts are listed here with their hashed passwords. What do I have to do? I have to copy only the hash or hashes, okay? I am not going to copy the entire content. You can, just because it's easier, you could simply select from here all the way to the end, and then you add it. So you copy, paste in a file, and remove whatever is not a hash, such as this. You have to make sure that your file only has hashes. So what am I going to do now? I'm going to quit. Now I'm not in the Metasploit framework anymore. Okay, now I already did that, and just to make it faster, let's take a look at the hash.txt file that I have here. So I just copied a few hashes, and what I'm going to do is use a tool called hashcat with these parameters. First of all, hashcat supports different hashing algorithms. And you have to identify, you have to tell hashcat, hey hashcat, this is the algorithm that I have, okay, the hash algorithm that I have in this file. You can simply do hashcat space -- help in order to see a help, and it will show to you the code for each of the hash algorithms. I know that NTLM is represented by code 1000. So I'm saying that I have this file here called hash.txt, and the hashes there are in the NTLM format algorithm. First of all, in this first time, I am not going to use the -A3. And then I inform the database of possible passwords. Oh, hold on. I forgot to do the -A0 here because I want this to be a quick attempt. This number here will identify how much effort Hashcat is going to put into trying to crack that password. So I just want to do it quickly. Once it's done, if you haven't ever cracked that password in the past, it's actually going to show you the password that it was able to crack. But since, as we can see here, I did it before, that hash has been cracked and it's stored in the pot file. The pot file is in the -hashcat directory, and we have that hashcat pot file in there. So I'm going to do a cat/hashcat/hashcat.pot file. And there it is. These are the passwords that are cracked using Hashcat. User 1, that's from another video that we saw, and this is the hash that I have for the admin user, which actually means vagrant. So the admin user has this password vagrant here. How do I know that this is the password for the admin user? Well, because of the hash. I do remember that this is the hash that was stored, that was shown by the Mimikatz tool from the MSF console for the admin user, for the administrator user. Now again, if you want, let's say that you were not able to crack it, you could do this. This would take a much longer time, but it would try to use more resources in order to crack that hash or those hashes. So in this video, we saw two types of privilege escalation. You can directly try to do it by identifying kernel vulnerabilities, which is called exploiting kernels or kernel exploitation, or you can try in a Windows environment. You can try to find a vulnerability that would give you full access to that machine, and once you get that full access, you can try to dump the SAM database, which stores the NTLM hashes representing the passwords. You copy those hashes and use Hashcat to break those hashes. I hope you enjoyed this video. Thank you very much. Hello, welcome to our third video of Module 10. And in our previous video, we saw how to exploit system vulnerabilities or host vulnerabilities for Windows systems. Now we are going to take a look at a Linux system. And in this case, we will focus on kernel exploitation. Now, as previously mentioned, as we saw in the previous video, the good thing about exploiting kernel vulnerabilities is that you can directly gain access as the administrator without putting too much effort in it. Because basically what you're doing when you use this, when you exploit this type of vulnerability, is you found a vulnerability in that kernel, in the core of that system. And by leveraging that vulnerability, you leave that older account that you had, that limited account, and you become the administrator. Basically, in order to exploit this type of vulnerability, you have to find whether the kernel that the target system is running has this type of vulnerability or not. And then you have to simply find the exploit, download it, read a few stuff in order to understand how to use that exploit and basically run it. Now, one thing that is very important when it comes to kernel exploitation, most of the times it's assumed that you already have access, or although limited access, but you somehow have some level of access to that target machine. And that is what we're going to do here. So in order to perform this type of attack, we need a target Linux machine. And the target machine that I am going to use is Metasploitable 2. So the Metasploitable framework, or the Metasploitable virtual machine that we used in previous videos, was Metasploitable 3 with Windows 2008 server. The Metasploitable 2 comes with a Linux, a Ubuntu machine with a bunch of vulnerabilities as well. Now, all those vulnerabilities, they're not important. The only important thing in this case is finding a Linux system with a outdated kernel. And also, it's important to realize that although this seems something very obvious, you could think, hey, network admins or security analysts, they are not going to leave their servers outdated. Well, that's not actually true for Linux servers, because Linux is such a reliable and stable operating system that it's kind of the contrary. Linux admins, they prefer to keep older kernel versions and just update the softwares, the services. Well, one of those reasons is because when a kernel is patched, the system must be rebooted, and they don't want to reboot the system, well, for many reasons. For example, because if the system is rebooted, there's going to be a downtime, and Linux servers are deployed in order to reduce downtime, preferably not even have a downtime. So it's very common to find Linux servers with kernel 2.6, which is what we're going to see right here. Okay, so if you want to do the same, search for Metasploitable 2, download. It's not a VirtualBox machine, it's a VMware virtual machine, but you can still use VirtualBox to run this virtual machine. Okay, so here it is. I have my Metasploitable virtual machine right here, and my user is MSF admin. This is a regular user that can run all commands using sudo, but it's not the admin user. It's just a regular user that can invoke sudo to run admin tools. Okay, so at first I have access to this machine, a limited access. I have access with a limited user. Okay, now what I need to do is I have to figure out what is the operating system, its version, and its kernel. So the first tool that I can run is lsb_release. Okay, if it doesn't say anything, I can use the -A. Okay, it's a Ubuntu 8.04. Yep, that's true. This is a very old distribution. Fine. But while that doesn't help that much, I actually need to see the version of the kernel. Okay, so you can use uname -a. And here it is. It's a 2.6.24-6- server. What matters is 2.6.24 in this case. Now, how do I figure out if there is a kernel exploit, a kernel vulnerability to this version, to this kernel version? Okay, now I'm gonna go to my attacking machine, which is my Kali Linux machine, and there is a tool called Search Exploit. Using Search Exploit is the same as opening your browser, going to any of those vulnerability search database tools or websites, such as the Exploit-DB website. The only difference is you don't have to go online. You can perform this search locally. And how can you perform this search? Okay, so the type of vulnerability that I'm trying to find, or the exploit that I'm looking for, is a privilege escalation vulnerability. So I'm going to search exploit, search exploit privilege. I have to define the type of exploit that I'm looking for. Okay, privilege. Now, if I only do this, it's going to show a bunch of stuff. That's not what I want. So I'm going to apply filters. First of all, I want to find privilege escalation for Linux systems. Okay. Now, not anything related to Linux systems, but associated with the kernel and the specific, grep kernel, and specifically for kernel versions 2.6. There it is. I forgot the -i. Okay, there is a bunch of vulnerabilities here. Obviously, you'd have to, in order to understand, well, if you don't want to do any deeper studies, you can simply, for example, okay, I'm going to use this one, and you download, you go, you browse, and you try to understand how to, you read the documentation in order to understand how to use this exploit. I am going to use this one. So any of these ones that you see here might work according to your distribution. Okay, so that is very important. The distribution that I have as a target is a Ubuntu, which means that this one should work, and some others here. This one is specific for CentOS systems, but I am going to try this one. Okay, fine. Well, actually, this one would not work because, well, it could not work because it's not associated with kernel 2.6. This one, I am certain that is associated with kernel Linux kernel 2.6. Okay, that's exactly what I'm looking for. And I know that it works against Ubuntu systems. Oh, so that's the one that I'm picking. Oh, I want to try this one. Let me go there, and it's 2.6.24. This one, okay, this one would work as well. But let's use that other one, which is right here. Now, I can tell you in advance, and you'd have to read the documentation and search for it, but I can tell you in advance that this is an exploit that leverages a flaw in the UDEV system. So the UDEV system, which is a system in Linux that controls devices and device files, and the UDEV system on kernels 2.6, version 2.6, it allows a remote execution of commands via netlink. So netlink is a tool, that is a process that can send messages to other processes. And the UDEV accepts managing administrator messages sent from the netlink process. So what are we going to do here? We are going to use this vulnerability here. We're going to exploit this vulnerability here to send administrative commands to my target system. Okay, well, fine, great. But to do that, I actually need the exploit. How can I find that exploit? Well, I know that the file is called, let me go back there, it's called 8572.c. So I am going to locate 8572.c, and there it is. So there's the exploit for it is at usr//exploit/exploits/linux/local/8572.c. Now, keep in mind, I know that I have the exploit here because I use the search-sploit tool. The search-sploit tool will only show me exploits or vulnerabilities that it has stored in the hard drive, in the partition. Okay, so if it found that vulnerability, that exploit, that means that it exists in the system. I search for it, and there's the file. Okay, but this is the exploit. I need this exploit in my target machine. Okay, you can simply copy using, for example, SCP, copy it to the target machine. And we must remember that we're assuming that you somehow have gained access to that to that other target machine with a limited user. So now you can simply SCP to that target machine. In this case, that is not my IP here. My target machine's IP address is 192.168.0.22. I'm going to cancel because I already have that file there. Okay, so remember that my user is MSF admin, and I'm going to copy it to that user's home directory. Before I go to my target machine and do what I need to do there, I am going to create a socket in my attacking machine using the netcat command. So the netcat command either opens a port, opens a connection waiting for clients, or it connects to a server using plain text messages. There's no encryption, there is no presentation going on, there is no adaptation, there is no formatting. Whatever is received is the set of strings, the array of characters that is being interpreted and executed. So in this case, I am going to open a connection. So I'm going to listen to port 4321. Now, it's very important to keep this in mind. If this is the port that I'm defining, I will have to tell the exploit in my target machine that this is the port that the target machine should connect to. So the way that this attack will work is we're going to leverage a vulnerability in the UDEV system of that target machine that target machine will receive messages, administrative messages from a remote host. So what I'm doing here is I'm opening a socket in my attacking machine, my Kali Linux machine. Then I'm going to force my target machine to connect to this port. And this channel, this network channel, will be used to send messages from my Kali Linux machine to my target machine using the netlink process. Okay, so there it is. It's listening on port 4321. Now I'm gonna go to my Metasploitable machine, and I know that I have my 8572.c exploit file there. What do I do now? I simply compile this file to generate a binary that I can execute. I am going to compile my 8572.c file generating the binary called exploit-8572. After that, I have to create, and it will generate this exploit file here. Make sure that you have, when you compile that file, the permission of execution is set, as we can see, RWX, RX, RX. So execution is there. In case it's not, make sure that you give execution permission to that file. Then I have to create in the TMP directory a file, a script file called run. And this is how the 8572 exploit works. It will look for this temporary file in the /tmp directory. And what is this script file? This is a bash script that will tell the exploit what command it should execute when being invoked. And the command that I want it to execute is to run netcat nc, passing as arguments the attacker machine's IP address, which is 192.168.0.20, connecting to port 4321. So that's why you have to keep in mind that whatever is the port number that you defined in your attacker machine, that's the same port number that you should specify here. And once that connection is established, it should run /bin/bash. So it should open a terminal, because this is the terminal that will be used to transmit commands. This is what will enable the attacker machine to send commands, administrative commands, to that target machine. Okay, now just one more step before we run the exploit. I mentioned that this UDEV vulnerability relies on the netlink process, messaging processes. That means that I have to know the PID of my netlink, of the target machine's netlink process, which is very simple to retrieve. I simply do cat/proc/net/netlink. And the only PID that you see here with a number different from 0, that's the netlink PID. In this case, it's 2404. Okay, now I can simply do exploit-8572 space the netlink PID 2404. And seems like nothing happened here, at least not here. However, when I go to my Kali Linux machine, which is my attacking machine, oh, look. So connect to 192.168.0.20 from 192.168.0.30. Okay, what if I do ID here? That's interesting. Remember that when this netcat connection channel was established, the bash shell was created. So whatever I type here is being sent to the bash of that target machine. So I can use any terminal, any shell command here. I used ID and it shows me that I have the root user. So that is some quite privileged escalation from a regular user to the administrator. In case I'm not certain that I am in that machine, let's say that I run hostname. Oh yeah, so this is the Metasploitable virtual machine. Nice. Also, what if I do cat/etc/shadow? Well, that's the database that stores the hashed passwords. Only administrators, the root user specifically, can read that file. So let's take a look at it. There you go. I can do whatever I want here. I could use the passwd command to redefine the password of a user. Okay, so since I am the root user, I could do passwd and then simply passwd and redefine the password for the root user. In case I actually want to see the password, I want to crack the hashed passwords, what I could do is copy the content that I see here or a specific line according to a user and try to crack it using, for example, John the Ripper. So that's what I'm gonna try to do. I already have a user here that I copied. So let's take a look at that. I'm terminating that connection. And I have here the md5-shadow.txt. If we go back here, this hash here is the same hash that we have down there, right? Same hash. I previously did this just to make it faster. Okay, so I have just one file called md5-shadow.txt with one single line. I could have the entire shadow file. I could have it. But just to make it quicker, I'm using just one single user. And then I'm going to invoke John the Ripper, passing that file. And there it is. Now, once it's done, I can use the --show option. And guess what? There is a user with the password msfadmin. One password hash cracked, 0 left. So that user has that password. Now I know that the msfadmin user has password msfadmin. John the Ripper is a very simple tool. You can simply use it to crack a password. There's no mystery there. The only catch is that in order to use John the Ripper, you have to have the salt. The algorithm must be an algorithm that uses a salt. And if it is, you must have that salt. So for example, the MSF admin user here has this salt, and here is the hash. You must have both in order to crack using John the Ripper. So in this video, we saw how to gain privilege in a Linux system leveraging a kernel exploit. As previously mentioned, this is not a difficult task. You just have to read the documentation in order, well, obviously you have to find the exploit. Once you do it, you have to read the documentation in order to see the nuances, the options that must be defined before you execute it. But when you execute it, you instantly get administrative access to that target machine. I hope you enjoyed this video. Thank you very much. Hello, welcome. We are now initiating module 11. This is our second last module of the CompTIA PenTest Plus prep exam. And the topic in this module is writing scripts. Obviously, you first need to understand why you must know how to write scripts, and then we'll focus on actually writing those scripts. First of all, the CompTIA PenTest exam expects you to understand scripting because pentesting in general, networking, administration tasks are very hands-on, but at the same time, very manual. They require a deep interaction from you as an admin or as a pentester. That is why you need to automate many of your tasks. And there is nothing better than scripts to help you automate your daily tasks. So they want you to understand scripting so that you can write scripts that will automate whatever you're willing to do. So for example, for a pen tester, there is a bunch of steps that you need to execute and a bunch of tools that you need to run in a short period of time. You first, for example, you need to gather information, you need to scan IPs, scan ports of different hosts, different networks. It would consume too much time if you were to scan a specific IP address and then analyze the output, then you scan another IP address and you read the output. So you can write scripts to shoot those port scans, even to collect the output and filter that output, sent to you by email, something that's been already filtered, and you can only see results that are actually helpful for you. So that is why we need to understand scripting and also be able to write scripts. Now, the CompTIA PenTest exam expects you to know at least a handful of languages. We are going to fully cover bash scripting, but we are also going to understand how to write scripts in PowerShell, which is the scripting language that we have in Windows systems. We're gonna focus on bash, but we're also going to cover the structure of Ruby and Python. Now, what is the difference between these languages? We're gonna talk about that as we cover these scripts in each of those languages. So to start off, let's start off with a very basic shell scripting, bash script, which is the hello world script. I have all the scripts that we're going to cover here, and let's start with hello.sh. And this is the content.
whenever you write a bash script, each type of script must have an extension, although it doesn't change anything. There is no such thing as extensions in the Linux environment. However, you should write those extensions. You should create a file name with an extension so that other people can know, and even yourself can know, what type of content there is in that script. What is the language used in that script? So when I take a look at all these hello scripts here, I can see that the last one has the .sh extension. That means that this is a bash script. This one has the extension RB. That means it's been written in Ruby. And this one is py, Python. We're also going to see that extensions in PowerShell are ps1. Okay, so let's start with this one. In Linux environments, the first line of, and you can use any editor, any text editor to create your script. Usually I use VI. If you prefer to use Nano, that's perfectly fine. Any Emacs, that's perfectly fine. You just have to make sure that you have that text editor with you, and you can work around it, and you can work with that script, with that editor. So the first line will have the interpreter of that script. Now, you can create scripts using a compiling language, a compiled language. And what is that? Any type of language can be written using a compiler or an interpreter. The difference is when you use a compiled language, such as Java, C, and C, what's going to happen is once you are done writing the source code, you have to compile that source code to generate a binary file. For example, an executable file. When you compile that source code, the compiler will verify the source to see if there isn't any syntax errors. If there is, it's going to tell you, hey, there is an error here, you have to fix it. Once you fix it, I'll be able to compile and generate the binary file. When you have a interpreted language, that's not happening. You don't have the compiler, which means that the interpreter will read the source code during the execution time. When you execute that file, that's when the interpreter is going to read, and each line that is read is going to be executed. So in this case, we're only going to use interpreted languages. So in this case, the interpreter is going to read the first line, !bin/bash. Whenever the interpreter sees !, it knows that whatever comes after that is the interpreter. That is the tool that will interpret the rest of the code. Then it goes to the second line, which says echo hello world. Echo in bash, this is the tool that will simply output, display, print the text that comes, the string that comes after echo. So, and then there is nothing else. But if I had another line after echo hello world, let's say date, the command date, it would execute first hello world, and if it works, if the syntax is correct, it's going to print hello world. Then it would go to the next line, date, which is a command to print the current date. It would print the current date. So it executes each line before going to the next one. When you use an interpreted language, the interpreter doesn't
analyze the content, the entire content. So let's say that you have an error in your 5th line and you have a code of 10 lines. It would execute the 1st, the 2nd, the 3rd, the 4th. When it reaches the 5th line, it would return an error. Now, depending on how you created that script, it could exit right there or it can just continue. If the following lines from 6 to 10, do not depend on line 5, then it would just generate an error on line 5 and continue executing line 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Another very important detail here. When you create a text file, that text file won't have permission of execution. As we can see here, by the color, it's in white, I can tell that there is no permission of execution. And we can confirm this by doing this. There, no execution. You have two ways of executing a script. The first one is you specify the interpreter and then the script name. Okay, there's the result. It simply shows hello world. Or you can give permission of execution to that file, to that script, and do /, file name, and there is the same result. Now, this is a script that was written in bash script or shell script. Let's take a look at another one. Now let's take a look at a Ruby, the same script, but written in Ruby. And that is the extension, RB. So the same idea. First line, you have the interpreter. Ruby is on /usr/bin/ruby. When you have echo in a bash language to print a content. In Ruby, it's puts. So puts hello world. Let's execute this. Oops. And is this gonna work? No, permission denied. Because I'm trying to execute a file that is not executable. So I am going to do chmod u+x to give permission of execution to hello.rb. Now let me try to run it again. And there you have it, the same result. So observe that we have some differences among languages. Now let's take a look at hello.py. First line, same thing. Obviously, you have a different interpreter, but the way that we print is different. It's not echo, it's not puts, but it's print. Observe that you have to use parentheses. Some languages also require the semicolon at the end of each line. This is not the case. So let me give permission of execution to hello.py and let me run it here. There you go. Same output. So it's very important that you understand at least the basics of these 4 languages: Ruby, Python, Bash, and PowerShell. Let's say that you have to pick 2 of those. For some reason, you won't be able to cover all those 4 languages. You have to pick 2. The ones that you should tackle are going to be Bash and PowerShell, at least for the CompTIA PenTest Plus exam. However, I strongly recommend that you learn all these 4. These 4 are covered by the CompTIA PenTest Plus exam. Okay, what about PowerShell? So PowerShell is the scripting language for a Windows environment. So let's take a look at it. Now I am at my Metasploitable 3 virtual machine with a Windows 2008 server. And the first thing that you need to do is go to the Start button and type PowerShell. There it is. You go there, you open it, and this is your PowerShell prompt. Now, just like in a Linux environment, you have to pick the text editor that you're going to use. In a Windows environment, I like to use Notepad. So here we can see the 3 scripts that I created in PowerShell. Okay, you create that script and then you go back to your PowerShell prompt. Let's take a look at the content here. First, the content of hello.ps1. Now, in a PowerShell script, you don't have to define the interpreter because you are already in the PowerShell environment. You just go straight to the code, and we have echo in Bash, we have puts in Ruby, we have print in Python, we have write-host in PowerShell. How do I run it? // and the script name. There you have it. Same idea. Okay, now let's improve it a little bit. This is the very basic script that you can ever write. It's a hello world script. What if I want to perform some math computation, some math calculation? We have here the math.ps1, and there's the content. So, first thing, the idea of variables. A variable is something that you create in order to store values. It can be a string, it can be a number, but you have to create that space in memory. And that space in memory is identified by what we call a variable. So here I am creating a variable named value, and the content is 20. Then I create another variable called final value. The reason is I want to assign a new value based on the content of the first variable. So final value will receive a content based on the value of the value variable. And I am dividing value by 2. So you can see the slash there. That's the symbol to perform a division. So I'm dividing 20 by 2. Now the result of that computation is going to be stored in final value, this new variable called final value. And then I print the content of final value. Let's see if that is going to work. There's my result. Now, what about our other languages? Let me go back here to my Kali Linux machine, and the same content, the same script has been written here in Bash, in Ruby. Let's take a look at my math.sh script. There. So, a difference that we have in Bash scripting, a few differences actually. First of all, when I create a variable, when I assign value to a variable, I do not use the $sign. When I'm assigning values to variables in Bash, I do not use the $sign. I only use the $sign when I'm invoking the content of that variable. So I'm assigning 20 to value here. Now, in PowerShell, we saw that I had to create another variable receiving that computation. So I had to create final value that would receive 20 or value divided by 2. In Bash, you don't have to assign that to a variable. You can directly print the computation, the formula that you have. But something interesting here. Whenever you're dealing with math computation in Bash, you have to use $, 2 parentheses, and then the math, the formula that you need, and you close those 2 parentheses. The same way I use / to perform that division. Okay, so I'm directly doing that. Also, observe that here I'm invoking the content of value, therefore I use the $. Let me run it. There, same result. Okay, now we have to move forward and see some other examples, some more complex examples. And one thing that is very useful is arrays. We have to know how to implement and use arrays. So let's first take a look at the array.sh script. In Bash, the way that I create an array is parentheses, between parentheses, I specify the values that I want to assign to that array separated by spaces. So I'm creating an array variable here called array, and this is the content. The first position will have value 10, the second position 20, then 30, 40, so forth, so on. When I want to invoke the value of a specific position, then I use the $, the variable name, and between brackets, the number of the position that I want to find, to retrieve within that array. So in this case, let's assume that I want to retrieve the value of, and we have to keep in mind that that arrays, they start counting from 0. So this is position 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So in this case, when I do echo $ array 5, I'm actually accessing the 6th position, not the 5th. So let's run it. No, I think I don't have permission, so chmod u plus x array.sh. There you go. We accessed the 6th position. Let's see how we do the same code in PowerShell. And I have here the array.ps1. Let's look at its content. So instead of using spaces, as we can see here in Bash, in PowerShell we use comma. So 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, so forth, so on. And there is no parentheses, just the value separated by comma. Now, very similarly, I use $ array between brackets 5. And then let's try. There, same output, same result. Now, let's start focusing more on Bash scripting. We took a brief look at some of the differences, at least a few of the differences between some languages. It's very difficult to learn at the same time
2, 3, 4 different languages, we have to focus on one. But you do have to be aware that there are differences, and you have, for the CompTIA PenTest Plus exam, you have to know at least those 4. You have to be able to at least identify, because what's going to happen is you won't have to create a code. A code will be presented to you. You do have to understand that code. You do have to be able to identify, for example, has this code been written in Python, in Ruby, in PowerShell? Because the answer will very much likely be associated with that language. Okay, so now let's focus on Bash and see some other stuff that we may find and we may use. 2 things that we have to be aware of: how to use conditions, how to create conditions, and how to create comparisons. So at first, let's take a look at the comparison.sh code. There. This is a simple script in which it will detect the current hour. It doesn't matter the minutes, just the hour. So let's say that right now the hour is 6. That's the hour, 6. So we don't see the minutes. So let me go back to the script. There it is. It's gonna search for the current hour by executing the command date plus percentage capital H. Now observe first, each language has its own way of dealing with it. In Bash, when you want to execute a command and capture the result, the output of that command, and store it in a variable, you put it between back quotes, as you can see. Okay, so what is this script going to do? It's going to look for the current hour, and according to that value, it will present a message. So the idea is, if it's between midnight and 6 a.m., it will show you should be in bed. If it's between 6 a.m. and 12 a.m., well, actually, if it's lower than 12, it's going to show good morning. If it's lower than 18, it's going to show good afternoon. If it's lower than 23, it's going to show good evening. Now, first of all, observe that if it's lower than 23, it will cover from 0 hour and 0 minutes up to 23 hours and 59 minutes. When I say lower than 18, it covers from 0, which is midnight, and 0 minutes until 18:59. Same thing for 12, from 0 to 12:59. And actually, I should fix this because it should be 11:59 and 17:59. But that doesn't matter to our code right now. Same thing here, 0 to 6:59. Now observe that there is a catch here. Actually, there is an error. And that error is, since I'm creating independent conditions, the different messages will be displayed for the same hour. So let's say that it's 5 a.m. Well, is hour, in this case 5, lower than 6? Yes, it is. So it's going to show you should be in bed. Then it's going to test, is 5 lower than 12? It is as well. So it's going to show good morning. Oops. Is it lower than 18? Yes, it is. It's going to show good afternoon, and it's lower than 23. So it's going to show
good evening. Now, regarding the syntax, whenever we want to create a condition, at least in Bash, we do if, and this is the same for any language, just the formatting here that may differ from one language to another. But in Bash, you do if, you use brackets, and then you create your condition. In this case, I want to retrieve the value of the variable hour, which is the current hour. Very important, very important. In Bash, when you want to create conditions involving numbers, you have special characters to make that comparison. For example, in this case, I'm using -LT, which stands for lower than. If I wanted to compare, for example, if I wanted to say if it's lower than or equal, then I would have to say LE, lower than or equal. Well, actually, it is correct. So lower than or equal, instead of 6, it will cover from 0 to 5 because it doesn't include 6. Same thing here. Lower than, not lower than or equal. So it doesn't include 12. It includes up to 11. Here, up to 17. Oh, and there we go. Here I use lower than or equal, LE, 23. So this one includes 23. Okay, then I use the semicolon, the keyword then, and then what you want to do whenever that condition returns a true statement. If that is a true statement, I want to display this message. Is my condition done, or at least the commands that should be executed in case the condition is true? If it's done, I end that if with a phi. I do another condition. Now observe that these two conditions, this one and this one, are independent. And that is the problem here. I'm not using nested conditions, which I should do. Because if I say, okay, if hour 5 is lower than 12, it's including 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, which should be covered by this condition only. So I should either do if hour greater than or equal 6 and lower than 12, that would be okay. Or there is another solution in which we use nested ifs, and that is the next script we're gonna look at. So same thing here, all the same. Okay, let's take a look at the execution of this script right here. There. So once again, since it's 6 a.m., it's not going to include this condition here because 6 is not lower than 6. It's lower than or equal. But it will include this one, and this one. How can we fix that? That's why we have comparison to.sh right here. And let's take a look at some nested conditions. Now, the semantics is the same in any language. It's just this specific syntax that may differ from one language to another. In Bash, the way that you created these nested conditions is, okay, so same thing here. If hour lower than 6, then echo, you should be in bed. Then, instead of doing an independent if, and you can see that I did not finalize this if here. This keyword is inside that condition, the first if. I could either do else, I could do another if, one if inside another if, but in this case I'm using else if, which means else, which stands for if it is not lower than 6, but there is still another condition. So that's why I have if, else if. Else if hour is lower than 12. So observe, it will only reach here if hour is not lower than 6. So it must be greater than or equal 6. 6 or above. But at the same time, it must be lower than 12. So it will range from 6 to 11. Then I display good morning. I do the same thing for lower than 18. It will only reach here if it's not lower than 12, which means from 12 up to 18. Well, actually not 18, but 17, because it's lower than 18. Now, observe that for the final one, I only do else. Why? Because it will only get here if it's not lower than 18, which is from 18 up to, well, the highest hour that we have is 23. So I don't have to check whether it's lower than or equal to 23 or not. It must be. Echo, good evening. And then I only do one fi. I only finalize that if over there. Let's take a look at it. Oops. Ah, nice. Now, using the same code, we can do something more, let's say, interactive in regards to the user that is running that script. In this script, the script will interact with the user. It will ask for an answer. So I'm using echo here to display this message. Actually, it's a question. Continue with the execution of this script. Then we have the bash command read cont. When you invoke the read command, the bash script will wait for the interaction of the user. It will wait for the user to inform something, to type something for the user's input. When that user enters something, that content will be stored in the cont variable. And then I use the same code, but observe that now what I'm doing is I'm comparing the content of the cont variable with a string. Observe that I'm not using those special comparison characters as we do when we have a number comparison. I'm not using -LE, -LT, -EQ. If I was to compare two numbers, whether those two numbers are equal to each other, I would use -EQ. Since I'm not comparing numbers, I'm comparing a string, then I use two equals. This is two equals right here. If cont equals yes, then it will execute that code. We go down here. If it's not equal to yes, it will exit my code. So when the user enters something, if this is different from yes, it will check, is what the user entered equal to yes? No, it wasn't. Okay, so exit. It's not going to execute all this. If it is equal to yes, then okay, execute it. Let's take a look at it. Oh, that's 3. Continue with the execution of the script. Yes. What is the current hour? Let's say that it's 15. Good afternoon. So observe here that now I'm not using the system's current hour. The user is informing that. So let's go back to the code. If the user answered yes, I'm going to ask another question, which is, what is the current hour? The user is going to inform that hour, and the entire code will depend on what the user informed. So let's run it again. Continue with the execution of the script. Yes. What is the current hour? Let's say it's 20. Good evening. Continue with the execution of the script. Yes. Let's say it's 10 a.m. Good morning. Now, what if I say no there? It's not going to execute that content. So in this script, you can see some more interaction between the script and the end user. Now, let's move forward and take a look at loops. And we have 2 basic loops. We have more, but the basic loops, or the ones that are actually used and you're going to see around there in Bash, are for and while. Let's take a look at the for loop first. Very similar to any other language, right? You create a for, and between the parentheses, you're going to have the initialization, how you initialize a variable. And this is the variable that should be used as a reference for the execution of that loop. So I'm initializing x with 1. Then the condition for how long you want to execute this for loop until x is lower than or equal 10. Observe that the way that I do this comparison is lower than or equal. Then semicolon, and if you do, what do you want to execute at each iteration of that code? Okay, so at each iteration, I want to increment x by 1. So for parentheses, parentheses, those values, close both parentheses, semicolon, do. When the bash script finds do here, when the bash interpreter finds do, it knows that whatever comes below should be executed in case this condition here is true, until it finds done. So what am I doing here? I'm initializing x with 1. I want to execute it until while actually x is lower than or equal to 10, and at each iteration I want to increment it by 1. So it will iterate for 10 times. At each time, x will be incremented. So the first time it will be 1, the second iteration 2, then 3, then 4. And at each iteration, its content will be displayed. So let's take a look at it. There you go. Now, not all languages have this capability, although most of them do. Bash does as well, which is the capability of creating a loop with for, that is not created by using the parentheses. It is more flexible. You can create its own condition using an array, for example. So in this case, I am using a shell command, which is the sec command. It creates a sequence. This sequence will start with 1, go until 10. Since it's a shell command, a bash command, I have to use the back quotes. So for x in, and then I create the range of possibilities. The range of possibilities is 1 to 10. It's going to do the same thing. Same result, same output as the previous code. But you can see that I can create my range over here in a more flexible way. Why do I say that it's more flexible? Because you can use any command or any syntax that you want. It's not fixed, like start a variable with this value, increment that variable, and you do it until that variable reaches that other specific value. No, I create the range of possibilities right here. Now, lastly, let's take a look at the while loop. And this is a code that will do the same thing. In while, you don't have the possibility, as you do in for, of between the parentheses defining how the variable will be initiated. And in case you want to change something during each iteration, you cannot do that. So, first of all, I have to initiate my variable outside of that loop. And I have to create the increment at each iteration. Other than that, I have the same thing as my first for code, as we can compare here. So this came over here. This came over here. But we're going to have the same result. There. Now, let's take a look at this while here. We're going to go back to that code, that script, that will say good morning, good afternoon, good evening, you should be in bed, according to the hour. However, the difference is I put everything inside a while. And here you have something a little bit different. Instead of using 2 parentheses, I'm using just 1 bracket. That is perfectly fine as long as you remember to leave the spaces here. Okay, so that same code, the same code over here, I think it's comparison 2.s, is it 3? Yeah, so the same one that would ask, continue with the execution of this script. But the question was regarding executing the script only once. Do you want to execute it once? If you don't, you won't execute it, not even once. In this one, I have a loop that will execute the content forever until you say, no, I don't want to continue with the execution. So let's take a look at it. First of all, I'm creating a condition which is execute the entire code. The entire code until cont is not equal to yes. If cont is equal to yes, you just keep executing the script. And at each iteration, it will ask that question again. Continue with the execution of this script. Let's say that I say yes. Okay, it will go back up here because the loop is done. So it goes back up there to perform another test. Is cont equal to yes? Yes, it is. So it will do all this again. Ask again. Continue with the execution. Yes. Everything again. Until I say, no, Is count equal to yes? No, it's not. Then it leaves that loop. However, to enter the loop, I have to have count with the content yes. So that's why I'm doing this outside of the loop. Let's take a look at the execution of this script right here. What is the current hour? Let's say it's 3. You should be in bed. Do you want to continue with the execution of this script? Yes. What is the current hour? Let's say it's 20. Good evening. Continue with the execution of this script? Yes. What is the current hour? 13. Good afternoon. Continue with the execution of this script? No. And it leaves the script. So, you have to keep in mind that for the CompTIA PenTest exam, you have to know how to write and interpret scripts, because this is an automation task. You create scripts to automate your tasks. Obviously, the scripts that you're going to see in the CompTIA PenTest Plus exam are more associated with networking and pentesting tasks. So you're going to see, for example, a script that is invoking the execution of a Nmap, the script that is invoking the execution of the netcat nc command. But that really doesn't matter. What matters is whether you're capable, in regards to scripting, whether you're capable of analyzing the code according to the language. Because the tool, you already know how to use the tool. If you see a script that is invoking Nmap, you know Nmap. If you see a script that is invoking netcat, you know how to use netcat. That is not a problem. So keep in mind at least these 4 languages: PowerShell, Bash, Python, Ruby. Those are mandatory for the CompTIA PenTest Plus exam. I hope you enjoyed this video. Thank you very much.
Hello, welcome to Module 12, and in the CompTIA PenTest Plus exam, or at least its syllabus, the last topic, which is at least listed as the last topic, we have communication and writing reports. So, as you already know by now, the CompTIA PenTest Plus exam is not only focused on the technical aspects of pen testing, but you have to also know how to write reports, how to communicate with your client, how to write documents such as the statement of work, how to define the rules of engagement, all those concepts that you should be aware by now. Therefore, communication and reporting is also another topic that should be covered for the to get ready for the CompTIA PenTest Plus exam. And that is why we're going to start talking about communication. So first of all, you have to be aware that communication is a resource that you should use in all phases, during all phases. What does that mean? That means that although ideally you should, once you start the pen test phase, you are only going to deliver documents once you complete that phase. Now, this is just an idea, and that's how, in general, that's what you should do, that's how you should proceed. Obviously, this can change according to the rules of engagement and the statement of work that you establish with your client. So you may have a client that would say, okay, so I want milestone reports. So I want partial reports. But that would be an exception. As a rule, what you should do is write just a final report. However, in order to finalize all the pen testing tasks that you have to execute, You should communicate with that client during all phases for very specific and clear reasons. Feedback and expectations. So you want to know what your client thinks of what you've been doing. So you need some feedback. At the same time, you want to know if you're covering the expectations. In order to know whether you are in the right path or not. Now, real-time adjustments may be required. So as you communicate with your client, so you're getting some feedback and you're analyzing, you're trying to understand whether you're covering the expectations or not. So if you're not getting, let's say, a positive feedback, or you are getting some positive feedback, but that you see that is not quite what the client is expecting. There is something more, or maybe your scope is way too broad and you have to shorten your scope. So real-time adjustments may be required. Maybe you want to proceed in a certain way, you have a path that you want to follow. But as you communicate with your client, you see, no, this is not going to work. I have to change. I have to pivot. Now, keep in mind and always remember, everything should be established, should be defined. Everything that is technically speaking, everything that should be performed should also be established in the rules of engagement. So you may remember that most of the times the rules of engagement will be defined in the statement of work. So the statement of work will describe how you're going to execute the phases, the pen testing phases that you need. It should also include how you're going to communicate with that client for some very specific reasons. Well, first of all, before we see the reasons, we have to know what we should establish in the rules of engagement in regards to communication. So, for example, to whom should you communicate? Who should you communicate with? Whenever I see something that requires some level of communication, or if it's just a regular communication that has to be also defined. For example, okay, if this project is going to last 6 months, how often are we going to communicate? Are we going to establish a weekly meeting? So how frequent is a requirement? Now, associated with that frequency, you also have who. Who are you communicating with? Is this just one specific person? Is it a group of persons? And how that communication is going to work. Now, the reason why you have to establish the frequency, the how, and especially the who is to avoid third-party interference. So you don't want to have, let's say, you don't have to have a IT staff member coming to you and saying, hey, I saw that you were pen testing our Linux server, and I am the Linux engineer. So could you share with me what you're doing, what you found? So enlighten me, give me some info in advance. Even so that you can have the argument, so that you can say, hey, I'm sorry, but I cannot do that. I cannot give you that information because according to what's been established in the rules of engagement in the statement of work, there is just one person that I can communicate with. I'm so sorry, but that's our contract. So you use this even as a tool in order to avoid people from coming to you, looking for you, asking questions that should not be asked, and even less should be answered. Now, even though communication should have a definition, a frequency definition. There are what is called some triggers, some communication triggers that may happen and that will generate unplanned communication. A unplanned communication is a communication that arises as a requirement as you run your tasks, as you pen test. So once again, let's say that you're deploying a project that will last 6 months, and you agreed with your client that you're going to have weekly meetings. Let's say 30 minutes, 60 minutes, weekly meetings. Now, there are some triggers that may require you, that will demand unplanned communication. You're going to have an extra meeting because of that event. So let's take a look at some of the communication triggers. So according to the CompTIA PenTest Plus exam, these are the communication triggers that you should be aware of. First of all, completing of a testing stage, which we could define as a milestone. So in the rules of engagement, you're going to establish the frequency of the communication. However, there is also a chance that you define there with our client. Okay, so we're going to have milestones. Whenever I complete this specific task, this milestone, we're going to have another meeting. So let's say that our weekly meetings happen on a Friday. Okay, what if I complete a task on a Sunday, for example? Are we going to wait until the next Friday to sit and talk about that milestone? So if that's okay, that's okay. However, there are situations in which the client doesn't want to wait that long. Once a milestone is finished, you should have a meeting, an extra meeting. But again, that should also be determined by the rules of engagement. Critical finding. Now, remember, all triggers are supposed to be covered by the rules of engagement, and they should be seen in the statement of work. Okay, so another one is critical finding. Let's say that you're pen testing one of the routers that client has, and you find a critical flaw, a critical vulnerability. Are you going to wait another week, maybe 5 days, 6 days, until you tell your client that there is a very, very critical flaw that could compromise that client in a short period of time, in the near future? No, you should not do that. So if a critical vulnerability is found, you should communicate with your client. You should let him or her know at spot. Another one is prior compromise. Let's say that you're analyzing some stuff. Maybe you even got access. You were able to successfully access a server or a system. And then you see that you were not the only one that was able to to compromise that server. You see that there is a backdoor installed there as well, aside from yours, in case you're installing another backdoor. Well, that is another trigger. You should let your client know. So you should have an extra meeting to let him or her know. There are some situations that will even excuse meetings. You can simply just, for example, text, you can send an email. So for example, critical findings, prior compromise, these are some types of triggers that they may not even be possible to wait until you get that meeting. Maybe the client is very busy. and he or she cannot meet with you in that same day, maybe not even in the next day. So, but at the same time, that person must be aware of these problems. And what you have to keep in mind, as previously mentioned, is that usually triggers demand pivoting. So imagine that you're pen testing a client and you just got access to a server, and then you find something that is very critical, very, very critical, in a way that you should now start focusing on that. Well, you planned something, and now you have to pivot your path. You have to change your approach. Okay, that's very natural. That's very common when you're performing pen tests. However, what you must know, what you have to keep in mind in regards to communication, is that the stakeholders must be aware of that pivoting. They must be aware that you're changing some things due to something that happened, that came up and you were not expecting. So always communicate with your client. That is critical, and the CompTIA PenTest Plus exam will require that from you. Now, whenever vulnerabilities or anything, let's say an anomaly, is found, that must be reported, that must be communicated, reported, but also you as a pen tester should also write recommendations, do recommendations. Now, there is a big if here, there is a big debate in regards to whether the pen tester should recommend something or not. But there is a very simple explanation to the question why the pen tester should also recommend, not only detect and tell the client, but also recommend mitigations. Tell the client how that could be fixed, for example. Which is, the pen tester knows more for a very simple fact. He or she was able to find that vulnerability. Now, these recommendations can be done before the report or in the report, but they must be done. In some situations, for example, when there is a trigger, such as previous compromise or critical finding, well, you don't want to wait until the final report to write a recommendation. You want to do the recommendation at spot as you find that. Now, a mitigation might involve not only technology resources, but also processes and human resources. What does that mean? We tend to think that to fix something, when it comes to IT, we have to use a tool. Well, there are several different situations that, well, probably a tool will help you or will help the client. But not only that, processes and human resources most likely will be involved as well in order to mitigate that problem. For example, let's say that you find out that there is no password changing policies. So users, they can define any password they want. They can even use a blank password. Okay, so you can use a tool in order to prevent that from happening. However, that is something that has been done by the staff, by the employees. If that's the case, just deploying a tool will not be necessary or will not be enough. So that tool may help the client to define no empty passwords anymore. The tool can help the client, your client, to define, okay, so passwords will now have to have, it will have to be 8 digits long, at least 8 digits long. It must have lowercase and uppercase characters, symbols, and numbers. Just an example. Okay, that's good. The problem is if that employee that defined a password as nothing, it just had a blank password, empty password, there is a very high probability that same employee will write that new password down in a post-it paper and leave it under the keyboard, for example, or paste it in the monitor. So there are situations that will involve the employees as well. There are even situations that will require changing processes, updating processes. So a process involves how the company works, or how a specific department works, or how a few employees of a specific department works. So, for example, every day when the employee arrives at the company, he or she must log in. But if he's going to take a break, a 5-minute break to have some coffee, that user must log out and then log in again. Well, our users don't do that. Okay, so there must be a change in the process, not only in human resources, but in the process. How is that schedule fitting in the employee's schedule? Maybe there should be a different approach that would convince those employees to log out and then logging in again. So the way that something occurs can be updated, can be changed in order to improve something. Now, when vulnerabilities or some flaws are found, we have to deploy some remediation. The client must deploy some remediation. You as a pen tester must be aware that there are some remediation strategies, because there are some problems that are found in networks, in systems, that are very common. So the CompTIA PenTest Plus exam demands remediation strategies for a few different, actually 6 different problems. So different approaches, remediation strategies to different problems. The first problem is shared administration credentials. It's very, very common to see, for example, a company that has many servers. And since it's a large company, they don't have just one sysadmin, for example, or one network analyst, for example. They have more than one. And all of those must be able to run administrative tasks, use administrative tools, perform administrative events. Since the system, by default, will only have one single administrative user, let's say if it's a Unix system, the root user. If it's a Windows system, the admin user. So usually what companies do, they share those credentials. So all the network analysts know that same user and password. They know that same credentials. The problem with that is if something happens, the company will not be able to tell who actually caused that problem. Now, how can you mitigate that problem? Let's say, for example, that it's a Linux environment. You can deploy the sudo system, the sudo tool. So each analyst will have their own limited user, but then you can say, okay, so these users here can run these tools as root. So they can perform administrative tasks, but each of those will use their own credentials, their own user account. If something happens, you'll be able to tell who it was. Plain text and or weak passwords. Well, first of all, plain text passwords should never be used. That is, we saw in the past that, and when I say plain text, I'm not saying, for example, let's say that the password is 123456. If someone captures traffic, sniffs the network, that person will see 123456. Okay, that's not even the case. When we have a plain text transmission, it's probably going to be hashed. But we saw in the previous modules that cracking hashes can be very simple. So this should not be used. Whenever possible, you should use TLS or SSL APIs, libraries. So the password, the credentials, the authentication phase should be encrypted along with the transmission, the data transmission as well. Also, prevent from allowing weak passwords. Users, employees usually tend to use weak passwords because they want to remember. There is a very high probability of forgetting a password. So you should use some techniques to force the users to define good passwords. So that's why you should define, the company should define, not you, but the company should define password changing policies. A tool that can help the client, the company, to do that if it's a Linux environment, and I'm always focusing on Linux because these topics here are usually associated with servers, because all this is controlled by servers, and most of the servers are Linux servers. Okay, now, in a Linux environment, PAM, a subsystem called PAM, can help the client to deploy that. There are several different solutions. Windows has that as well, not PAM, but other alternatives. But what is important is taking PAM as an example. Using this subsystem, the client will be able to define, for example, how long the password should be, how frequent the employees should change their passwords. If that password can match a previous password, how many previous passwords should differ. So all this can be defined. And again, there are different types of tools that will allow the client to do that. Now, always remember that you as a pen tester, what you're going to do in order to figure out whether the company uses weak passwords is by capturing hashes if possible, and then trying to crack those passwords. Another problem, single-factor authentication. Nowadays, many systems, many tools, many softwares support multi-factor authentication, which means not only one authentication system, but more than one authentication system should be used. For example, credentials, login and password, username and password, and access code. So the user should have a phone number registered, and when that user is about to log into the system, he or she will have to inform the the username and password, then that user is going to receive a text, an SMS, with an access code. That's one. There are some mobile applications that will do that for you, will help, not you, but will help the client to deploy that. Another one, biometric. That's another one. A RFID card. So any type of different authentication system, not just the traditional username and password. Also, remediation strategies for SQL injections. So always make sure that you identify SQL injections, but even if the pen tester doesn't identify SQL injections, the client should be aware that these types of injections are very common. So the client should always be focusing on trying to find possible SQL injection vulnerabilities. A good tool that would help the client is SQL Map, for example. And also tell the client that he or she should always be performing hardening. Hardening means the company should focus on at least the staff that is responsible for the security of the company systems and infrastructure. They should always be focusing on hardening, making the systems and devices safer, looking for ways of improving the configuration. So not only finding vulnerabilities, finding flaws, but improving misconfiguration, for example. And one misconfiguration that is very common to see is unnecessary services, unnecessary open services, services that are running but they should not be running. Let me give you an example. If you install a new Windows server and for some reason, maybe because it's the default or maybe because you just made you as the network admin enable that service by mistake during the process of installation, you install that system and the IIS, the web server, the Microsoft web server is enabled after installation. But does that Windows server really needs that service? Does the network, does the client really need that service? Well, if not, then it should be disabled. And this is a remediation strategy that is demanded, is required by the CompTIA PenTest Plus exam. Now, when writing a report, there is no strict formula. There is no fixed template of how to write a report, such as these are the sections that a report should have. However, there is a common sense standard that defines that a report should have an executive summary or simply a summary. And this is actually the most important part of a report, of a pentesting report. Because most likely this summary is not only going to be read by the IT, the technical personnel, but also by the director, for example. So you should use some words here. You should use some wording that will make it easy for him or her or for those people to understand what's going on. And in this summary, you're going to cover the entire report. So, but also very brief. Try to be very objective. So basically,
in this section, what you're going to write is something like, okay, so this is a report that should present what's been done and what we found. What's been done, this, and that, very quickly, just one paragraph, maybe two, and we found some critical events, some critical vulnerabilities, such as, and just a brief listing of the main ones. And that's it. Now, also, you should describe, okay, and this report will also tell you how to fix these problems. And that's it. Then you move to the next section, which is findings and remediation. Here, you're going to detail your findings and also describe how to remediate, how to fix those problems if possible, or at least mitigate the problem. This is going to be a section in which you're going to use more technical words and also probably a bunch of links in order to better explain, for example, the vulnerabilities that were found and links to the remediation steps that could be taken. Now, in the methodology section, you should detail how you achieved those results, how you found those findings. Here, probably you're going to name the tools that you found, but also the approach. And finally, the conclusion. Okay, so what's your conclusion? Once a report is delivered, you have to keep in mind that this report has some critical information. Most likely, it has some critical information, such as, for example, vulnerabilities that were found. Probably it's going to list links that even describe how to exploit those vulnerabilities. It's going to have IP addresses in there, maybe even username and passwords. So it is a very, very critical document. That is why handling this report is critical as well, which is why disposal of the digital and hard copies must be defined. How are you as a pen tester going to dispose both the digital and the hard copies of that report? But this report must get to the hands of the person or the people that should receive it. So you have to guarantee that there is a secure transmission and also a secure storage, both on your end as the pen tester and on the client's end. And the client should also determine for how long that report should be stored. So you communicated throughout the entire engagement, throughout the entire process. You finalized your report, and now you have to finalize the engagement, which basically is closing that chapter. So to finalize an engagement, you have to perform what is called as post-engagement cleanup. What is a post-engagement cleanup? This is a phase in which you as a pen tester will have to erase everything that you used, installed, created in that client's infrastructure. So let's say that you created scripts and installed in scripts. You installed tools. You created files. Whatever you did, you have to go back there and wipe that out. There should be nothing left according to what you've done. Everything that
that you've done and you found should be presented in that report. They should not physically exist in those systems or servers, devices. So basically, you have to make sure that the systems are all back to pre-engagement. Once that's all done, you need the client acceptance. So a document in which you're going to get your client signature saying, hey, this pen tester here did everything that he or she was supposed to do according to the rules of engagement and statement of work. And then you finalize that engagement. So in this video, we talked about communication, writing reports, and closing an engagement or closing a contract. Keep in mind that continuous communication is critical, but the report should only, ideally, it should only be delivered as a final stage. Just like when you deliver, when you hire a service, you pay that person when that person finishes that service, usually. So this is the same thing. You only deliver that product once it's done. But then you have to do everything that is supposed to be done to close that chapter, finalize that engagement, close the contract. I hope you enjoyed this video. Thank you very much.